Agonizing pain. It felt as if countless red-hot steel needles were stirring inside his skull, as though his very soul were being forcibly crammed into a container far too small to hold it. Li Wei's consciousness drifted in endless darkness, while innumerable shattered images and raging emotions surged like a burst dam, washing away the last remnants of his sanity. He saw a giant with purple skin and twin horns on his head laughing madly in the starry void, saw a planet turn to cosmic dust beneath a blinding beam of energy, saw figures clad in Saiyan battle armor reduced to ashes before absolute power. Pride, humiliation, fury, slaughter, and that searing obsession engraved into the bone, a name called Vegeta. Who am I? At some point his chaotic thoughts abruptly froze. He snapped his eyes open, and what entered his sight was not the familiar ceiling of his rented apartment, but a cold metal bulkhead lined with cables and indicator lights of unknown purpose. A pungent smell, a mixture of ozone and some cleaning agent, rushed into his nostrils. He instinctively tried to sit up, only to feel his body unimaginably heavy, every muscle brimming with explosive power far beyond anything he had imagined in his previous life. He lowered his head and saw that he was wearing a familiar skin-tight battlesuit dominated by blue, with a crest over his chest that he had seen countless times in anime, the insignia of the Saiyan royal family. This was not his body. Prince Vegeta, a rough, slightly obsequious voice sounded beside him. You are awake. We have just entered the solar system. That weak planet called Earth lies ahead of us. Li Wei, no Vegeta as he now was, snapped his head around. In the egg-shaped flight pod, beside him sat an extraordinarily tall and burly giant of a man, bald, wide-mouthed, with cords of muscle coiled across his body. Nappa. At last the fragments of memory began to assemble into order. Li Wei, an ordinary martial arts enthusiast from Earth, had after an accident somehow crossed into the world of Dragon Ball, becoming that tragic Saiyan Prince Vegeta. Moreover, the point in time was precisely their first journey to Earth, when they came seeking the Dragon Balls and intending to purge the traitor Sun Wukong. A wave of pride born from the instincts of this body surged up in an instant, contemptuous of all creation and nearly scattering the rationality that belonged to Li Wei. He forcibly suppressed this emotion as the soul of the Transmigrator and Vegeta's arrogant nature clashed for the first time in a fierce confrontation. Shut up, Nappa. The icy voice squeezed out from his throat carried unquestionable authority, flowing so naturally it was as if he had been born to speak this way. Stow away that useless excitement. Until we confirm Kakarot and this planet's true situation, we stay vigilant. Nappa blinked in surprise, clearly taken aback by the prince's cold demeanor, but still obediently replied, Yes, Prince Vegeta. The spaceship pierced the clouds and began to enter the atmosphere. Through the observation window, the azure oceans and verdant continents were clearly visible. The part of him that was Li Wei ached faintly. This was the homeland that had sustained his previous life. The part that was Vegeta, however, coldly assessed this planet's value and difficulty to conquer. Trash with a battle power of only 5 is everywhere, Nappa scoffed as he looked at the data from the scouter. Prince Vegeta, it seems this really is a low-grade planet. Why don't we just land in some city, have a good slaughter, and make a name for ourselves? Slaughter. Intimidation. In an instant, scenes from the original story flashed through Vegeta's mind. Nappa's single energy blast annihilating an entire eastern city, corpses strewn everywhere. A powerful sense of disgust and rejection surged from the depths of his soul. That was not the glory of a warrior, it was meaningless butchery. Just as his heart waged war between two paths, a cold, emotionless electronic voice abruptly echoed in the depths of his mind. Host soul and vessel detected to be in high-level fusion. Will core confirmed. Saiyan royal bloodline confirmed. Binding Saiyan Evolution System. 10. 50. 100. Binding complete. Vegeta's pupils shrank sharply, yet the composure honed by years of peril kept his face unchanged. Before his eyes, a semi-transparent interface, faintly glowing with pale blue light, appeared where only he could see it. Welcome to this system designed to assist the host in breaking through the limits of life and leading the Saiyan race onto a brand new path of evolution. Newbie mission issued, turning point of fate. Mission description: prevent Nappa's devastating strike on an innocent Earth city and announce your arrival in the manner befitting a warrior. Mission reward: based on mission completion, unlock the emotion conversion furnace and battle path simulation functions and obtain basic potential points. A system: the golden finger of a transmigrator. Vegeta's heart steadied and a plan took shape in an instant. He needed strength, he needed to change that damned fate, and this system would be his greatest backing. And completing its mission would be the first step. Idiot. Vegeta snapped his head around, his gaze sharp as blades stabbing toward Nappa. Is there anything in that brain of yours besides slaughter and destruction? Nappa was stunned by the sudden reprimand. We are the Saiyan warrior race, not the mongrel dogs under Frieza's command who only know how to destroy. Vegeta's voice rang with a cutting, unyielding arrogance. Using the slaughter of weaklings to make a show of strength. That is the greatest insult to the word elite. A true warrior crushes his enemies in open, straightforward combat, letting their despair and terror become mere embellishments to our power. He pointed at several suddenly appearing light dots on the scouter, each showing markedly stronger energy reactions. Look, that is more like it. Head there directly. I want to extinguish their ridiculous hope with my own hands and make them understand who the true king beneath this starry sky really is. Nappa stared at the light within Vegeta's eyes, where an icy chill and frenzied fervor interwove in a way slightly different from before. Though he found it strange, the prince's words about warrior's glory inexplicably stirred something long buried inside him. He swallowed hard and nodded vigorously. You are right, Prince Vegeta. I was foolish. I will adjust the course at once. The spaceship sped toward the direction indicated by the scouter, a desolate stretch of rocky wasteland. During the flight, Vegeta sank his consciousness into the system interface, quickly scanning through the basic information. Emotion conversion furnace, capable of efficiently converting the host's intense negative emotions, anger, humiliation, unwillingness, into potential power and temporary boosts to combat strength. Battle path simulation, able to simulate an opponent's moves, tactics, and short-term future possibilities during combat to seek the optimal solution. Both functions were exceedingly practical, especially the former. It was practically tailored for Saiyans. Vegeta Li Wei knew clearly that the original owner's slow progress in the early stages stemmed from excessive pride, from an inability to harness the power of his emotions effectively. This function would completely make up for that shortcoming. Kakarot. And Earth's warriors. He murmured inwardly, the Li Wei within him tinged with a hint of playfulness and anticipation. Are you ready to face a different Vegeta? The spaceship shuddered violently once and then leveled out. The hatch slowly opened as blinding sunlight and wind laden with dust gusted into the cabin. Vegeta took a deep breath and stepped out first. Nappa followed closely, his heavy footsteps thudding dully against the ground. They had landed on a vast rocky plain. In the distance, several figures were approaching at tremendous speed. Soon 5 silhouettes appeared before them. A bald short man in strange clothes, Kelena, a woman with a child, Sun Wufan, a young man with a tail, Sun Yukang, and an Namekian, Bic, plus a three-eyed oddity, Tianjin Fan. On their faces were solemnity, vigilance, and grim resolve. So it is you. Arms crossed over his chest, Vegeta let his gaze sweep over the 5 like a scanning device, finally fixing on Sun Yukang. Kakarot. It seems you truly have betrayed the Saiyans to mingle with these lower life forms. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an innate disdain and oppressive weight. Sun Wukong's brows furrowed as he assumed a fighting stance. You are Vegeta, right? What have you come to Earth for? What for? Vegeta's lips curled into a cold arc. I have come to offer you a chance, Kakarot. A chance to prove to the Saiyan Prince that you still have a sliver of worth. He took a step forward and an overwhelming ki burst forth at once. The rock beneath his feet cracked inch by inch as invisible shockwaves whipped up dust and spread in all directions. Come, let me personally measure just how far you, a low-class warrior, have managed to grow. Battle was on the verge of breaking out. Yet deep within Vegeta Li Wei's heart, a completely different plan was already in motion. He not only had to win, he had to win in a way that satisfied both the system mission and the new prince's pride. His gaze swept over the Z warriors arrayed for battle, finally colliding with Sun Wukong's in midair. Before we begin, Vegeta suddenly spoke, shattering the congealed atmosphere, his tone carrying the ease of one in absolute control. Tell me your name, Kakarot, or rather the name you bear on Earth. He needed to verify whether the details of this world matched those he knew. At the same time, it was a signal, the beginning of an Earth battle entirely different from the original story. Frieza Super Saiyans, the enemies of the future, all those destinies would from this moment on veer toward an unknown turning point. Feeling the power surging through his body and the silent system within his mind, Vegeta silently vowed, the first step begins here. Before we commence, Vegeta's voice shattered the deathly stillness that dominated the wasteland. Tell me your name, Kakarot. Or should I ask, what name do you go by on Earth? The abrupt question momentarily halted the taut atmosphere. Sun Wukong blinked in surprise, though puzzled he replied decisively, Sun Wukong. I am Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Vegeta murmured the name once more, the icy curl at the corner of his lips deepening subtly. Excellent, the basic information checks out. In his mind the system interface silently raced, and the battle path simulation function was initiated. An invisible scanning wave swept over the 5 figures ahead, generating copious data. Enough with the chatter, Vegeta. Nappa, unable to contain his eagerness any longer, advanced with a malicious grin, his thick fingers crackling as he clenched them. Forget their names, let's just crush them all. That Namekian was handed over to me. I've heard his kind is rather interesting. Baiku's green visage darkened further as he snorted coldly, his aura already fixed on Nappa. Step back, Nappa. Vegeta's command brooked no dissent, his gaze never leaving Sun Wukong. I shall decide who your opponent will be. He raised his hand, pointing at Kellen and Tianjin Fan. You bald head. And you, the three-eyed one. Step forward, both of you. What? Kellen and Tianjin Fan were momentarily stunned. 2 against 1. This was entirely contrary to the all-out battle they'd anticipated. Lord Vegeta. Even Nappa voiced his bewilderment. Don't you understand? Vegeta cast a cold glance at him, the chill in his eyes prompting Nappa to swallow his retort. I intend to assess just how feeble the so-called strong ones of this planet truly are. Or perhaps, he turned back to the 2 with a tone dripping with contempt, you lack even the courage to stand before me. Damn it. Do not underestimate me any further. Kellen was utterly incensed. He roared as his entire being erupted with fervor, instantly adopting the stance for Gue Pai Qigong. Though Tianjin Fan retained a calm exterior, the blatant slight ignited his ire. His third eye on the forehead flared open fully as he clasped his hands, charging his Qigong cannon. Kellen. Tianjin Fan. Be careful. Sun Wukong, sensing Vegeta's unfathomable aura, hastily warned. Too late, came the retort. Vegeta remained immobile. In his mental vision, the system simulation had already mapped dozens of possible trajectories for the impending Qigong waves and several follow-up maneuvers. He merely raised his right hand with casual nonchalance. Swish! A slender yet intensely concentrated yellow beam of energy shot forth from his fingertip, preempting its target, not aimed at the bodies, but striking precisely at the most unstable lower node of the energy ball forming from Kellen's Gue Pai Qigong wave. Boom! The energy ball, not yet fully formed, suddenly lost its balance and exploded violently. Kellen was scorched by the backlash of his own Qigong, screaming as he was hurled backwards, his entire arm charred black. Almost simultaneously, Vegeta swept his left hand through the air, unleashing an invisible gust like a heavy hammer that slammed into the junction of Tianjin Fan's arms where his Qigong cannon was coalescing. Tianjin Fan felt excruciating pain as his gathered energy dissipated in an instant. With a muffled groan, he staggered backwards, a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. In the blink of an eye, both men were effortlessly vanquished, with Vegeta remaining unmoved. Kellen. Tianjin Fan. Sun Wukong and Baiku were both shocked and incensed, while Wufan's face turned ashen with fear. Nappa, initially dumbfounded, soon erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. Well done, Lord Vegeta. Truly mere weaklings, unworthy of a challenge. Yet Vegeta furrowed his brows slightly, not out of mere disdain for weak foes, but due to the system's feedback. The battle path simulation revealed that their energy techniques were crude and riddled with vulnerabilities. Yet the bald one's instantaneous burst of exertion and the three-eyed one's control over energy concentration disclosed a unique potential for Qi distinct from the Frisia Force's methods. Next, Vegeta declared, turning his gaze away from the fallen Kellen and Tianjin Fan towards Baiku the Namekian. Let me see what makes this combatant Namekian truly special. Baiku tore off his cloak and headband, revealing a rugged, formidable physique with eyes as sharp as an eagle's. You shall witness my true strength. Baiku roared in fury as energy burst forth from him, his muscles tensed like coiled springs as with lightning speed he appeared to Vegeta's left and delivered a slashing hand cut through the air toward his neck. This was the newfound power he had acquired after merging with the celestial deity. Yet in Vegeta's simulation, Baiku's trajectory, power distribution, and even 3 anticipated follow-up moves were laid bare. With a slight sidestep that narrowly evaded the hand slash, Vegeta's right hand precise as iron tongs grasped Baiku's wrist. Your strength is acceptable, but your speed is far too slow. Vegeta coldly remarked as he channeled force through his wrist, hoisting Vika like a sandbag and slamming him to the ground with brutal might. Boom! The impact carved a deep crater shrouded in swirling dust. Emotion. From within the crater, Vika roared as he unleashed a massive energy beam. Unwavering, Vegeta gathered a highly compressed energy sphere in his right palm and casually released it, the Prince battle technique scattershot. Countless minuscule energy pellets, as if endowed with life, struck the main energy stream of Emotion with pinpoint accuracy, disintegrating its structure completely. How is this possible? Baiku's pupils constricted as his signature move was so effortlessly neutralized. Like a phantom, Vegeta appeared before him and delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. Baiku recoiled like a deflated shrimp, blood spurting as he was violently flung backwards, crashing heavily against a distant rocky wall where he became embedded before losing consciousness. Having dispatched Baiku with ease, Vegeta's aura remained impeccably unruffled. He turned his attention back to Sun Wukong, beckoning with a curled finger. Now it is your turn, Kakarot. I hope you prove to be more formidable than these insignificant pests, so that I may truly take you seriously. You bastard. Gazing at his fallen comrade, Sun Wukong's anger ignited into an all-consuming blaze. His golden aura erupted, his hair standing on end as it transformed into radiant gold. Jia Wangquan. Double. A crimson flame entwined with golden radiance engulfed Sun Wukong, his speed and power surging in an instant as his afterimage faded as his true form materialized before Vegeta, his fist charged with a terrifying sonic boom aimed at his face. This time Vegeta wasn't relying solely on simulation, he wished to personally experience the true might of this so-called Jia Wangquan. He raised both arms to block. Bang! A meteor-like impact resounded as the ground beneath Vegeta collapsed, spiderweb cracks spreading outward. His body shuddered violently as a numbing sensation seized his arms. The overwhelming force propelled him backward for several dozen meters before he finally regained his stance. Blocked it. Yet this defensive posture, and being forced back, undoubtedly signifies a disadvantage. SUC. Succeeded. Kellen struggled to raise his head, hope glimmering in his eyes. Ha ha ha. Behold. Lord Vegeta was merely toying with you. Nappa, though startled by Sun Wukong's sudden burst of power, still brimmed with confidence in Vegeta. Vegeta shook his slightly numbed arms at his face rather than displaying anger, bore an enigmatic expression. He clearly sensed that while absorbing the blow and being pushed back, seeming utterly humiliated before Nappa and his foes, a fierce surge of deep-seated humiliation and wrath welled up within him, fueled by his inherent pride. Almost concurrently, the system interface in his mind blazed brilliantly. Detected high-intensity humiliation. Emotion converter activated. Converting. Potential 15. Temporary combat boost 8. A brand-new searing power surged from his very depths, quickly coursing through every limb. In an instant, the earlier numbness vanished and his aura grew even denser and more oppressive. So it is, Vegeta Leeway realized, understanding the true might of the system's power, turning negative emotions into fuel. He lifted his gaze towards Sun Wukong, panting from the strain of Jia Wangquan, and for the first time since arriving on Earth, sported a smile tinged with both excitement and cruelty. Not a bad punch, Kakarot. To think it even made me retreat. His aura began to surge far wilder than before. As a reward, I shall let you witness firsthand what true, elite power really is. Vegeta's figure vanished, not by teleportation but through sheer extreme speed. Sun Wukong's pupils constricted sharply, his third eye flaring open, yet he could only discern a faint blurred trajectory approaching from the side. He hastily raised his arms in defense. Bang! A blow even heavier than the prior Jia Wangquan struck his arm. Sun Wukong felt an irresistible force surge as his blocking arm was shattered and his chest rent open. Vegeta's knee crashed into his chest like a battering ram. Pfft. Sun Wukong spat blood, his body careening like a severed kite, the golden gleam in his eyes momentarily dimming. Wukong! Kellen and Wufan cried out in despair. Nappa's maniacal laughter abruptly ceased as he stared dumbfounded at the increasingly terrifying aura, Vegeta's gaze now aflame with a cold burning fire. Lord Prince, seems different, doesn't he? Vegeta floated in midair, overlooking a struggling Sun Wukong attempting to rise as he felt the unceasing transformation of humiliation and the surging flow of power within him. Warm-up is over, Kakarot. He raised his hand, and within his palm a heart-stopping, highly compressed energy of destructive potential began to coalesce, its light illuminating his stern, aggressively fierce countenance. Next I shall show you the true disparity between us. The system's prompt flashed in his mind. Emotional conversion. The furnace is running. Potential continues to accumulate. This battle has completely deviated from its original course. And Vegeta's transformation has just begun. In the distance, Sun Wukong lay on the ground, his eyes filled not only with pain, but also with shock and defiance. What more could he muster to fight against the unimaginably powerful Vegeta? Vegeta hovered in the air, the highly compressed energy sphere in his palm radiating destructive waves that cast a pallid hue on Sun Wukong's bloodied face below. Despair wrapped around the hearts of every Z-warrior like a cold vine. "It's over, Kakarot." Vegeta's voice carried no emotion, as if delivering a sentence. "Stop." Krillin struggled to rise, desperately gathering his last bits of energy as a faint Kamehameha wave shot towards Vegeta in an attempt to interfere with him. Vegeta didn't even look back, with a casual wave of his left hand a blast of energy sent Krillin's attack and his body flying crashing heavily to the ground. "Uncle Krillin!" Son Gohan cried out, his frail body trembling with fear and anger, a flicker of golden energy flashing uncontrollably before quickly extinguishing. Just as Vegeta was about to deliver a fatal blow, a message popped up in his mind system interface: novice task, turning point of fate completion, assessment in progress. Main objective: prevent Nappa from destroying the city completed. Additional objective: announce arrival in a warrior's manner in progress. Warning: completely killing Sun Wukong may lower task evaluation, risking the absence of future key plot characters. Extremely high risk. Vegeta's eyes flickered slightly. The system's warning coincided with a thought in his mind. Killing an opponent with such potential would undoubtedly be foolish. The pride of a Saiyan should not be manifested through the slaughter of the weak, but rather forged through the conquest of ever greater peaks. The energy sphere in his palm dimmed, not released, but forcibly dispersed. He slowly descended before the struggling Sun Wukong, looking down at him from a height. "WWH, why don't you kill me?" Sun Wukong coughed up blood, struggling to ask, his eyes filled with confusion. "Kill you?" Vegeta scoffed, his laughter carrying a chilling indifference and arrogance. "You are not worthy of dying at my hands yet, Vegeta. Your Kaioken is interesting, but the burden is too great, and the flaws are as numerous as a sieve." He turned his back to the bewildered Sun Wukong, his gaze sweeping over the terrified Gohan and struggling Krillin, finally resting on Nappa. "Listen, Kakarot, and you Earthlings too." Vegeta's voice echoed across the wasteland. "I, Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans, hereby declare that this planet is temporarily under my control." What? Nappa was the first to voice his confusion, completely unable to comprehend Vegeta's intentions. "Your Highness, are you saying we won't kill them all nor destroy this planet? If your ears are useless, I can help you remove them." Vegeta shot him a cold glance. "I need a place to train and hear." He looked around. The environment is decent enough. More importantly, Kakarot, this lowly warrior, has actually mastered the Kaioken technique, which piques my interest in this planet's martial arts. I will spare your life for now. Strive to become stronger, Kakarot. When I deem you worthy to be my opponent again, I shall return to find you. I hope by then you won't still be so easily defeated. This statement left all the Z-warriors stunned. This did not resemble the typical invader intent on conquest and destruction, but rather someone seeking a training partner. "What? What do you really want?" Krillin asked, warily clutching his chest. "Do I need to explain what I want to you?" Vegeta's tone was indifferent. "You just need to know before I leave. It's best not to disturb me. Otherwise..." He left his sentence unfinished, but the sudden surge of murderous intent made everyone shiver. "Nappa," Vegeta commanded, "bring the remains of Raditz's spaceship. We need to find a place to establish a temporary base." "Yais." Though filled with doubts, Nappa dared not defy Vegeta's orders. He shot a fierce glare at the Z-warriors before turning to collect the spaceship debris. Vegeta ignored everyone as he walked over to a large rock, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, apparently meditating, but in reality, he was delving into the system interface. Novice task, turning point of fate completed. Task evaluation: A grade, reward granted, emotional conversion furnace officially unlocked, combat path simulation beginner officially unlocked, potential points 50. A warm current surged throughout his body. The infusion of potential points made him feel as if every cell in his body was cheering. The minor damages from the previous battle were instantly restored, and even his foundation felt slightly more solid. Simultaneously, clarity regarding the use of the emotional conversion furnace and path simulation surged to his mind, making him feel more adept. As he familiarized himself with his newly acquired abilities, the system interface flickered again. A new task prompt popped up. Long-term task, release the curse and revival of the Scions. Task, background, the Saiyan bloodline harbors the primal power of Great Ape. Transformation, a binding curse. The shadow of Frisia still looms over the starry sky, and the glory of the Scions urgently awaits reconstruction. Stage 1, analyze bloodline curse. Objective, within 3 months preliminarily analyze the principles of the Saiyan Great Ape transformation and find methods to control or optimize it. Reward, bloodline optimization plan, beginner's special skill extraction opportunity X1. Warning, Frisia's army has taken note of the rumors surrounding the Namekian Dragon Balls, leaving the host with little time to spare. Frisia. Namek. Vegeta Li Wei felt a jolt in his heart. As expected, what is meant to come will come. The system's warning instilled a strong sense of urgency in him. With his current strength, he had no chance against Frisia. He must grow stronger quickly. He opened his eyes, looking at Nappa, who was busy not far away, then glancing at the Z warriors who were supporting each other and looking cautiously in his direction. A preliminary plan formed in his mind. He needed resources, he needed information, he needed the technological prowess of this planet to help him analyze his bloodline and accelerate his training. And all of this pointed to one place, the Capsule Corporation. He stood up and walked towards the Z warriors' movement, immediately triggering a tense reaction from them. What do you want now? Piccolo had somehow broken free from the rock wall, and though his energy was waning, he still stood firm in front of Gohan. Vegeta ignored his hostility, his gaze landing directly on Sun Wukong. Kakarot, tell me, where can I find the top scientists and research equipment on this planet? Huh. Sun Wukong paused, scratching his head. Though weak, he honestly replied, the best scientist. Should be Bulma, right? Her father is a very powerful doctor. Bulma. Vegeta noted the name, which coincided with what he knew. Take me there. What? Everyone was stunned. No way. Krillin immediately opposed. Who knows what you're planning? Vegeta's eyes turned cold. I am not asking for your opinion. Lead the way or I will find it myself, but I can't guarantee what will happen in the process. The atmosphere grew tense once again. Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta. Though he had been badly beaten, he strangely sensed a kind of purity from this cold Saiyan prince, different from Frisia's army, a pure pursuit of power. Moreover, it seemed that Vegeta truly did not intend to kill them immediately. All right, I'll take you there. Sun Wukong made a decision, looking to his companions. Don't worry, if he really wanted to do something, he would have done it already. But Wukong. Krillin still expressed concern. It's fine, Sun Wukong replied with a bloodied smile. I also want to see what he really intends to do. Vegeta was somewhat surprised by Sun Wukong's decisiveness, but soon understood it was very much in line with Kakarot's simple yet eager to challenge personality. Nappa, you stay here and guard the base, Vegeta commanded. Your Highness, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Nappa hurriedly protested. Dangerous. Vegeta laughed, as if he had heard a joke. With them, he said no more, only looked at Sun Wukong. Lead the way. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, suppressing his injuries, and flew first towards the city of West City. Vegeta moved effortlessly, keeping pace at his side. Watching the two depart, the remaining Z warriors exchanged worried glances filled with unease and doubt. Krillin supported Tianjinhan anxiously, saying, is it really okay for Wukong to go with that monster? Piccolo gazed at the sky, his green face unusually grave. That Vegeta. His intentions are anything but simple. Mentioning scientists and equipment. I'm afraid the true crisis for Earth is just beginning. At that moment, flying through the air, Vegeta felt the power surging within him, along with the complex information flow regarding bloodline analysis in the system interface. His target was Dr. Brief's laboratory, where not only the technology for gravity chambers existed, but it could also become the first cornerstone for him to unravel the mysteries of the Saiyan bloodline and address the Frisia threat. Technology and martial arts are about to collide in an unprecedented way at this turning point. Sun Wukong landed in front of a grand modern mansion in the suburbs of West City, which was the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation. Sun Wukong clearly knew the place well, and from a distance he shouted, Bulma. Dr. Brief. Are you home? Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the main door of the mansion slid open with a whoosh, revealing a middle-aged man in a white lab coat with messy hair holding a wrench. Dr. Brief. Next to him, a stylish young woman in a short skirt and with blue hair curiously looked over. It was Bulma. Wukong. What happened to you? Bulma exclaimed, startled by Sun Wukong's tattered martial arts uniform and the blood on him. But her gaze was quickly drawn to the figure beside Sun Wukong, whose aura was strikingly different. The man stood with his arms crossed, his posture erect, his gaze sharp and indifferent, exuding a powerful air of intimidation that suggested he should not be approached. The Saiyan battlesuit accentuated his robust physique, making him seem out of place in the peaceful environment. Who is he? Bulma asked warily, instinctively taking half a step back. Dr. Brief adjusted his glasses, curiously examining Vegeta. His name is Vegeta, he is. My kind, I guess. Sun Wukong scratched his head, trying to explain in the simplest way possible. He needs Dr. Brief's help with something. Your kind. Bulma's eyes widened, immediately recalling the previous ferocious radits, her complexion turning pale. Vegeta ignored Bulma's surprise, his gaze sweeping past them and directly towards the spacious, brightly lit laboratory behind them, filled with various precision instruments and semi-finished inventions. His system interface silently flowed with the path prediction function, not only used for combat, but also scanning and analyzing the principles and potential value of the devices with great efficiency. Are you the top scientist on this planet? Vegeta finally spoke, his voice icy as he looked directly at Dr. Brief. Dr. Brief, though a bit confused, was so passionate about technology that he overlooked Vegeta's attitude, excitedly nodding. You could say that. Young man, are you interested in science? You look quite unique. Interest. Vegeta curled his lip into a cold smile. I have no time to waste on frivolous interests. I need your technology and resources to manufacture some devices. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? Bulma couldn't help but retort, hands on her hips. You come asking for help and act so arrogant. Vegeta shot her a glance, his gaze sending a chill down Bulma's spine, as if she were being eyed by a dangerous beast. But the part of Levi's soul within him held a basic respect for this wise and courageous woman from the original story and assessed her utilitarian value. It's not a request, it's a deal. Vegeta withdrew his gaze and looked back at Dr. Brief. I can provide some theories and technical blueprints that surpass your current level of technology in exchange. Surpass current technology. Dr. Brief's eyes lit up instantly. What is it? Vegeta did not answer directly. Instead, he raised his hand, a faint chi gathering at his fingertips to form a simple model of an energy circuit suspended in his palm. The small-scale condensation and stable output of energy is just the most basic application. What I need is a training device capable of simulating extreme environments, especially high-gravity conditions. High gravity? Sun Wukong listened, somewhat confused. But Dr. Brief and Bulma instantly understood the significance and difficulty of such a task. Simulating gravity, especially adjustable high gravity, involves energy supply, spatial stability, and life support systems that are extremely advanced and even yet to be overcome fields. How is that even possible? Bulma exclaimed. Impossible. Vegeta snorted coldly, his mind rapidly simulating the basic principles of a gravity chamber while integrating his vague memories from the original story. The energy core can use high-purity energy crystals or directly harness the planet's core energy. Spatial stabilizers will need quantum locking fields, and as for life support, he began to elaborate on some key principles and concepts. Though it was merely a framework and direction, the advanced thinking and bold ideas left Dr. Brief enchanted, often exclaiming, so it can be done this way. Wonderful. Bulma, initially skeptical, gradually shifted to astonishment and contemplation. She realized that although this arrogant guy's words sounded fantastical, their internal logic was remarkably rigorous. Vegeta watched as Dr. Brief fell into a fervent state of thought, and Bulma's eyes lit up, knowing the first step had been successfully taken. He timely threw out another bait. Besides that, I need a set of devices that can deeply analyze the energy composition of living beings, cellular activity, and even the mysteries of genetic factors. Vegeta spoke in a deep voice, as this was crucial for him to complete the system's task of analyzing bloodline curse. Genetic factors. What are you trying to do? Bulma keenly sensed something unusual. That's none of your business. Vegeta's tone was firm, but then shifted. However, if you assist me, I wouldn't mind sharing some basic applications of chi technology, or... He glanced at some inefficient energy devices in the lab, helping you optimize the energy efficiency of these scrap metals. Scrap metals. Bulma was speechless, but looking at Vegeta's determined gaze, and then at her father, who was completely captivated and eager to drag Vegeta into the lab, she knew that this deal was likely impossible to refuse. The things Vegeta offered were too valuable. All right. Bulma took a deep breath, trying to calm herself and exuding the aura of a business queen. We can cooperate. But you need to provide more detailed technical information, and during our research period, you cannot recklessly destroy anything on Earth nor harm anyone. Vegeta remained non-committal, merely stating, I have no interest in bullying the weak. My goal has always been to gain greater power. His words were directed at Bulma, but also a promise to himself and the system. Great. Mr. Vegeta, let's get started right away. Dr. Brief excitedly pulled Vegeta into the lab, already forgetting the danger of his identity. Let's go to the lab, I want to show you some of my ideas. Vegeta did not resist and paused to look back at Sun Wukong, who stood there somewhat bewildered. Kakarot, remember what I said. Work hard to get stronger, and don't make me wait too long. With that, he strode into the door of the futuristic lab without looking back. Bulma watched Vegeta disappear deep into the lab, her emotions complex. She walked over to Sun Wukong and quietly asked Wukong, can we really trust this guy? Sun Wukong gazed towards the lab, rubbing his still painful chest, yet a hopeful smile appeared on his face. I don't know. But he's strong and it seems he really just wants to get stronger. Bulma, I think this will be interesting. Interesting, my foot. Bulma couldn't help but retort, but the worry in her brows didn't dissipate. She had a premonition that the arrival of this Saiyan prince named Vegeta would bring earth-shattering changes to Earth, and even to the entire Capsule Corporation. Meanwhile, at the desolate landing site, Nappa was bored guarding the wreckage of the spaceship and the makeshift. He simply couldn't understand why Prince Vegeta was being so lenient towards these weak Earthlings, even cooperating with them. Just then, the battle power detector that once belonged to Raditz and had been casually tossed to him by Vegeta suddenly received a weak and encrypted signal from the distant cosmos. The signal was intermittent, but several key phrases caused Nappa's expression to change drastically. Lord Frieza. Namek. Dragon Balls. Nappa's heart raced and a chilling sensation surged from his feet to the top of his head. Lord Frieza has also set his sights on the Dragon Balls. He instinctively wanted to contact Vegeta immediately, but recalling the prince's cold gaze when he left, he forcibly held back. I'll wait until the prince returns to discuss. Nappa murmured to himself, but a great sense of unease had already enveloped him like dark clouds. The gears of change had begun to turn, and shadows from the depths of the universe were quietly approaching. On a desolate night, the cold wind howled. Nappa sat alone by a bonfire, his massive frame casting flickering shadows in the dancing flames. He felt restless, his thick fingers repeatedly rubbing the combat power detector from Leitais. The fragmented, encrypted signal inside echoed in his mind like a venomous snake. Lord Frieza. Namek. Dragon Balls. Each word struck his heart like a heavy hammer. Frieza, the cosmic emperor who had brought endless humiliation and terror to him, and Prince Vegeta actually knew of the Dragon Ball's existence and was targeting Namek. What did this mean? It meant that if they Saiyans wished to pursue the Dragon Balls, they would almost certainly have to confront Frieza Hiden. It's over. It's all over. Nappa murmured, a great fear gripping him. He seemed to see the scene of planet Vegeta shattering in blinding red light, feeling that profound sense of helplessness. With their current power, facing Frieza was akin to striking a stone with an egg. He abruptly stood up, pacing back and forth anxiously, the ground thumping beneath his feet. I must inform Prince Vegeta immediately. We need to leave this cursed place at once, as far away as possible. The thought was overwhelming. However, as he gazed toward the brilliant lights of West City, the cold and resolute gaze of Prince Vegeta from when he departed resurfaced in his mind. The prince seemed to have different plans. Would reporting this grim news rashly disturb him, or even bring punishment? Loyalty and fear clashed violently in Nappa's simple mind, rendering him restless. Meanwhile, in the top laboratory of the Capsule Corporation, a different scene unfolded. Vegeta stood before a massive holographic projection, displaying an incredibly complex energy flow field and spatial curvature data. Dr. Brief and Bulma flanked him, their faces filled with awe and fervor. Incredible. Just adjusting the phase difference by 3% has reduced energy loss by near Dr. Brief exclaimed excitedly while looking at the real-time feedback. Mr. Vegeta, your proposed principle of quantum cooperative resonance is tailor-made for the gravity simulation system. Vegeta remained expressionless, yet internally, he was rapidly communicating with the system. The pathway simulation function was optimizing the design of the gravity chamber with astonishing efficiency while he was tasked with casually tossing the optimized results to Dr. Brief in the guise of forward-looking theories. It's just foundational principles, Vegeta said, flatly pointing to another part of the hologram. The material structure here is insufficient. If the gravitational multiplier exceeds 20 times Earth's standard, the connection points will fracture after 73 hours due to metal fatigue. It needs to be replaced with carbon-titanium nanocrystal composite material. 20 times gravity. Bulma gasped, unable to imagine what such an environment would be like, and was even more shocked by Vegeta's precise foresight of the material limits. How? How do you know this? Calculation, Vegeta replied succinctly, offering no further explanation. He turned to another complex device that had just been assembled, resembling a large nuclear magnetic resonance instrument. Life Energy Analyzer. Is the spectral calibration complete? ITLL be ready shortly. A researcher wiped his sweat, nervously operating the controls. This device was prioritized for construction by Vegeta for the task of deciphering the bloodline curse. It could deeply scan the energy pathways, cellular structures, and even gene sequences of living beings, crucial for unraveling the mystery of Great Ape transformation. With the aid of the system, Vegeta proposed many critical modifications to this device's structure, greatly enhancing its precision and stability beyond Dr. Brief's team's initial design. At this moment, he was personally supervising the final adjustments. Calibration complete. Initial testing can commence, the researcher reported. I'll do it. Vegeta stepped forward decisively and lay down in the scanning chamber. The door closed and a bluish scanning light began to move back and forth across his body. Instantly, a massive flow of data surged into the system interface, and after initial processing by pathway simulation, it was fed back into Vegeta's mind. He saw the unceasing flow of chi within him, the vigorous vitality of muscle fibers on a microscopic level, and also, deep within the strands of his genes, those dark golden segments that appeared unusually active and ancient. This was the root of the Saiyan bloodline. A portion of the structure exhibited a peculiar energy starvation nature and instability, especially when in contact with an energy field of a specific frequency simulating Bull's light waves. These segments would violently oscillate, triggering a chain fission reaction in all cells. The mystery of Great Ape transformation lies here. Phase 1 task: decipher the bloodline curse. Progress update 15. Preliminary conclusion: Great Ape transformation is controlled by latent gene segments activated by energy from specific wavelengths of light waves, triggering uncontrollable cellular fission and energy surges accompanied by loss of rationality. Suggestion: attempt to encapsulate and isolate these gene segments using high concentrations of life energy, chi, or seek methods to modify their energy resonance frequency. Vegeta felt invigorated. Although he was still far from complete mastery, the direction had been as long as he combined Earth's genetic technology with his own chi cultivation, there might be a way to safely harness and even optimize this power. The scan concluded. Vegeta stepped out of the scanning chamber, his expression unchanged, but a hint of understanding lingered in his eyes. So, what did you find? Bulma asked curiously. Although she couldn't comprehend the profound biological data, she sensed that Vegeta seemed to have gotten what he wanted. Just some superficial data. Vegeta did not reveal the truth, instead asking, how long until the prototype of the gravity chamber is ready? The core components will be completed within 3 days. Dr. Brief assured excitedly, thanks to your guidance, the progress is more than 3 times faster than expected. Vegeta nodded. Time. What he needed was time. Before Frieza descended upon Namek, he must gain enough strength to protect himself, even to challenge. Just then the laboratory communicator suddenly rang with the somewhat tense voice of a security officer reporting, Miss Bulma outside. A very tall Saiyan has come and says he wants to see Mr. Vegeta. He seems quite agitated. It was Nappa. He had ultimately come. Vegeta frowned, slightly displeased by Nappa's impulsive arrival. Nevertheless, he stepped out of the laboratory with Dr. Brief and Bulma. Nappa stood outside the company entrance like a towering iron pillar, his face etched with urgency and fear. Upon seeing Vegeta emerge, he almost lunged forward, lowering his voice and urgently saying in Saiyan Prince Vegeta, "It's bad. I received a signal. Frieza. Frieza also knows about the Dragon Balls on Namek. We must escape." Though he had anticipated this, hearing it with his own ears made Vegeta's heart sink. Frieza's actions were faster than he had imagined. Though Dr. Brief and Bulma could not understand Saiyan, they sensed a looming tension from Nappa's panicked expression and Vegeta's suddenly serious demeanor. Bulma couldn't help but ask in Earth language what happened. Vegeta did not answer immediately. He glanced at the terrified Nappa, then looked back at the laboratory filled with Earth's cutting-edge technology. Finally, his gaze seemed to pierce through the night sky, projecting into the depths of the endless universe. Was it to flee like a headless chicken, abandoning the situation they had worked so hard to open up? Or to stay and use Earth's resources to accelerate his strength, then voluntarily step into that known perilous vortex of Namek? At the crossroads of fate, once again it lay before him. In Vegeta's eyes, a cold glint and a burning fighting spirit began to intertwine. What happened? Bulma's voice, tinged with a barely detectable tremor, shattered the stillness. Although she and Dr. Brief could not understand the Saiyan language, the unhidden panic on Nappa's face and Vegeta's suddenly icy gaze foretold ominous tidings. Vegeta slowly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over Bulma and her daughter, finally resting on the rugged face twisted in fear. He did not answer Bulma, but countered Nappa in Saiyan with a chilling calmness. "Flee. Nappa, has your courage fallen away along with your hair?" Nappa's face flushed red from the disdainful tone, yet he desperately defended himself. "But your highness, that is Frieza. We cannot win. If we escape now, we can scurry like mice surviving in the corners of the universe." Vegeta interrupted him, his voice low yet resolute, striking a chord in everyone's hearts. "And then, waiting for Frieza's subordinates to come knocking one day, crushing us like insects." He stepped forward, closing the distance to Nappa, and though he was shorter, his fierce aura made Nappa involuntarily take a step back. "Look at you now, Nappa. Fear has gnawed at your heart. In this state, even if you flee to the edge of the universe, you will forever be a loser, a stray dog, too ashamed to admit your origins." These words struck Nappa's soul like a whip, causing his massive body to shudder. Prince Vegeta had never scolded him with such sharp and direct words. Vegeta stopped looking at Nappa and turned to Bulma and Dr. Brief, speaking in Earth language. "It's nothing serious. Just a wild dog from the universe who has caught the scent of bone." He downplayed the situation, yet the heavy pressure brought by the name Frieza silently permeated the air. Bulma, being astute, immediately deduced that this so-called wild dog was far from ordinary. It must be an extremely terrifying existence to evoke such fear in those two ruthless Saiyans. Her face turned pale, but she forced herself to remain calm. "Will this affect our cooperation?" "Affect?" Vegeta's lips curled into a near-cruel arc. "No, it will accelerate our cooperation. Our once ample time may now be in short supply." He looked back at Nappa, his gaze sharp as a knife. "Nappa, put away your ridiculous fear. Frieza's target is the Dragon Balls of Namek, and our target can be the same." "What?" Nappa exclaimed in shock, nearly believing Vegeta had gone mad. "Your Highness, do you intend to take them from Lord Frieza?" "Why not?" Vegeta's voice carried a persuasive power. "The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole waits behind. Frieza thinks he controls everything, but he would never expect two mice in his eyes to dare to snatch his prey right under his nose. We have the technological support of this planet, and with Kakarot and those somewhat useful Earth warriors. More importantly, we possess information about the Dragon Balls and Frieza that they are unaware of. This is our greatest advantage." Nappa's mouth fell open, stunned into silence by Vegeta's crazy and bold plan. Fear still lingered, but a long-suppressed ferocity and spirit of adventure belonging to the Saiyan warriors seemed to be quietly ignited by Vegeta's words. "Listen, Nappa." Vegeta's tone softened slightly, but remained authoritative. "To survive, to reclaim the glory of the Saiyans, fleeing is the most foolish choice. The only path to survival is to become stronger in desperate circumstances, strong enough to tear apart all enemies blocking the way. Your task now is to guard this place until I finish my training without letting any accidents disturb us." Nappa looked into Vegeta's eyes, filled with undeniable determination and unfathomable confidence, and his chaotic emotions gradually settled. He suddenly thumped his chest with a dull thud and growled, "Yes, Prince Vegeta. I understand. I will guard this place." 3 days later, in the newly constructed super-large experimental facility of the Capsule Corporation underground, a large silver-gray spherical chamber infused with a futuristic technological vibe stood at the center, its surface shimmering with a faint energy glow. Vegeta stood outside the chamber, having changed into a black training suit tailored by Bulma, which was more fitted and resilient than the Saiyan battle armor. Bulma Dr. Brief and the Z fighters who had rushed over, including Son Goku and Piccolo, stood nearby watching nervously and curiously. "Vegeta, are you really going in? 10 times gravity is no joke." Bulma couldn't help but remind him again. She had witnessed the alloyed dummies being instantly crushed during the tests. Vegeta did not respond, only taking a deep breath, adjusting his energy, evenly distributing it throughout his body. Then, without hesitation, he pressed the start button. With a hiss, the heavy door slid open and Vegeta stepped inside. The moment the door closed, the indicator lights on the control panel turned from green to red. Bulma immediately began to operate the control panel. Gravity activated. 1 times. 2 times. 5 times. Load directly to 10 times. A low, unsettling humming sound could be heard from within the chamber, even through the thick walls. Inside the chamber, as the gravity shifted, Vegeta's body suddenly felt heavy. It was as if countless invisible boulders were pressing in from all directions, threatening to crush him into pulp. The air became thick like lead, making each breath extraordinarily difficult, while his bones creaked under the unbearable strain. Ugh. He grunted, veins popping on his forehead, his muscles tightening to their limit as golden energy erupted uncontrollably, barely resisting the terrifying pressure without being instantly crushed. Detection of extreme environmental pressure. Efficiency of emotional conversion furnace improved. Combat path simulation activated, assisting in body adaptation adjustments. Potential absorption efficiency 300. The system's prompts flashed rapidly in his mind. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with an indomitable flame. He forced himself to slowly raise his arm under this terrifying gravity and began practicing the most basic punching stance. Every action was 10-fold or 100-fold more difficult than outside, but the toll on his physical potential and the refinement of his chi was also 10-fold or 100-fold. He could clearly feel his muscle fibers growing stronger through tearing and repairing, while his chi became more refined and obedient under extreme pressure. The urgency and pressure stemming from Frisia's news melded perfectly into his training, being efficiently transformed by the system into fuel for growth. 1 hour, 2 hours. Vegeta persisted under 10 times gravity. His breath grew heavy from the intense consumption, yet there was no sign of weakness. Instead, his energy became thicker and more solid at a slow but steady pace. The life signs and energy readings from the monitoring screen made Dr. Brief exclaim in awe. Incredible. His body's adaptability and energy levels are steadily rising. This is nothing short of a miracle of evolution. Bulma watched the figure on the screen, drenched in sweat under the terrifying gravity, yet his gaze remained sharp as an eagle. Her feelings were complex. This arrogant and cold guy was so harsh on himself. Son Goku looked at the gravity room, excitement and eagerness glimmering in his eyes. 10 times gravity. Sounds really interesting. Bulma, can I give it a try too? Piccolo crossed his arms, his green face exceptionally serious. He sensed a heavy pressure. If Vegeta is striving so hard to grow stronger, what kind of terrifying enemies will he have to face? Can Earth truly survive the impending storm? Meanwhile, in the depths of the distant universe, a fleet composed of uniquely shaped spaceships was racing towards Namek. Within the main ship, a figure clad in white battle armor, small in stature, yet exuding a suffocating aura of evil, was issuing commands in a cold voice tinged with metallic tones. Ginyu Force, as the vanguard set out first. I do not wish to see any accidents. The dark currents of the universe have already accelerated, and in the underground laboratory of Earth, the Saiyan Prince named Vegeta was crazily accumulating the first glimmer of light to break fate in an almost self-abusive manner. When he walks out of this gravity chamber, the entire layout of the 7th universe may very well change. The hatch of the 10-fold gravity chamber slowly opened with a deep humming sound. A scorching wave thick with the scent of sweat and the burning of metal rushed out. Vegeta's figure appeared at the doorway, his black training suit soaked in sweat clinging tightly to his bulging. His steps were slightly unsteady, each breath heavy, like a worn-out bellows, his face pale from exhaustion. However, the glint in his black eyes was astonishingly bright. Like cold iron forged through countless trials, it had shed some volatility and settled into an even colder, sharper brilliance. Merely standing there, the aura he unconsciously emitted was denser and more oppressive than it had been 3 days prior. Vegeta, are you alright? Bulma rushed over with an energy detector and a towel in hand, her face filled with concern and lingering fear. Over the past 3 days, the wildly fluctuating data on the monitor and Vegeta's occasional low growls of extreme pain had made her heart race. Vegeta did not take the towel, merely raised his hand to wipe away the sweat that was about to drip into his eyes. His voice was hoarse from fatigue, yet still carried his usual coldness. "I'm not dead." His gaze passed over Bulma, looking at the screens on the control panel that recorded the changes in his physical data, a subtle satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Phase of training completed. Basic physical attributes enhanced by 27. 8. Total energy capacity increased by 19. 5. A precision control improved by 35. 2. Potential points accumulated 120. Recommendation: engage in high-intensity combat to solidify and fully absorb training results. The system's summary emerged in his mind. The results were impressive, but it was still not enough, far from it. Just then a familiar carefree aura rapidly approached from a distance. Sun Wukong came running in, shouting, "Vegeta, you're out. How do you feel? Isn't the tenfold gravity amazing?" He curiously examined Vegeta, keenly sensing that while the latter's aura was somewhat chaotic, it was fundamentally denser and deeper, causing the Saiyan blood within him to stir with excitement. Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong, his gaze akin to assessing a fine whetstone. "Kakarot, you're just..." He stretched his slightly sore neck, producing a light crack, just the right time to test the results of these 3 days of training. "Huh. Are we fighting now?" Sun Wukong was taken aback, then his face broke into pure joy of battle. "Great. I was just thinking of trying out my new technique." Wait. Bulma quickly intervened. "Vegeta, you just finished extreme training. You need rest and a thorough health check." "Check." Vegeta scoffed. "Fighting is the best check and rest." He ignored Bulma, striding out. "Kakarot, keep up. Don't make me think you're scared." "Who would be Sun Wukong eagerly followed behind. The two arrived at a desolate mountainous area far from the city. Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, and others sensed the aura and rushed over to watch. They all wanted to know just how much stronger Vegeta had become after such inhuman training. Without further ado, the battle erupted instantly. This time Vegeta's movements were clearly more concise and efficient. His speed was faster, his strength greater, especially in the use of energy, which was no longer merely a raw explosive force, but included many subtle variations. At times he concentrated energy at a single point to enhance penetration. At other times he transformed energy into an invisible barrier to deflect Sun Wukong's attacks. Sun Wukong also advanced rapidly, wielding the Kaioken with greater proficiency, his evasions and counterattacks becoming more agile. The two became entwined beams of light, the sound of fists and feet striking each other ringing endlessly, the released energy constantly shattering and upheaving the surrounding rocks. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong seized an opening, thrusting his hands forward to unleash the familiar blue energy wave. If it had been 3 days ago, Vegeta might have chosen to counter with a stronger energy blast or evade, but this time he did not. He stood his ground, hands clasped in front of his chest, and a highly compressed, internally stable golden energy sphere formed instantly, its size far smaller than the Kamehameha, yet exuding a heart-pounding aura. "Go!" He gently pushed, and the golden energy sphere, as if alive, traced a peculiar arc, not crashing heat in, but precisely cutting into the weakest side of the Kamehameha's energy flow. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, that golden energy sphere resembled a high-speed rotating drill or a precise surgical scalpel, actually disassembling and annihilating a substantial portion of the massive Kamehameha from within. The remaining energy became chaotic, easily scattered by Vegeta's casual wave. What? Krillin was dumbfounded. He destroyed the structure of the Kamehameha. Piccolo's green face was filled with seriousness, not destruction. It's a higher level of energy control. He compressed the energy to the extreme and found the most unstable node of the energy wave, breaking it at a point. This guy's understanding of chi has completely changed. Sun Wukong was also stunned, looking at his dissipating energy wave, and then at the slowly dispersing golden energy sphere in Vegeta's hand, his eyes filled with wonder and a stronger fighting spirit. "Wow, this move is amazing. How did you do it?" Vegeta did not answer. He felt the energy within him slightly consumed, but still abundant, along with the system's prompt of energy control proficiency greatly enhanced and understood. This is the effect of combining extreme training with high-intensity combat. His control over power was undergoing a qualitative leap. Warm-up is over, Kakarot. Vegeta's aura climbed again, the golden flames reigniting, even more refined than before, the color appearing deeper. Next, let you experience the true prince's fighting style. Just as the two prepared to clash again, Bulma hurriedly approached in a small aircraft, holding a communicator, her expression very grim. Vegeta. Yukong. Hold on a minute. She landed not far away, raising the communicator. I just received an urgent message from Lord Ko, conveyed by Tianjin Han and Jiaozi. Vegeta. Yukong. Bulma took a deep breath, her voice trembling slightly. Lord Ko says. He sensed an extremely evil and powerful aura that has left Frisia's main fleet moving at a high speed towards a place called Namek. The leader seems to be called the Jinyu Force. The Jinyu Force. Nappa gasped, his massive body shaking slightly, his face instantly drained of color, as if he had heard the most terrifying name. Vegeta's gaze instantly sharpened like a sword unsheathed. The battle intent that had surged within him receded like a tide, replaced by a cold, palpable killing intent and sense of urgency. The Jinyu Force. Frisia's ace advance team. They're finally on the move. He glanced at the pale-faced Z-fighters, his gaze finally fixing on Sun Wukong. Kakarot, it seems our game must be temporarily halted. Vegeta's voice was cold and resolute. Do you want to save your friend Dend? Do you want to meet a stronger opponent? He pointed to the sky, a smile spreading across his face that mixed cruelty with excitement. Get ready, we're heading to Namek. A true hunt begins. In that moment, the wheels of fate accelerated, pointing towards the green planet soon to be ignited by war. In Vegeta's eyes, the flames of vengeance burned, but more than that, there was a confidence born from actively stepping into the storm, determined to seize power and victory. Namek. Sun Wukong blinked, his face full of confusion. What kind of place is that? Does Piccolo have anything to do with it? Piccolo's the god voice transmitted through thought, carrying an unprecedented gravity. Wukong. Namek is my homeland. If Frisia's target is there, then he must be after Dragon Balls similar to those on Earth. Dragon Balls. Krillin and the others exclaimed. They had personally experienced the miracles brought by the Dragon Balls of Earth. If the more powerful Namekian Dragon Balls fell into the hands of a demon like Frisia, the consequences would be unimaginable. We must stop him. Sun Wukong said, immediately his gaze becoming resolute. Stop him. With you all. Vegeta did not hide his contempt. If you go, it will just add more names to Frisia's kill list. His gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on Sun Wukong. However, if you insist on seeking death, I can allow you to accompany me. Accompany you? Krillin immediately objected. Who knows if you would turn on us from behind? Turn on you. Vegeta laughed, as if he had heard the greatest joke. At your current level, do you think you have any value for me to ambush? My goal has always been singular Frisia and the Dragon Balls of Namek. Until that goal is achieved, you Earthlings may serve as decent bait and cannon fodder. His words were extremely harsh, but oddly enough they reassured the Z-fighters a bit. At least his goals were clear, and for the time being they had a common enemy. To go to Namek, we need a spaceship. Bulma stepped forward, displaying extraordinary calmness and decisiveness at a critical moment. The spaceship that Raditz and you came with has been destroyed. We need to either manufacture a new one or repair one of the existing ones. Repair my spaceship, Vegeta said unequivocally. Nappa, go bring the core components of the spaceship. He turned to Dr. Brief and Bulma. I need you to complete the repairs and modifications to the spaceship within 24 hours, making sure it can accommodate at least 5 people. He counted himself, Nappa, Sun Wukong, and possibly Krillin and Gohan, who would need to come along. 24 hours. That's impossible. An engineer instinctively retorted. Impossible. Vegeta's eyes turned cold. If you can't do it, then you have no value for existing. We can do it. Bulma immediately interrupted, glaring fiercely at the engineer before meeting Vegeta's gaze. But you need to provide all the technical specifications of the spaceship and cooperate with our work. In the time that followed, the core laboratory of Capsule Corporation transformed into a giant spaceship dock. Vegeta's spaceship was disassembled and the core components were carefully extracted. Vegeta provided critical technical diagrams and energy circuit information based on his memory and the system's path prediction. Dr. Brief and Bulma led the team with astonishing efficiency in the repairs and adaptive modifications. Vegeta was not idle either. He utilized this brief interval to continue high-intensity adaptive training in the gravity chamber, consolidating his gains under 10 times gravity and attempting to apply that exquisite energy control to more variations of techniques. The system's prompts continued to come in, indicating that his strength was steadily increasing. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, was undergoing final emergency training with Krillin and Gohan under the guidance of King Kai, trying to enhance their strength as much as possible before departure. The entire Earth felt like a bow drawn tight, the tense atmosphere nearly solidifying. After 24 hours, the modified spherical spaceship of Vegeta stood tall in the open testing ground. Its size had increased, the surface outfitted with additional life support systems and simple sleep pods barely accommodating 5 people. All relevant personnel gathered around the spaceship. Vegeta looked at the newly modified ship, slightly satisfied with Dr. Brief's team's efficiency. Not bad, it barely meets the minimum requirements. Vegeta Bulma stepped forward, handing him a capsule and a communication device similar to a bracelet. The capsule contains a spare energy battery and some tools that might be needed. This communicator may receive weak signals on Namek. Be careful of Frieza. The last 2 words she said softly, carrying complex emotions. Vegeta glanced at her, took the items, and said nothing. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was saying goodbye to Shishi and Ox King, assuring them that he would definitely return safely. Krillin and Gohan were also ready for departure. Piccolo the God stated that he would stay on Earth and closely monitor the situation. Let's go, Kakarot, stop wasting time. Vegeta was the first to walk towards the spaceship's hatch. Vegeta Sun Wukong suddenly called out to him, his expression unusually serious. Once we arrive on Namek, until we defeat Frieza, we are temporary allies, right? Vegeta paused his steps, not looking back, and coldly threw out a sentence, think whatever you want. Just don't hold me back or I won't hesitate to eliminate useless burdens myself. He entered the spaceship first. Nappa hesitated for a moment, then lowered his head and followed inside. Sun Wukong brought Krillin and Gohan into the relatively cramped passenger cabin. The hatch slowly closed, the engines began to emit a low rumble, and blue plasma flames shot out from the rear. Make sure to come back. Wukong. Everyone. Bulma, Chi-Chi, and others waved vigorously, tears in their eyes. The spaceship trembled slightly before lifting off the ground, transforming into a streak of light, breaking through Earth's atmosphere and sailing into the vast, perilous depths of space. Inside the spaceship, the atmosphere was oppressive. Krillin and Gohan were filled with vigilance towards Vegeta and Nappa, huddling in a corner of the cabin. Nappa occasionally shot back fierce glares. Only Sun Wukong seemed completely unaffected, curiously examining the spaceship's internal structure and even attempting to strike up a conversation with Vegeta, who completely ignored him. Vegeta sat in the main control position, resting his eyes, yet his consciousness was closely connected to the system. Long-term mission: the curse and revival of the Saiyans. Phase 1, analyzing the bloodline curse, progress 18. Warning: host detected leaving the original training area, entering a high-risk zone. Triggering submission: the game of Namek. Mission objective: secure at least 1 Namekian Dragon Ball before the Ginyu Force and Frieza. Mission rewards: special rewards will be calculated based on the number of Dragon Balls obtained and the process. A new mission, a new challenge. A cold curve appeared at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. The hunt had begun. However, in a dimension he could not observe, King Kai was wiping cold sweat, communicating mentally with an entity somewhere. Hey, old man, you felt that too, right? That bastard Frieza has gone to Namek. Wukong and the others have gone too. This could be a huge problem. A much older, steadier voice responded in his mind, the threads of fate have been thoroughly disrupted. The Saiyan called Vegeta is the greatest variable. Perhaps this is also an opportunity. Opportunity. Don't joke around. If Frieza gets the Dragon Balls. Calm down, King. Don't forget, Namek isn't just about the Dragon Balls. There's also their Grand Elder. And do you think Lord Beerus would turn a blind eye to Frieza's reckless behavior? King Kai suddenly trembled. Mentioning that name made him not even dare to breathe. On the cosmic chessboard, the pieces had already been played. However, it seemed that the players were not limited to the visible sides. An even older and more powerful existence seemed to have cast a faint, elusive gaze due to this sudden variable. Vegeta's journey to Namek was destined to be anything but peaceful. Time seemed to crystallize like amber with Vegeta firmly trapped within. Guldo's nauseating grin twisted and echoed in the nearly stagnant thoughts, while the horrified faces of Nappa and the Ginyu Force members resembled still photographs. The shattered bones of Raikum, the dust rising from the wasteland, and the familiar aura faintly approaching from the distant sky, Kakarot. All perceptions became slow and fragmented. Yet within this extreme confinement a peculiar ripple emerged like a stone tossed into still waters, sending waves through the depths of his soul. It was neither air nor physical vibrations, but rather something more fundamental, a subtle crack at the level of rules. Anomalous space-time confinement field detected. Analyzing field structure. Unstable node detected. Host's mental will has reached critical threshold. Conditions met, combat path simulation function upgrading. The system's cold voice sounded like celestial music at that moment. Vegeta felt a part of his consciousness, forcibly extracted, thrust into a world composed purely of data and streams of energy. Their Guldo's invisible time field was decomposed and reconstructed with countless strands of light representing possibilities spreading and intertwining. He saw the weakest point of the field like a tiny gear in a finely tuned clock caught by a foreign object. Huh. A beast-like growl erupted from Vegeta's throat, every muscle and every breath in his body surged with frantic energy, attempting to resist the omnipresent restraints. The golden aura no longer blazed fiercely, it surged violently beneath his skin like a suppressed volcano, stretching the black battle suit to the brink of tearing. Useless. Vegeta. Just obediently turn into a statue. Guldo laughed maniacally, his 4 eyes bloodshot from overexertion. He could feel Vegeta's terrifying struggling power of the time field was violently fluctuating, prompting him to desperately enhance his psychic abilities. At that moment, whoosh! Bang! A precise energy blast shot from nearby, not aimed at Guldo but striking a rock beneath his feet, the exploding debris and dust briefly disrupting his vision and focus. It was Nappa. Struggling to rise after being knocked back, he made the only move he could to create a distraction. This strike was trivial, even failing to graze Guldo, but in that taut time field it became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Node offset. Simulation complete. The instant the system's alert sounded, Vegeta's will, rage and unwillingness, which had been suppressed to the limit, erupted like a torrent finding its outlet. Breakthrough for me. Crack. The crisp sound of shattering glass resonated deep within everyone's soul. The crystallized time field was forcefully torn apart by Vegeta, creating a seam. Although his movements remained sluggish, as if submerged in the deep sea, it was no longer absolute stillness. What? Impossible. Guldo was horrified, his 4 eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Vegeta moved. His initial motions resembled a slow-motion image, but with each step forward his speed increased. No longer was it a mere brute force collision, his body trembled at an unusual frequency, as if traversing through countless parallel rifts in time, borrowing power. This was the optimal solution derived from the system's simulation to counter the time confinement. Die bug! Vegeta's form trailed behind a shattered golden afterimage, instantly crossing the brief distance between them. His right hand was sharpened like a blade, concentrated energy forming a visible sharp wave upon it, no longer simply an energy cover, but a preliminary alteration of structure and shape, marking the energy control stepping into a new realm. Guldo was terrified, his soul fleeing in panic, as the time stasis ability was frantically activated, attempting to once again confine Vegeta. But this time, when the invisible field encountered the high-frequency trembling aura surrounding Vegeta, it melted and disintegrated like snow meeting boiling oil. With a whoosh, the hand blade pierced effortlessly into Guldo's chest, accurately penetrating his heart. The cruel grin on Guldo's face froze, completely replaced by extreme fear and disbelief. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a sound. His massive body toppled backward like a collapsing mountain, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The time field dissipated completely. Vegeta stood in place, breathing heavily. The golden aura burning around him no longer erupted solely, but flowed slowly like liquid gold, emitting a more restrained yet hauntingly powerful wave. His gaze was as cold as eternal ice, sweeping over the remaining members of the Ginyu Force, Guldo and Berta. Guldo and Berta's faces turned pale, instinctively taking a step back. Raikum was defeated. Guldo's bizarre ability was forcibly broken and turned against him. This Vegeta was completely different from the intelligence reports. He was nothing short of a monster. Just then in the sky a spherical spaceship trailed by a long-tail flame broke through the atmosphere of Namek at a near-violent speed racing toward their location. That familiar and powerful aura was none other than Kakarot. Vegeta glanced up at the sky, then at the two-star Dragon Ball in his hand, still warm from Guldo's body. His face showed no joy, but rather a deeper gravity. The system interface in his mind was undergoing changes. Combat path simulation upgrade complete. New function: rule interference resistance beginner. Provides some resistance against special abilities affecting time and space. Energy control level upgraded to LV. 4. Capable of preliminary energy form shaping. Warning: high energy response detected rapidly approaching. Identified as Frieza. Frieza. Is he finally going to step into the fray himself? Vegeta clenched the Dragon Ball, feeling the power growing within him due to the breakthrough as well as the new possibilities brought by the system upgrade. He glanced at the despairing Guldo and Berta lying on the ground, then at the increasingly near spaceship of Son Goku. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile that mixed madness and reason. The game has just begun. The spherical spaceship descended with a piercing howl, crashing down on the nearby wasteland like a meteor as the hatch burst open and Son Wukong, Krillin, and Son Gohan rushed out. Upon seeing the figure standing in the arena and the fallen Ginyu Force members, they were all taken aback. Vegeta. Krillin's voice trembled with disbelief. The Saiyan Prince in the arena radiated a golden aura that was entirely different from what they had known, more solid and profound, imbued with a sense of oppressive dread. Beneath him lay the lifeless Rikumu and the deceased Guldo, whose eyes were wide open in death. Dad. Mr. Nappa. Son Gohan exclaimed, his small face filled with concern at the sight of Nappa slumped and weak beside them. Son Wukong's sharp gaze swept across the battlefield, finally fixing on the orange orb in Vegeta's hand, which emitted a soft glow. A Dragon Ball. You've already obtained one. Vegeta slowly turned around, his golden pupils scanning the three newcomers coldly. He merely snorted in response to Son Wukong's question, casually tossing the Dragon Ball. Looks like you're not too late, Kakarot. However, I've already taken care of most of the prey. His gaze swept over the collapsed G's and Berta, causing them to shiver as if plunged into an icy abyss. Vegeta. You did this to them. Krillin looked at the gruesome sight of Guldo, a mix of shock and anger on his face. What? You pity these Frieza's lapdogs? Vegeta scoffed. Save your ridiculous mercy, bald head. In the universe, it's either you die or I perish. He pointed at G's and Berta. These two worthless fools, I'll leave them to you to deal with. Consider it a welcome gift. This made Son Wukong frown. Vegeta, we didn't come here to quit the nonsense, Kakarot. Vegeta interrupted him, his gaze suddenly sharp. The Dragon Balls are in my possession now, and the rules are set by me. Want to cooperate against Frieza? Fine. But you must follow my orders and... He paused, his voice laced with undeniable authority. All Dragon Balls found will be temporarily kept by me. That's impossible. Krillin immediately jumped up in protest. Give the Dragon Balls to you. Who knows what wishes you would make? Foolish. Vegeta's expression was disdainful. My wish is naturally for eternal life and indomitable power, and then personally slay Frieza. Isn't that what you all desire as well? Or are you hoping to use the Dragon Balls to revive some fallen comrade or heal some seriously injured Namekian? He accurately articulated the possible wishes of the Z-Fighters, momentarily leaving Krillin speechless. Son Wukong looked at Vegeta and said solemnly, Vegeta, we can defeat Frieza together, but the Dragon Balls cannot be entrusted to you alone. Then there's nothing to discuss. Vegeta's aura began to rise. Just right, let me see if your recent training has allowed this low-level warrior to progress even a little bit. He craved a real battle to solidify his newly attained strength, and Kakarot was undoubtedly the best test stone. The fight erupted instantly. The two transformed into streams of golden and black light, colliding fiercely. The shockwaves surged and the ground cracked beneath them. Son Wukong activated the Kaioken, immediately enveloped in red energy, mixed with golden light, launching an assault akin to a torrential storm. However, Vegeta's response was entirely different from before. His movements were more streamlined and efficient, no longer pursuing brute force, but rather perfectly combining the combat techniques derived from the system with his own experience. He occasionally sidestepped heavy punches at the last moment, elbowing into the openings left by Son Wukong. At other times during energy exchanges, he would strike at the weak points of the Kamehameha with a highly condensed energy blast, causing it to explode prematurely. His exquisite control of energy left Sun Wukong repeatedly thwarted and his attacks appearing constrained. What's wrong? Kakarot. Is your Kaioken only at this level? Vegeta coldly mocked after accurately deflecting Sun Wukong. In his palm, a mass of energy, no longer merely spherical but subtly taking on an irregular spiked form, began to coalesce, radiating an aura that could tear everything apart. Try this. He violently thrust out the spiked energy. The energy sphere emitted a sharp shriek in the air, its trajectory erratic and unpredictable. Sun Wukong's pupils constricted, and he thrust his hands out to unleash the Kamehameha in an attempt to intercept. However, as the spiked energy sphere made contact with the Kamehameha, it did not explode, but instead acted like a high-speed rotating drill, wildly tearing through and penetrating the blue energy stream, barreling towards Sun Wukong's face. What? Sun Wukong was startled, hurriedly sidestepping to evade with all his strength. Swish! The spiked energy sphere grazed his shoulder, slicing through the entire rock wall behind him as if it were tofu, creating an impossibly smooth, deep scar. The arena fell silent. Krillin and Gohan looked on dumbfounded. Even the collapsed J's and Berta forgot their fear, overwhelmed by deep shock. Vegeta's mastery over energy had reached a level they could not comprehend. Sun Wukong gazed at his shoulder, which had been grazed and was now burning with pain, then looked at the smooth cut behind him, his face filled with astonishment, but more so with excitement at encountering a formidable foe. Incredible. Vegeta. You've become so strong. Vegeta panted slightly. That last strike had taken quite a toll on him, but the effect was evident. He was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed, and he abruptly looked up at the sky. Not only Vegeta but Sun Wukong, Piccolo through Gohan's senses, and even Frieza far away in the spaceship all felt a profound and indescribable tremor, as if it originated from the depths of their souls. A massive, malevolent, and chillingly cold energy wave surged forth, like an ancient ferocious beast awakening from slumber, erupting from the other end of the planet. The level of that energy far surpassed that of everyone present, even exceeding their imagined limits. The sky seemed to darken a few shades, the air stagnated, and everything fell silent. This is... Krillin's teeth chattered, almost unable to stand. G's and Berta's faces contorted with a mix of ecstasy and awe. They prostrated on the ground, trembling and shouting, "F Frieza, the Great King." Vegeta's face turned ashen, his grip on the Dragon Ball tightening to the point where his knuckles whitened. The system's warning blared in his mind. Warning. Detected ultra-high energy life form response. Energy level assessment extremely dangerous. Recommendation: evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. Frieza. He would no longer wait and had personally descended. Vegeta took a deep breath, forcing down the turmoil in his heart. He glanced at Sun Wukong, who also bore a grave expression, then looked at the hot Dragon Ball in his hand. Escape. There was no longer time. Frieza's aura had already locked onto this area. He tightened his grip on the Dragon Ball, the cold light in his eyes intertwining with his burning fighting spirit, much like a lone wolf searching for a path to survival in a dire situation. Kakarot, his voice was low and hoarse, "It seems our game is about to enter its final round ahead of..." In the distance, that despair-inducing evil aura spread towards their location at a pace that seemed slow yet was unstoppable. The real test was just beginning. The air seemed to transform into a viscous gel, each breath carrying a bone-chilling coldness. The malevolent energy rising from the other side of the planet engulfed the entire Namek. The grass withered, the rivers stagnated, even the wind ceased to wail, as if it held its breath in fear. Krillin and Son Gohan's faces turned pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Just the residual aura of this energy made it nearly impossible for them to stand. Nappa seemed to have his very spine extracted, slumped on the ground, his eyes filled with primal fear, muttering unconsciously, "Frieza. Lord Frieza." Even Son Goku's usual carefree smile vanished, completely replaced by an unprecedented seriousness, as the golden aura around him flickered uncertainly, instinctively resisting the suffocating pressure. In the arena, only Vegeta remained upright. He gripped the two-star Dragon Ball tightly, his knuckles turning white from the exertion, veins bulging on the back of his hand. His chest heaved violently, not from fear, but from a tempest of emotions, an overwhelming mix of boundless hatred, memories of humiliation, and a trace of terror he himself was unwilling to acknowledge, all surging within him. Detected ultra-high intensity mental pressure. Emotional conversion furnace overload. Potential conversion efficiency 500. Host life is under extreme threat. Emergency task issued survive under the Emperor's gaze. Task objective survive under Frisia's direct threat and retain at least one Dragon Ball. Task rewards special survival rewards calculated based on survival duration and Dragon Ball survival. Yes, the most important thing now is to stay alive. In the sky, a small hovering spacecraft glided silently like a ghost hovering above everyone. The hatch opened and a figure clad in a white battlesuit, short in stature with a purple head and long tail, elegantly stepped out, landing lightly on a protruding rock nearby. Frisia. He wore a smile that seemed gentle yet concealed endless cruelty and indifference, hands clasped behind his back, tail swaying gently as if strolling leisurely in his own backyard. Oh my. It seems quite lively here. Frisia's voice had a unique spine-chilling metallic quality, his crimson gaze sweeping across the battlefield, lingering for a moment on the deceased Goldo and Rikom, yet showing no emotion, finally settling on Vegeta and Son Goku. The Jinyu Force really disappoints me. They can't even clean up a few little rats. He shook his head lightly as if lamenting a trivial matter. Then he turned to Vegeta, his smile deepening. However, you have given me quite a surprise, Mr. It seems that among the Saiyan monkeys occasionally one or two decent specimens appear. These light words, however, pierced deeply into Vegeta's pride as a prince of the Saiyans, as if the most malicious insult. He gritted his teeth, nearly unable to resist charging forward, but reason and the system's frantic warnings kept him nailed in place. Frisia. Vegeta squeezed out the name through clenched teeth, his voice hoarse from overwhelming rage. Your time of death. Hee. Frisia let out a low chuckle, as if he had heard a funny joke. What a lively statement. However, before playing a game, one must first clean up the disobedient toys. His gaze turned to the limp Jisoo and Bart. Frisia. Spare us. We won't dare again. Jisoo and Bart begged for mercy, their souls terrified, tears streaming down their faces. Frisia still wore that chilling smile, merely raising his right index finger. Whoosh. Whoosh. Two tiny purple beams shot out in an instant, piercing precisely through Jisoo and Bart's foreheads. The terror on their faces froze instantly, their gazes vacant as they fell straight down, breathless. Having casually executed his subordinates, Frisia seemed as if he had merely brushed off the dust from his clothes, turning his gaze back to Vegeta and Son Goku, smiling. Now it is quiet. Let us begin, Mr. Vegeta and this gentleman. Unfamiliar Saiyan. Do you intend to come one by one or all at once? I am a fair person. Facing Frisia's demeanor that regarded all beings as mere ants, Son Goku roared, his aura erupting violently, the Kaioken pushed to its limits as the red energy swirled around him like a blood flame. Frisia. I will avenge all those you have killed. He transformed into a streak of red and gold light, charging toward Frisia first. With a punch that screamed through the air, he aimed directly at Frisia's face. However, Frisia simply raised one hand, casually opening his palm. Bang! Son Goku's punch, powerful enough to shatter mountains, was effortlessly caught by Frisia with a single hand. The tremendous impact didn't even cause Frisia's arm to budge. Speed is acceptable, but strength. Too weak. Frisia tilted his head slightly, a hint of boredom in his tone. He suddenly tightened his 5 fingers. Ugh. Son Goku felt as if his fist was caught by the core of a star. Intense pain surged through him, his bones groaning under the unbearable strain. Goku. Krillin and Gohan exclaimed. Just then Vegeta moved. Instead of charging heathen like Son Goku, he maximized his speed, appearing like a specter at Frisia's side. He concentrated the spiky golden energy in his palm, once more shooting it towards Frisia's back without hesitation. This strike contained a massive amount of potential he had just converted and his entire understanding of energy control. Frisia seemed to have eyes on his back, casually swinging his tail like a steel whip. Crack! The spiky energy capable of slicing through rock walls was effortlessly shattered by Frisia's tail, as if swatting a fly. The dissipating energy struck Vegeta, causing him to grunt and fly backward, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. An absolute disparity in strength. Frisia casually tossed Son Goku aside, crashing into Vegeta. The two tumbled to the ground, appearing utterly disheveled. It seems the game is even more boring than I imagined. Frisia sighed lightly, seemingly losing patience. He slowly raised his hand, his fingertips beginning to gather a soul-chilling destructive energy. Then, let's end it here. Just at this critical moment in the distant sky, several green figures were rapidly breaking through the air. Leading them was a Namekian exuding an exceptionally strong aura, Neru. From other directions, several other formidable auras were closing in. These were scattered Namekian warriors, sensing Frisia's evil presence and the Elder's summons rushing in from all sides. Simultaneously, the system interface in Vegeta's mind flickered again, detected multiple high-intensity life forms approaching. Analyzed as Namekian warriors. Environmental variables updated. Survival probability recalculated. Slight increase. Recommendation: utilize the chaotic situation for a strategic retreat, prioritizing the preservation of the Dragon Balls. Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glancing at Son Goku, who was also struggling to get up, then at the Dragon Ball securely in his grasp, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. Kakarot, if you don't want to die, come with me. He growled, no longer hesitating, retreating rapidly, while firing an energy wave toward Nappa, Krillin, and Gohan, not as an attack, but to create a cloud of dust to obscure their escape. Trying to escape. Frisia's brow raised, the energy fluctuations at his fingertips growing more terrifying. But Neru and the Namekian warriors had already arrived, unleashing green energy waves like a torrential downpour, temporarily blocking Frisia's pursuit. As the dust swirled, visibility became chaotic. Vegeta's figure melded into the shadows like a hunting leopard, clutching the crucial Dragon Ball, seizing the breath of life snatched from the jaws of despair, swiftly fleeing. Frisia, watching the Namekian warriors temporarily ensnared in front, then glancing at the direction Vegeta had disappeared, a cruel smile resurfaced on his face. Running away. Good. Hunting is always more interesting with a bit of a chase. He murmured softly, a teasing glint growing stronger in his crimson eyes. This deadly game of power disparity entered an even more brutal next phase. Smoke and chaos became the best cover. Vegeta pushed his speed to the limit, a golden aura trailing behind him like flowing light. He gripped the scorching two-star Dragon Ball with one hand and roughly pulled up the nearly incapacitated Nappa with the other, charging toward a distant rugged stone forest as if dragging a tattered sack. Behind him, the thunderous sound of energy explosions and the roars of Namekian warriors intertwined with Frisia's nauseating chuckle, forming a symphony of death. Vegeta did not look back. Every cell in his body screamed to escape that despairing realm. Your Highness. Nappa groaned weakly, still dominated by immense fear. Shut up. Useless. Vegeta growled, tossing him into a hidden crevice in the rocks while he leaned against the cold stone, gasping heavily. Sweat mixed with the blood from earlier trickled down his forehead, and the brief, humiliating skirmish with Frisia, coupled with the exhausting escape, made him feel as if his body had been hollowed out. But what troubled him more was Frisia's unfathomable strength. It was a chasm that could not be crossed merely through a surge of anger and latent potential. He forced himself to calm down, sinking his consciousness into the system interface. It seemed there were new notifications as he fled. Emergency task: survive under the Emperor's gaze, phase completion. Current survival duration 17 minutes. Remaining Dragon Balls 1. Phase reward settlement potential points 80. Slight increase in energy control proficiency. Warning: Frisia's energy reaction is continuously intensifying, threat level extinction. Detecting anomalous spatial fluctuations. Analyzing. Resonating with Dragon Ball energy frequency. Suspected Namekian Dragon Ball summoning ritual. Vegeta's eyes narrowed. Was it that little brat Dend and the Grand Elder? Did they want to summon the Eternal Dragon before him? Foolish. This would only expose their position and attract Frisia. But at the same time, this was also an opportunity. A chance to take a risk right under Frisia's nose. He immediately maximized the system's path simulation function, crazily calculating the optimal entry route, timing, and escape plan in case of failure based on the previously scanned Namekian terrain and the distribution of Frisia's energy. Countless strands of light spread, intertwined, and broke apart within the virtual interface. Simulation complete. Optimal path generated. Success rate 17. 3. A success rate of less than 20%. Vegeta's heart sank. But then an even more furious anger surged within him. Could he really just give up? Like a stray dog hiding and waiting for Frisia to gather the Dragon Balls, or to casually erase him after tiring of the hunt? Absolutely not. He suddenly looked towards the crevice, where in the distance the gentle yet immense life force from the direction of the Grand Elder resonated more and more strongly with the Dragon Ball's fluctuations. And Frisia's evil and cold aura began to move in that direction as expected. He could wait no Vegeta took a deep breath, raising the meager chi he had just restored, and sternly said to Nappa, "Stay here. If you are discovered, you are on your own." After saying that, he transformed into a dim golden light that almost blended into the environment, silently darting out of the stone forest toward the Grand Elder's direction. He dared not fly too high, relying on the complex terrain and Namekian vegetation for cover, suppressing his own energy to the lowest possible level. The system's simulated path clearly presented itself in his mind, guiding him to avoid several scattered Frieza soldier energy signatures and a powerful aura with an elusive and peculiar nature. Zarbin. Closer. He could vaguely see the Grand Elder's colossal abode akin to a mountain. Meanwhile, Frieza's suffocating aura had already arrived like dark clouds overhead. At that moment, a thick golden beam shot up from the Grand Elder's residence, piercing the heavens. The clouds of the entire Namekian sky began to churn violently, turning daylight into an eerie dusk. The Dragon Ball summoning ritual has begun. Almost simultaneously, Frieza's voice, filled with cruel delight, echoed through heaven and earth. "Found you, little mice, hiding away." Vegeta's pupils constricted as he saw Frieza's spacecraft hovering above the Grand Elder's abode, beneath which came the terrified screams of Dend and another Namekian muley. "Now is the time." Vegeta erupted into speed, charging towards the source of the golden beam like an arrow released from its bow. The system's simulated path was accurate to the millisecond, allowing him to narrowly evade an energy ripple sweeping by from the side, capable of evaporating rocks from Frieza, casually dealing with the Namekian warriors. He burst into the Grand Elder's residence, and the sight before him made his heart tighten. Dend and Muley collapsed on the ground with 7 Dragon Balls orbiting around them, emanating dazzling light, while an ominous outline of Purunga was forming in the sky. And Frieza was elegantly descending from his spacecraft, gazing at everything with a mocking expression, as if watching a play that was about to conclude. Vegeta's appearance made Frieza slightly turn his head. "Oh, another fish that slipped." Vegeta ignored him, his gaze fixed firmly on the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground. His opportunity lay in that brief moment before Purunga fully appeared and the wish rules took effect. "Purunga!" Dend shouted with his last ounce of strength, calling out the name of the Eternal Dragon. The green dragon's head in the sky slowly formed, its regal gaze sweeping over the earth. Frieza smiled leisurely, preparing to voice his wish. In that split second, Vegeta moved. He did not rush towards the Dragon Balls, but instead poured all his energy without reservation into the 2-star Dragon Ball he had been tightly holding. Simultaneously, the system pushed energy control to the limit, simulating an energy resonance that perfectly matched the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground. Buzz! The 2-star Dragon Ball erupted with unprecedented brilliance, its light resonating instantaneously with the 7 Dragon Balls below. The originally stable summoning ritual site experienced violent energy disturbances. "What?" Frieza's smile froze on his face. Purunga in the sky let out a confused rumble, its previously clear form becoming slightly chaotic, its regal gaze wavering between Frieza, Dend, and the glowing Dragon Ball held by Vegeta. Vegeta had gambled right. At the final stage of the summoning ritual, the forced intervention of the 8th Dragon Ball of the same origin interfered with the dragon's judgment. Taking advantage of this brief chaos, he unleashed a thunderous roar towards Purunga in the sky, pouring all his will and energy into it, his voice overpowering the roar of energy. "Listen, Dragon. My wish is..." Would his wish be fulfilled before Frieza could react? How would the disturbed Purunga respond? This gamble with life as the stake hung in the balance. "Let me become a true Super Saiyan." Vegeta's roar thundered like a storm, tearing through the dusk sky of planet Namek, momentarily overshadowing the energy reverberations caused by Purunga's emergence. This wish was not a spirothermic desire, but the only viable option to turn the tide of battle, derived from countless simulations by the system in a desperate situation. Eternal life requires time to digest, and what of immortal power? Is there a more direct path than the legendary Super Saiyan? The whole world fell silent. Frieza's mocking smile froze on his face, morphing into absurdity and fury. "A Super Saiyan. Just you, this monkey. Purunga. My wishes." But it was too late. Purunga, forcibly interrupted by the 8th Dragon Ball's energy, had its massive red eyes flashing with chaotic data, seemingly caught in a logical confusion. The light from the 2-star Dragon Ball in Vegeta's hand resonated intensely with the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground, and the boiling Saiyan blood within him stirred by overwhelming emotions. This resonance, in a sense, deceived the dragon's judgment mechanism. It believed Vegeta was part of the ritual, even the core. Ignoring Frieza, Porunga lowered its massive head, its gaze locking onto the blood-soaked yet frenziedly glowing Vegeta as an ancient and dignified voice echoed, "Your wish can be granted. But the power that transcends limits requires a cost, and will that also exceed those limits?" "No. That is my Dragon Ball. My wish." Frieza let out a shrill roar, his fingertips condensing destructive energy in an instant, ready to obliterate this insect that dared to mock him. But just as he was about to strike, Porunga's eyes exploded with red light, unleashing an indescribable torrent of energy, a mix of green life energy and dark golden bloodline information surging into Vegeta's body like a celestial river. "Ah!" Vegeta let out a more wretched scream than ever before. This feeling was 1,000 times more painful than the 10 times gravity chamber, more profound than Guldo's time confinement. He felt every cell in his body being forcibly torn apart and shattered, only to be violently reassembled by a brute force. The dark golden fragments representing the great ape transformation hidden deep within his genes vibrated and burned with unprecedented vitality. This was not a gentle bestowal, it was a brutal awakening and optimization. Porunga, using the great power of the Namekian Dragon Balls, forcibly pried open the shackles of the Saiyan bloodline, converting part of that curse into the most violent fuel. Detected ultra-high-level external energy interference. Objective: activate and optimize the host's Saiyan bloodline. Energy overload. Overload. Emotion conversion furnace operating at maximum. Forcefully burning potential points. Warning. Host's life signs are plummeting. Mental state on the verge of collapse. The system's alarm sounded like an avalanche. On the surface of Vegeta's body, the golden aura no longer flowed, but erupted like a raging volcano, the color shifting from gold to a deeper, nearly white-hot hue. His black hair stood on end, the tips beginning to shimmer with brilliant gold, yet the process was fraught with pain and instability, the gold and black flickering violently. His muscles twisted between expansion and contraction, bones cracking and reforming with a sound that sent shivers down one's spine. His sanity, under the dual assault of boundless pain and wild power, felt like a small boat in a storm, ready to capsize at any moment. Die, Vegeta. Frieza's death beam finally shot out, a purple beam carrying the essence of obliteration, aimed directly at Vegeta's head. In this critical moment, Vegeta's eyes, tightly shut due to pain, suddenly burst open. Those pupils were no longer merely black nor ordinary gold, but transformed into a molten gold-white. What burned within were the pain that tore everything apart, the fury that incinerated the galaxies, and the absolute will to break fate. Frieza. He let out a roar that transcended humanity, more akin to the roar of an ancient beast. Facing the incoming death beam, he did not flinch, but instead unleashed a fist wrapped in platinum aura like a supernova explosion. Boom. In the instant the fist met the death beam, there was no explosion, only the ultimate clash and obliteration of energy. Frieza's attack, capable of easily destroying planets, was actually shattered by Vegeta's punch, imbued with pain and the power of rebirth, scattering into countless purple light specks. The shockwave erupted in a circular blast, forcing everything around, including the stunned Frieza, to retreat several steps. Vegeta hovered in midair, engulfed in a stable yet ferocious platinum aura, his hair having completely transformed into brilliant gold, standing upright like blazing flames. His physique appeared even more upright, with muscles displaying explosive power. On his skin, tiny arcs of electricity danced within the platinum aura. Super Saiyan. Albeit forcibly awakened through the power of the Dragon Balls in a painful and unstable initial form. But that power was genuine, far exceeding dozens of times before. No, it's impossible. The calm on Frieza's face vanished entirely, replaced by shock, distortion, and a hint of rage at being touched on a sensitive spot. The legend of the Super Saiyan is actually true. But you, this monkey, are unworthy. Vegeta did not respond, or rather, in his current state, he was incapable of rational communication. Extreme pain and power filled his senses. His only locked target was this enemy before him, who had brought endless humiliation to him and the entire Saiyan race. He moved. His speed exceeded Frieza's reaction. Only a dissipating platinum afterimage remained, while his actual self had appeared before Frieza, delivering a punch imbued with the force to rip space itself, slamming into that despised face. Bang! Frieza crossed his arms to block, but was sent flying by an unimaginable force, crashing through several massive stone hills like a cannonball. Vegeta hovered in place, breathing heavily, the platinum aura flickering erratically. The power brought by the forced breakthrough rampaged within him like a wild beast, increasing his burden with every passing second. The system's warnings continued. Warning. Host is in an abnormal evolution state. Energy consumption is sharp. Risk of bodily collapse is high. Detected partial breaking of bloodline shackles, but the structure is extremely unstable. The emotional conversion furnace is overloaded and damaged, repairing, temporarily unable to provide efficient conversion. He looked down at his slightly trembling hands wrapped in platinum aura. Power, unprecedented power surged forth. But this power, like poison, carried the pain of tearing the soul, and he could feel that this state could not last. In the distance, the battered Frieza slowly stood up from the rubble, brushing off the dust from his body, looking somewhat disheveled, but evidently not seriously harmed. He raised his head to look at Vegeta, his expression now transformed from shock to an icy coldness and murderous intent. Good. Vegeta. Frieza's voice was terrifyingly low, his aura beginning to exude an even more horrifying energy. You've successfully angered me. I will let you know that, even if you have touched the edge of the legend by luck in the face of absolute power, you are still an ant. His body was enveloped in purple light, his aura rising at an astonishing speed. He was about to get serious. Vegeta forcibly suppressed the excruciating pain in his body, and the system's alarms, his platinum eyes locking onto Frieza. How long can the power gained at the cost of his life sustain him? Before he collapses, can he truly deal a heavy blow or even kill this demon? Meanwhile, in the distance, Son Goku's aura was rapidly approaching at an unprecedented speed. The true battle had only just begun to unfold its bloody curtain. Vegeta's power gained at a great cost. The fully serious Frieza and the unpredictable Kakarot, who was about to arrive, would collide on this dying planet, igniting sparks that would determine their fates. Vegeta hovered in midair, his platinum-colored aura flickering violently like a candle in the wind, each breath accompanied by excruciating pain that felt like his organs were being torn apart. The backlash of forcibly breaking through was striking like countless red-hot steel needles, piercing through his body. The system's alarms rang out like death knells, crazily echoing in his collapsing consciousness. Risk of bodily collapse 87. 89. Energy core overload, stability continuously decreasing. Suggestion: immediately terminate the overload state. Terminate immediately. Terminate. The blood-stained corner of Vegeta's mouth curled into a sinister arc. What did it matter if this body turned to ashes before tearing Frieza apart? At that moment, a gold beam of light far more solid and intense than before rushed from afar like a sword, tearing through the firmament, crashing down between Vegeta and Frieza. As the light dissipated, the figure of Son Goku emerged. He too had golden hair and emerald eyes, surrounded by a stable and vigorous golden aura. Super Saiyan. But unlike Vegeta's painful and unstable platinum color, Son Goku's state appeared more harmonious, more natural. Vegeta. You. Son Goku looked at the twisted expression and extremely unstable aura of Vegeta, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. He could feel that Vegeta's power was wildly ferocious, yet it felt as if it was built on quicksand filled with destructive hidden dangers. Kakarot. Vegeta forced this name through clenched teeth, his golden white pupils mixed with disdain and a hint of complexity that even he himself had not noticed. This lower-class warrior has actually stepped into this realm. And his state is so stable. Another Super Saiyan monkey. Frieza's voice, cold as ice, interrupted their gaze. He dusted off non-existent dust from his clothes. The slight embarrassment from being knocked away by Vegeta had completely vanished, replaced by a furious rage after being provoked by ants. It seems today I must completely wipe out the filthy Saiyan race from the universe. Vegeta. Let's attack together. Son Goku took his stance, emerald eyes locking onto Frieza, his fighting spirit boiling. Shut up. Who would want to team up with you? Vegeta growled, forcefully urging the wild energy within him. The platinum aura surged again, turning into a meteor charged towards Frieza. Frieza's head is mine. His attacks remained ferocious, speed and power even surpassing before, but his moves lost the previous precision and ruthlessness, filled with a madness of mutual destruction. Frieza snorted coldly, his form shifting as he dodged Vegeta's heavy punch with greater speed, his tail striking towards Vegeta's back like a venomous snake. Slap. Although Vegeta narrowly avoided a fatal blow, the tip of the tail struck his shoulder. A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed as he staggered forward with a groan. Too slow. Your power doesn't even know how to be used. Frieza sneered, purple energy gathering at his fingertips. Just then Son Goku's Kamehameha arrived. The blue energy torrent did not directly attack Frieza, but accurately shot towards the energy gathering at his fingertips, forcing him to defend. Boom! As the energies clashed, Frieza's form wavered. Tisk, troublesome insects. Frieza's gaze shifted to Son Goku, abandoning the pursuit of Vegeta, his form flickering as he appeared before Son Goku, fists and feet pouring down like a storm. Son Goku defended with all his might under the combined state of Kaioken and Super Saiyan. He managed to exchange blows with a seriously focused Frieza, though still at a disadvantage. It was far more effective than Vegeta's out-of-control state. Vegeta watched this scene. Feelings of humiliation scorched his soul like poison fire. He actually needed this lower-class warrior to share the pressure. He actually became the one dragging behind. He let out a reluctant roar, disregarding the mournful cries of his body, once again forcibly raising his energy, the platinum aura even taking on a hint of blood red, like a mad dog pouncing toward Frieza from the side. The battle turned into a chaotic three-way fight. Son Goku, as the main attacker, restrained Frieza with solid fundamentals and flexible tactics, while Vegeta, like an uncontrollable bomb, sometimes erupted with terrifying attacks that even made Frieza take notice, yet at times exposed huge vulnerabilities due to the backlash of his own power. Vegeta, watch out on your right. Son Goku keenly sensed Frieza's feigned attack and called out to warn. Vegeta roared in anger, yet followed the advice to strengthen his defense on the right, barely blocking a treacherous energy stab from Frieza. Cooperation. How disgusting. Frieza's killing intent intensified, no longer holding back, his aura climbing again, speed suddenly accelerating as he delivered a slicing knife hand towards Son Goku's neck, while his tail swept towards Vegeta's lower body like an iron whip. Son Goku leaned back to evade to the limit. However, Vegeta, due to a delayed response, failed to completely dodge and was struck on the ankle by the tail, pain shooting through him as his form swayed. Vulnerability. Frieza grinned, abandoning Son Goku, his fingers clawing, destructive energy gathering at his fingertips, aiming for Vegeta's heart. If this strike landed, it would surely be fatal. Vegeta. Son Goku's eyes widened, instantly boosting his speed to the limit. Disregarding the wide opening in his defense, he punched towards Frieza's side, trying to save Vegeta in desperation. Vegeta looked at the rapidly enlarging claws of death in his pupils and at Kakarot rushing in recklessly extreme humiliation, unwillingness, and a hint of indescribable rage completely engulfed him. Get away. He let out his final roar, tearing his vocal cords. The already unstable energy core within him was completely ignited by his emotions at this moment. The platinum aura suddenly expanded and exploded like a supernova. No longer an attack, but uncontrolled energy annihilation. Boom. Centered around Vegeta, a destructive platinum light ring suddenly expanded indiscriminately, engulfing everything. Frieza's expression changed slightly, retracting his attack, crossing his arms to protect himself, being forcibly pushed away by this self-destructive shockwave. Son Goku was also caught in the sudden explosion, his golden aura flickering violently as he was blasted far away. At the center of the explosion, the platinum aura wrapping around Vegeta shattered like broken glass, his golden hair rapidly retreating to black, the golden-white gleam in his eyes completely dimmed. He fell from the sky like a puppet, with its strings cut, crashing heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, his life or death unknown. The battlefield fell into an instant silence. As the dust slowly settled, it revealed Vegeta's lifeless body, and the scorched earth beneath him stained red with blood. Vegeta. Son Goku landed on the ground, looking at the unconscious Vegeta, his fists clenched tightly. Though he disagreed with many of Vegeta's actions, witnessing a warrior fall in such a tragic manner filled him with rage. Self-destruction. Frieza hovered in the air, brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes. Though slightly disheveled by the final explosion, he clearly had not suffered a serious injury. His crimson eyes turned to the only one still standing, Son Goku, filled with pure cold, killing intent. Now only you remain, Mr. Kakarot. Frieza's voice was like a chilling whisper from the depths of the abyss. The game must end. I will make you watch as this planet and everything you cherish turns to cosmic dust before your eyes. He slowly raised his hands, terrifying energy capable of destroying stars began to frantically gather in his palms. The very ground of Namek trembled and moaned. Son Goku looked at Frieza, whose aura was continuously rising as if there were no limits, then glanced at the fallen Vegeta, took a deep breath, and the resolute light in his emerald eyes burned like a star. He must stop Frieza. At all costs. Vegeta's consciousness floated amidst the boundless darkness and excruciating pain. Every inch of his body cried out in anguish, the forcibly unleashed Super Saiyan power collapsing, suddenly like the most venomous curse rebounding against his broken shell. The echoes of the explosion from his energy core seemed to still resonate in his ears, along with Kakarot's furious and anguished shout. Failure. Yet another failure. To fall in such a disheveled and pitiful manner. His pride was crushed to dust, scattered along with the forcibly seized power on this planet about to be annihilated. The system interface flickered weakly in his fading consciousness, like a candle in the wind. Host's life signs are extremely weak. Energy core collapsed. Blood structure severely damaged. Emotion conversion furnace offline. Insufficient energy for repairs. External life energy infusion detected. Source analysis: Namekian Dondi. A faint yet exceptionally pure warmth, like the trickling water of early spring, slowly flowed into his nearly exhausted body. Is that little Namekian? Foolish compassion. Vegeta scoffed inwardly, but could not resist the soothing sensation brought by the life energy akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. He struggled and painfully lifted one eyelid. What met his gaze was the shattered dark red sky and the two figures confronting each other in the sky, Frieza exuding a despairing aura of evil, now more twisted and ferocious, and Kakarot panting, his golden aura dimmed yet still steadfastly blocking the path before him and Dondi. Kakarot, get that Namekian out of here. This is your last chance. Frieza's voice bore the ultimatum of imminent destruction, the energy ball coalescing at his fingertips, radiating a wave that made the entire planet tremble. Son Goku gasped heavily, golden blood at the corner of his mouth, one arm hanging limply, clearly injured in the recent battle. Yet he stood tall with no sign of retreat in his emerald eyes. Frieza, I will never let you harm anyone again. Stubborn fool. Frieza lost his last patience and mercilessly launched the energy ball. Then you can vanish along with this planet. The torrent of annihilating energy swallowed all light, carrying the breath of obliteration, rushing towards Son Goku, Vegeta, and Dondi behind them. Son Goku roared, pouring all the remaining energy within him into his arms, unleashing an unprecedented Kamehameha. The blue energy torrent collided violently with the destructive energy. Boom! The stalemate lasted less than a second. Son Goku's Kamehameha crumbled and melted like ice meeting lava. The torrent of annihilation showed no signs of slowing, and it seemed destined to engulf him completely. At this critical juncture, a figure burst forth from the side at an incomprehensible speed, colliding with the exhausted Son Goku, offering its back to meet the torrent of destruction. It was Vegeta. He drew upon the last shred of strength from some unknown source, like a moth to the flame, making a choice even he couldn't comprehend. Vegeta. Son Goku's eyes widened in horror. Puff. The energy torrent crashed down upon Vegeta's back, instantly vaporizing his battle suit, his skin and muscles charred and carbonized under the terrifying energy. The blood he spat evaporated in the air, his body hurled away like a broken sack, landing heavily in the distance, his aura faint, as if it would extinguish at any moment. Yet this self-sacrificial impact bought Son Goku the precious few milliseconds he needed. Using this force, Son Goku embraced Dondi, narrowly avoiding the center of the energy torrent, but was once again injured by the shockwave at the edge. Vegeta. Son Goku looked at the charred figure in the distance, his voice hoarse, his emerald eyes filled with indescribable shock and complexity. This Vegeta, who had always been selfish, proud, and looked down on others, would actually make such a choice in the end. Cough cough. Vegeta lay in the scorched earth, his vision blurred, seeing only a sea of blood red. He could feel his life slipping away rapidly. Why? Why save that low-class warrior? Was it for the pride of the Saiyans? Was it to avoid owing a debt of gratitude? Or was it simply because deep down he could no longer bear to watch another potential surpass him die in such a pitiful way at Frieza's hands? He did not know. His consciousness was sinking into eternal darkness. However, just as his awareness was about to completely dissipate, he seemed to hear a sound, the sound of shackles shattering. Not from his body, but from the depths of his soul. The obsession and pride that had long bound and driven him, known as past Vegeta, seemed to loosen quietly upon witnessing Kakarot's pure will to protect after he made this choice that defied his nature. At the same time, in his mind, the previously dim system interface suddenly erupted with unprecedented brilliance. Detecting a fundamental transformation in host's soul will. Compatibility increasing. Deep system binding. Core function emotion conversion furnace reconstruction complete. Upgraded to Will Forge. Bloodline shackles loosening. Repair program initiated. Infusing potential reserve points. Live on. Vegeta. A gentle yet immense force far surpassing Danda's healing energy surged forth from deep within the system, nourishing his battered body and soul like spring rain. The charred wounds began to visibly squirm and heal, the depleted energy core recondensing, but this healing required time. And his consciousness, due to this sudden shock and repair, plunged into a deeper coma. In the distance, Frieza watched in utter madness as Vegeta still clung to life and Son Goku struggled to rise. "You damned monkeys!" He roared to the sky, unleashing his full fury without restraint. He would personally reduce these two Saiyan hybrids who had repeatedly challenged his authority along with this planet to cosmic dust. And Son Goku, witnessing Frieza's complete madness, glanced once more at the distant Vegeta, whose aura was weak yet strangely recovering. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the last trace of hesitation vanished from his eyes, replaced by a resolute determination. He slowly assumed a peculiar starting stance. The previously dim golden aura around him began to shrink and condense inward in an unnatural manner. "Frieza, this is my final strength." Vegeta hovered on the brink of life and death as the system's reconstruction and repair quietly progressed within him. His shattered pride and newfound awakening were merging. Son Goku was gathering an unknown, potentially mutually destructive final strike. Meanwhile, Frieza, bearing the absolute power to destroy the planet, vowed to erase everything. The final countdown for the stage of Namek had begun. When Vegeta opened his eyes again, what kind of world would he see? A ruined wasteland, or the dawn of rebirth? Everything hung in the balance of this final collision. Vegeta hovered in the air, his platinum aura no longer flamboyant and bursting, but instead flowing slowly like liquid metal, exuding a chilling stability and weight. His recent gesture of pressing forward was not merely a shock of energy, but a powerful will interfering with reality, transforming his aura into an invisible realm of immense pressure, showcasing a level of finesse and control that was worlds apart from before. Frieza broke free from the collapsing mountainside, his purple armored body appearing somewhat disheveled, and for the first time the mockery in his crimson eyes faded, replaced by rage and disbelief from being injured by an ant. "What? What have you done, you monkey?" "I just took it a bit more seriously," Vegeta replied calmly, his golden white pupils locking onto Frieza as if scrutinizing an intricate device about to be dismantled. "Your power is merely this much." "Arrogant." Frieza screeched, transforming into a purple lightning bolt, instantly appearing before Vegeta, his fist imbued with destructive force crashing down with a sonic boom. Vegeta did not dodge. His right hand, enveloped in platinum aura, struck first, precisely gripping Frieza's wrist. There was no earth-shattering collision sound, only a dull poof as Frieza's punch, capable of shattering continents, was effortlessly nullified and absorbed by the aura circulating from Vegeta's palm. "What?" Frieza's pupils contracted sharply. Too slow, Vegeta coldly assessed, exerting force through his wrist, swinging Frieza like a wrecking ball and slamming him into the ground. Boom! The earth shook violently, splitting open into bottomless chasms. Frieza roared as he shot out from the pit, his aura surging wildly, speed and power once again on the rise, his fists attacking Vegeta like a torrential storm. However, in Vegeta's perception, Frieza's movements and energy flow were as clear as if he were observing them on the palm of his hand. The system's path prediction had increased in efficiency by several levels, supported by the will furnace. He either sidestepped or shifted with subtle grace, narrowly avoiding lethal attacks, or he would casually block and redirect, guiding Frieza's explosive force into the void. Occasionally countering with a simple punch or palm strike, he consistently struck at Frieza's most awkward points of energy flow, where his defenses were weakest, leaving Frieza nearly choking on his own blood. This was no longer a contest of power and speed, but an absolute suppression of realms. Vegeta's understanding and application of energy had ascended to an entirely new level. With each of his strikes, energy consumption was minimal, yet efficiency was astonishingly high, akin to the most elite assassin, hitting every mark without wasting a single fraction. Bastard. Bastard. Frieza, frustrated by his inability to land a hit, began to lose his composure, his attacks growing increasingly chaotic. He suddenly retreated, raising his hands high, rapidly condensing an enormous, terrifying energy sphere capable of obliterating Namek into tiny shards. Die for me. Death Sphere. Watching the devastating energy that blotted out the sky, Son Goku and Dandy turned pale. Yet Vegeta merely raised his head slightly, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. He did not condense a comparable amount of energy to counter it. Instead, he raised his right index finger. At the tip of his finger, a minuscule point of highly condensed brilliant light that even outshone a star suddenly flashed. Annihilation Finger. He gently tapped. The platinum light point shot out silently, heading towards the enormous death sphere. No explosion, no impact. In the astonished gazes of all, that platinum point penetrated the death sphere like a hot iron into butter, disintegrating its structure at the most fundamental level, rapidly collapsing and dissipating into the primal energy particles that scattered in the air. With a point breaking the surface, there was an absolute suppression on the energy level. No. Impossible. Frieza stared in disbelief as his strongest energy attack was so casually nullified, falling into madness and fear. His strongest form was utterly suppressed by the opponent. This humiliation was far greater than being defeated by a Super Saiyan. You have forced my hand. Vegeta. Frieza let out a roar that resembled no human sound, his aura becoming extremely unstable, as if something alive was writhing and swelling beneath his purple armor. I will show you. True hell. His body began to undergo an extremely violent, even twisted transformation. Muscles swelled uncontrollably, his form grew larger, bone spines protruded menacingly from his back, the structure of his head began changing, and his aura surged geometrically, waves of evil chaos and brutality sweeping across the land, and even causing the entire planet to wail. The sky darkened completely, the ground cracked, and magma surged from the fissures. Not good. He is about to transform again. Son Goku, feeling the overwhelming evil aura surpassing any before, turned pale. Vegeta floated in place, his brows slightly furrowed. The system's warning echoed in his mind. Warning. Target energy levels are rising sharply. Breaking current observation limits. Energy properties extremely chaotic and evil. Triggering instability in the planet's core. Accelerating ecological collapse. Analysis target is undergoing an unstable high-risk ultimate evolution. Suggestion to interrupt the process. Interrupt. Vegeta gazed at the grotesque form of the monster taking shape in the distorted light, exuding a nauseating aura, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. He would certainly not sit idly by as Frieza completed this final metamorphosis. He brought his hands together, the platinum energy highly compressed and rotating in his palms, no longer a simple energy sphere, but forming a miniature vortex akin to a gravitational singularity. The surrounding debris, dust, and even light began to be drawn in and consumed. It's over, Frieza. Just as he was about to unleash this devastating strike, an anomaly occurred. From the twisted light, a massive claw covered in dark red chitin and viscous energy suddenly shot out, reaching for Vegeta at a speed surpassing any previous attack. The speed was so fast that it even exceeded Vegeta's current path prediction forecast. Vegeta could only hastily raise the miniature singularity before him. Boom! The claw collided with the singularity, triggering an unprecedented explosion of energy. Vegeta was thrown back by the sheer force, his arm tingling. The twisted light also hesitated slightly under the impact of this explosion, as if the transformation process had been disrupted. As the dust settled, Frieza's new form had not fully manifested, appearing instead in an extremely unstable and ugly transitional phase between his second transformation and final form. One half of his body was large and menacing, covered in dark red chitin, while the other half retained features of his previous form, his aura wild and chaotic, with his crimson eyes filled only with pure desire for destruction. Roar! He let out a mindless roar, chaotic energy ravaging from within him like a storm, further exacerbating the planet's demise. Vegeta steadied himself, observing the Frieza before him, now deformed and even more dangerous due to his interference, feeling the intensifying tremors and wails from the planet beneath him. Planet core stability 21. Continuing to decline. The system's alerts were cold and urgent. Kakarot. Vegeta. Goku exclaimed in surprise, looking at Vegeta's still upright figure, instantly understanding his intentions. Vegeta intended to stay behind alone to face this monster and the imminent explosion of Namek. Vegeta. You. Less talking. Get out. Vegeta interrupted, his platinum aura surging once more, his gaze fixed on the ominous howling Frieza. Don't interfere until I deal with this guy. In a realm so distant that it was beyond description, an elderly man with white hair and a Potara earring slowly opened his eyes, which held the essence of the universe's stars, his gaze piercing through endless dimensions, landing on Namek, on the platinum figure, and the deformed Frieza. Variables. He whispered softly, tinged with perplexity and depth. At the same time, in the realm of destruction, Whis tilted his head, as if sensing something, gently tapping his staff to reveal the scene of Namek. Beside him, Beerus, reclining on a floating chair, stirred slightly, mumbling indistinctly, "It's so noisy. What is that brat Frieza up to again?" The roar of the deformed Frieza shattered the ground as its twisted body, interwoven with dark red and purple, continuously dripped thick energy fluid that exuded a nauseating stench of decay. His remaining sanity had been consumed by madness, and in his crimson eyes there was only the desire to obliterate the platinum figure before him. Die! 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 The chaotic energy beams surged like uncontrolled torrents, indiscriminately sweeping towards Vegeta, distorting the space in their wake. Vegeta moved like lightning, traversing effortlessly within the chaotic flow of energy enveloped by the platinum aura. His gaze was as cold as ancient ice, as the path prediction clearly marked the trajectory of every attack from Frieza and the weak points in the energy. A futile struggle. He no longer dodged, charging straight towards a massive energy beam, his right hand forming a blade with his fingers as the platinum aura condensed at his fingertips into an invisible sharp edge. In the instant the energy beam met his body, he flicked his wrist, the blade slicing precisely into the structural seams of the energy flow. The massive energy beam was unexpectedly split in two, grazing past his body on either side, leaving two bottomless lava gorges on the mountains behind. Vegeta closed the distance to Frieza in an instant, his left fist howling with the tearing of space, smashing fiercely into the distorted head of his opponent. Frieza's deformed arm hastily blocked. Boom! A thunderous sound akin to a planetary collision erupted as Frieza's massive body was knocked backward by the terrifying force contained in that punch, the blocking arm emitting a painful cracking sound. Ugh! Frieza howled in pain, his other intact claw lunging towards Vegeta's waist. Vegeta did not flinch or evade. His left hand, covered in platinum aura, swiftly seized the wrist of that claw like an iron clamp. At the same time, his right fist rose again. This time the energy gathering was no longer mere aura, but a crystallized platinum energy infused with his cold, killing intent and absolute will. Your era ends here, Frieza. The fist came crashing down. Boom! This strike solidly imprinted on Frieza's chest. The crystalline energy erupted instantly, not expanding outward, but instead like millions of sharp needles madly drilling into Frieza's body, disintegrating his cellular structure on a microscopic level, obliterating his chaotic and evil energy core. No! Frieza let out an unprecedented piercing scream as he could distinctly feel his power, his life, being completely destroyed by this brutal and precise force. His deformed body swelled violently as if inflated, his skin cracking open with countless fissures, blinding platinum light pouring out from within. Target life response rapidly diminishing. Planet core stability 8. 7. Collapse critical point approaching. Warning. A strong energy explosion is imminent. Immediate evacuation recommended. The system's alarm blared sharply. Vegeta watched as Frieza's body continued to swell, the light growing ever more blinding, knowing the final moment was approaching. He suddenly withdrew, sending a gentle wave of pulling energy towards the distant Son Goku and Dandy. Go! Son Goku instantly understood, grabbing Dandy and, propelled by this force, dashed like a meteor towards the direction where Bulma was, where the spaceship was parked. In that fleeting moment before leaving, he looked back, taking a deep glance at the platinum figure suspended between the soon-to-explode Frieza and the collapsing planet. That was a Vegeta he had never seen before, powerful, calm, resolute, carrying a king's sense of responsibility that was awe-inspiring. Vegeta did not look at them. His gaze swept over the devastated land, over Frieza's body that was about to turn to cosmic dust. There was no joy of revenge in his heart, only a cold calm. Frieza's body swelled to its limit, transforming into an enormous light sphere, and then boom! An explosion that cannot be described in words occurred. The light devoured everything, and Frisia's existence, along with his final madness and unwillingness, was utterly erased in that moment. The shockwave of the explosion surged like a tide of destruction, instantly sweeping across the entire Namek. The tectonic plates shattered completely and magma burst forth, like blood from the planet's wounds into the cosmic vacuum. Vegeta hovered at the very center of the explosion, his platinum aura constricting to its utmost, forming a solid barrier in front of him to withstand this destructive shockwave. The immense force continuously battered against his defenses, causing blood to seep from the corner of his mouth again, but his gaze remained resolute. Will furnace overload. Energy rapidly depleting. Planet structure completely collapsing. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Amidst the endless light and heat, Namek, this ancient green planet, let out its final silent lament, collapsing into yet another brilliant and fleeting cosmic dust. The aftershocks of the explosion gradually subsided. Among the endless cosmic dust and debris, a point of platinum light stubbornly flickered. Vegeta floated in the void, his aura dimmed significantly, his face pale, and his breath weakened considerably, yet he was still alive. He surveyed his surroundings, finding only the cold vacuum and floating remnants of planets. Frisia's aura had completely vanished. The auras of Kakarot and that Namekian kid seemed to have safely escaped to a distant place. It was over. The taut nerves relaxed slightly as an overwhelming sense of fatigue and injury surged like a tide. He slowly closed his eyes, feeling the nearly exhausted energy within him and the system's notification temporarily silenced due to overload. At that moment, a faint yet exceptionally pure and peaceful thought brushed gently across his perception, as if traversing endless space. This thought carried a hint of curiosity, a sense of scrutiny, and an indescribable ancientness and majesty. Vegeta suddenly opened his eyes, his golden white pupils sharply scanning the empty void. Who is it? Almost simultaneously with the emergence of this thought, another, even more obscure perception carrying some kind of destructive law fluctuation brushed across the star domain with a hint of impatience, as if disturbed from a pleasant dream. Vegeta's heart sank. He could feel that the existence levels of the two thoughts' owners were far above, even transcending the realm of mortal life. Just as the thread of Frisia was lifted, a more profound and vast universe, along with unimaginable powerful beings lurking within, had already unveiled a corner of its curtain to him. He clenched his fists, feeling the power within him slowly recovering along with the system that was silent, but not gone. The battle was over, but the journey of the Saiyan Prince was far from its end. He looked towards the direction of Earth, sensing the two thoughts that had already dissipated yet still resonated, reigniting a fiercer and more determined flame in his eyes. A new challenge lies ahead. The spherical spaceship sailed steadily through the silent universe, with countless stars streaking past the porthole adorned against the black velvet backdrop. The destruction of Namek and the end of Frisia had been left behind, transforming into blood-stained images deep within memory. Inside the spaceship's cabin, the atmosphere was stagnant. Krillin and Son Gohan huddled in a corner. Although they had escaped danger, the lingering terror of survival was still etched on their faces, their gazes occasionally glancing towards the control seat filled with undeniable fear and complexity. Nappa stood guard at the control room door like a silent statue, his eyes occasionally casting a look at Vegeta's back, filled with a near-fanatical reverence. Vegeta sat with his eyes closed in the control seat, his complexion still somewhat pale. The final battle with Frisia, particularly the brutal impact of the planet's explosion, had drained him significantly, leaving him severely injured. Yet at this moment his mind was clearer than ever before. Deep within his consciousness, the system interface was running steadily, devoid of any harsh alarms, only a clear flow of data. Host status: severely injured, recovering. Will furnace operating steadily, energy recovery efficiency 150. Transcendent realm stabilized, energy control LV 732. Detected deepened understanding of Chi, unlocking new research topic. Divine aura not yet started. Divine aura. Vegeta silently contemplated. This was a new direction automatically parsed by the system after feeling those two transcendent wills at the last moment on Namek. This might be the key to a higher realm. The spaceship penetrated the atmosphere, landing on the dedicated helipad in the backyard of Capsule Corporation. The hatch opened and Bulma, who had been waiting, rushed over with a face full of concern. Upon seeing that Son Goku, Krillin, and Gohan were all alive, albeit disheveled, she visibly breathed a sigh of relief. However, when her gaze fell upon the last one to exit, Vegeta, she couldn't help but pause slightly. The Vegeta before her seemed different from when he had left. He had less of the outward sharpness and more of a subdued depth. His gaze, while still cold, seemed to harbor the rise and fall of stars, making her inexplicably uneasy. Vegeta, you. Bulma opened her mouth unsure of what to say. I need the highest intensity gravity chamber as well as life support fluid at the highest concentration. Vegeta interrupted her directly, his tone an undeniable command, yet unlike his usual pure coldness, there seemed to be a hint of an expected collaborative tone. Additionally, all previous research data on energy compression and spatial stabilization, send it all to me. Bulma was taken aback for a moment, instinctively nodding, okay. I'll arrange it immediately. In the days that followed, Vegeta immersed himself almost entirely in the newly constructed underground training room capable of simulating up to 50 times gravitational force. He did not recklessly challenge the extreme multipliers as before, but systematically and meticulously refined every bit of his strength, starting from 20 times gravity, adapting to the changes brought by the transcendent realm and attempting to understand the system prompt of divine aura. Will furnace slowly operated, transforming the fatigue and monotony generated during training, even the anxiety from slow progress, into pure potential, nurturing his body and soul. Occasionally, he would check with Bulma about the progress of Earth's technology and offer some critical groundbreaking suggestions for the design of the gravity chamber and energy detection devices, astonishing Dr. Brief and igniting unprecedented research enthusiasm. One day, as Vegeta stepped out of the gravity chamber, still surrounded by white steam, he saw Son Goku waiting outside. Vegeta. Son Goku exclaimed with an eager smile, let's have a spar. I'm also adapting to my new powers, and it feels different from yours. Vegeta glanced at him, sensing that Son Goku's aura had grown significantly stronger since Namek, his Super Saiyan state more stable, clearly the result of diligent training. He also wanted to test his current strength. The two returned to a desolate area. The battle. Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, first his golden aura blazing fiercely, his assault swift as thunder. Vegeta did not transform, nor did he use all the power of Transcendent Realm, merely engaging in his normal state, skillfully maneuvering with precise energy control and path projection. Son Goku's attacks remained ferocious and powerful, but in Vegeta's eyes they were filled with exploitable gaps and redundancies. He often needed only a gentle push or pull to cause Son Goku's seemingly sure strike to miss or redirect his strength elsewhere. Occasional counterattacks were swift and fierce, targeting crucial points, forcing Son Goku into a flustered state. Wow! Vegeta, you've become so strong. Son Goku grew more excited as he stacked the Kaioken, increasing both speed and power once. Vegeta frowned slightly, finally utilizing a portion of his power from Transcendent Realm. The platinum aura flickered and vanished, the speed suddenly accelerating as he delivered a night hand strike that pierced Son Goku's defense, lightly tapping his chest. Son Goku felt an extremely refined force penetrate his body. It was not violent, yet it caused his breath to hitch, freezing him in place, even interrupting his Super Saiyan state for a moment. He staggered back a few steps, rubbing his sore chest, his face filled with astonishment. Just now, your aura feels completely different. Humph, just a superficial application. Vegeta dismissed the aura, his tone flat. Kakarot, your strength still lingers on the accumulation of quantity. Your understanding of quality is still lacking. He turned to leave, leaving Son Goku in deep thought. This spar had made it clear to him that the gap between him and an ordinary Super Saiyan was not merely a matter of power levels, but a chasm of realms and understanding. Days later, just as Vegeta was immersed in his initial insights about Divine Aura, Tien and Kaiotsu brought urgent news conveyed by King Kai through telepathy. The voice of King Kai lost its usual comedic tone, filled with unprecedented gravity. Goku. Vegeta. Listen. The news of Frieza's death, along with the rumors of the Dragon Balls on Namek and the Super Saiyans, had spread throughout the North Galaxy and even farther star regions. Many powerful forces and organizations were beginning to stir. More importantly, King Kai's voice trembled slightly. I vaguely sensed that some extremely ancient and powerful beings seemed to have awakened a hint of consciousness from their long slumber due to these rumors. The universe is likely to face tremendous upheaval. Lord King Kai, what kind of beings are they? Son Goku asked curiously. I am not clear on the specifics, but the sense of oppression far exceeds Frieza. You must become stronger quickly. Otherwise Earth and even the entire North Galaxy may face a crisis many times more terrifying than Frieza. After the communication ended, the atmosphere became heavy. Vegeta stood by the window gazing at the night sky, his golden white pupils reflecting the stars. King Kai's warning confirmed that the two wills he sensed in the ruins of Namek were not mere illusion. Stronger opponents, a broader stage. He felt the platinum aura slowly flowing within him, along with the research topic of divine aura not yet started in the system, a cold yet expectant smile curving at the corners of his mouth. A storm is approaching. Just as I wish. His training now had a clearer and more urgent goal. Not only to master divine aura but also to make the name of the Saiyans resound throughout all the star realms amidst the impending upheaval in the universe. The peace of Earth did not last long. A sharp and unfamiliar aura, yet with an inexplicable sense of familiarity, broke the tranquility of cultivation, like a stone thrown into a calm lake. This aura had a clear direction, and was rapidly approaching the west capital, heading towards the Universal Capsule Corporation. Vegeta, who was honing his sense of the breath of God in a 50-volt gravity chamber, suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of fierce light flashing in his golden white pupils. It was neither Kakarot nor any known Earth warrior. This aura carried a cold determination and a faint, almost imperceptible resonance with his own bloodline. Another ignorant insect has come knocking. He snorted coldly, the platinum flames swirling around him instantly retracting as the gravity chamber door slid open and he stepped out. Almost simultaneously, Son Wukong, Piccolo, and others sensed this aura and rushed out from their respective training spots, gathering in the open space outside the company, their faces grave as they gazed at the sky. A purple streak of light cut through the sky, steadily descending in front of the crowd. As the light dissipated, it revealed a tall young man dressed in a deep purple combat suit, carrying a long sword on his back. He had rare light purple short hair, a stern expression, and his emerald green eyes held an unexpected depth of weariness and gravity for his age. "Who are you?" Son Wukong stepped forward, asking cautiously. He sensed a powerful force from this young man, along with an inexplicable sense of kinship. The purple-haired youth's gaze swept across the crowd, lingering for a moment on Son Wukong, flashing a complex and ambiguous emotion before his eyes passed over everyone and landed on Vegeta, who stood with arms crossed and an expressionless face. "I am Trunks," the young man spoke, his voice cold. "I come from the future." Future. Everyone was taken aback, only Piccolo and Vegeta's eyes flickered with subtle change. Trunks did not elaborate further, his gaze fixated intently on Vegeta, his tone urgent. "Mr. Vegeta, I am here to warn you. 3 years from now, on May 12th, 767 of the age of Earth, at 10 a.m., 2 extremely powerful androids will appear at the old site of Dr. Gero's Research Institute, 9 kilometers southwest of the South Capital. They take pleasure in slaughter, aiming to kill Mr. Son Wukong and all the powerful Earth warriors. In the future, everyone except me was killed by them. Androids. Dr. Gero." Aside from Vegeta, who was already aware through the system and memories of the original story, everyone else was stunned by this sudden news. "In the future, everyone is dead." Krillin's voice trembled. "Including me." Son Wukong pointed at himself, astonished. "Yes," Trunks nodded heavily, looking at Vegeta with a hint of hope and a touch of Mr. Vegeta, in the future you also. So please be careful, we must join forces to counter them." Vegeta looked at him coldly, yet his heart was far from calm. The system interface was rapidly analyzing Trunks' aura. Target life form analysis: Saiyan hybrid, bloodline relatively high purity. Energy nature same origin as the host with a weak resonance. Status stable, Super Saiyan initial stage. Carrying equipment: high strength alloy sword containing special energy circuits. Threat level moderate. Saiyan hybrid. Vegeta's gaze was sharp as a blade, sweeping over Trunks' face, which bore some resemblance to his own, before glancing at Bulma, who was pale due to the revelation that everyone in the future is dead. A ridiculous yet plausible guess surfaced in his mind. "Future." Vegeta finally spoke, his voice carrying his usual coldness and skepticism. "Why should I believe you without proof?" Trunks seemed prepared, taking a deep breath. "I can prove it." He looked at Son Wukong. "Mr. Son Wukong, are you not suffering from a hidden ailment called viral heart disease? If untreated, you will die from this illness 1 year from now." Son Wukong was stunned, scratching his head. Heart disease. Lord Kai mentioned a while ago that there was something wrong with my heart." Trunks took out a small vial from his pocket and tossed it to Son Wukong. "This is a special medicine, please be sure to take it on time." Then his gaze turned once more to Vegeta, his eyes resolute, as for proving it to you. Mr. Vegeta, please fight me. Use your strength to verify whether I am worthy to stand here and deliver this warning. As soon as he finished speaking, Trunks erupted with golden flames, his hair turning golden and his emerald eyes burning with battle intent. Super Saiyan. He drew the long sword from his back. The sword hummed, gathering powerful energy, and charged towards Vegeta first. The sword light was sharp, moving at an extremely fast speed, far exceeding that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. Overestimating yourself. A hint of disdain flashed in Vegeta's eyes, but he did not act rashly. He did not transform, merely slightly adjusted the power of extraordinary realm, the platinum flames flickering on his surface. He sidestepped the slash, his right hand's index and middle fingers coming together, precisely tapping on Trunks' sword spine. Ding! A crisp metallic sound. Trunks felt an extremely refined force accompanied by a peculiar tremor transmitting from the sword, causing his entire arm to go numb, almost dropping the longsword. He was greatly shocked and hurriedly retreated. Vegeta shadowed him, his movements simple and efficient, each strike targeting the flaws in Trunks' techniques, either slapping, tapping, or redirecting, completely neutralizing Trunks' storm-like attacks. Trunks' swordsmanship was exquisite and his power was strong enough, but in the face of Vegeta's near precognitive insight and understanding of the essence of energy, he appeared riddled with flaws. After dozens of exchanges, Vegeta found an opening and slapped Trunks' chest, sending him flying, his golden aura becoming chaotic. Trunks knelt on the ground, breathing heavily, his eyes filled with shock and a hint of barely noticeable admiration. He never expected that his father from this era could be so powerful. Far beyond his understanding. Vegeta did not pursue further. He dissipated his aura, coldly staring at Trunks. Your strength is acceptable, but your skills are crude and your use of energy is a complete mess. It seems that the future me did not teach you anything. Trunks lowered his head, clenching his fists. Vegeta stepped closer, looking down at him. I have received your warning. Androids. Just the right opponents for training. He shifted the topic, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Trunks. However, the mysteries surrounding you are far from over. What is our relationship? Trunks' body trembled slightly, opening his mouth but unable to speak. At that moment, Bulma, glancing at Trunks' profile that resembled Vegeta's and at the special medicine he brought, was struck by a bold hypothesis, covering her mouth in disbelief. Sun Wukong held the vial deep in thought. Piccolo crossed his arms, his green face unusually serious. The future. Androids. And this mysterious and powerful Saiyan youth. Trunks' arrival was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake. Beneath the ripples lay a more tumultuous undercurrent. The countdown of 3 years has already begun. The unbroken window paper between Trunks and Vegeta became a huge mystery, hanging over everyone's hearts. Trunks departed, carrying with him unspoken words and a complex gaze as he vanished from sight aboard his unique time machine. The warnings he left behind, the medicine, along with his hesitant expression, weighed heavily on everyone's hearts like lead. Bulma held a note that Trunks had discreetly slipped to her, containing only a few brief sentences and a date. Her expression fluctuated as she glanced at Vegeta, then fell into deep thought. Goku clutched the life-saving medicine, feeling both grateful and anxious about the impending crisis. Piccolo, Krillin, and the others felt an unprecedented pressure. Vegeta turned away, expressionlessly heading towards the gravity chamber. His steps remained steady, but he alone knew that his heart was far from calm. The bloodline resonance he shared with Trunks, Bulma's unusual reaction, and the boy's eyes that held both admiration and struggle. All clues pointed to a possibility he had never imagined. Boring ties. He muttered to himself as if trying to convince himself. But in his mind, the system's analytical data coldly presented target Trunks, confirmed direct blood relation with host father, son, probability 99. 98. Bloodline resonance high. Potential talent assessment excellent. Father and son. That purple-haired kid is actually his son. From the future. This absurd fact caused even the normally rational and cold Vegeta to feel a rare sense of confusion. He had never considered the issue of offspring, nor had he ever thought he would meet a strange son in this manner. 3 days later, Vegeta stood in the newly modified training room, capable of reaching 80 times normal gravity. Opposite him stood Trunks, who had returned. The boy had changed into a training suit suitable for movement, his eyes firm, clearly having adjusted his mindset. Mr. Vegeta, Trunks bowed respectfully. I request that you guide my training. To face the androids 3 years from now, I must become stronger. Vegeta coldly scrutinized him, neither confirming nor denying their relationship, simply stating in an emotionless tone, "The future me seems to be a failed teacher. Your foundation is solid enough, but your understanding of power is shockingly crude." He raised his hand and pointed to the gravity control panel. "Start at 30 times gravity. Endure it for an hour without transforming. I will make you understand what true power is." Trunks' face turned pale. 30 times gravity without transforming. This was far beyond his usual training intensity. But he hesitated not at all and immediately activated the gravity system. Buzz. An invisible force instantly bore down on him, and Trunks felt as if his organs were being crushed and deformed, his bones groaning under the unbearable weight, each breath akin to swallowing blades. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat soaking his training suit, yet he stubbornly held on without collapsing or transforming. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, expressionless, watching as Trunks struggled under the immense pressure, as if inspecting a defective weapon. He offered no words of encouragement nor assistance, only occasionally coldly pointing out his mistakes in luck and power delivery. "Use your waist and abdomen. Is your core just for show? Your energy is scattered. Control it. Every bit of chi must be used effectively. Is your willpower this week?" Each word struck Trunks like a whip, also piercing Bulma's heart as she watched through the monitor. She watched her son struggle in pain under the heavy pressure, while also gazing at Vegeta's cold, unfeeling profile, her feelings in turmoil. An hour felt as long as a century. When the time limit was reached and the gravity returned to normal, Trunks collapsed to the ground, as if pulled from water, unable to move even a finger. Vegeta approached him and tossed him a bottle of highly concentrated nutrient solution. "Drink this. After 10 minutes, we will begin practical training." Practical training commenced. Vegeta still did not transform, nor did he utilize the power of beyond merely fighting Trunks in his normal state. Yet each of his attacks precisely targeted the points where Trunks' old strength had waned and his new strength had yet to manifest, or where his defenses were weakest and energy flow was obstructed. To Vegeta, Trunks' swordsmanship was full of flaws. Often just as he raised his sword, Vegeta's finger would already be pointing to his critical vulnerabilities, forcing him to change tactics mid-action, leaving him in a pitiful state. Vegeta's moves were devoid of any flair, focusing solely on the utmost efficiency and precision, perfectly combining strength, speed, and timing. Your sword relies too much on the weapon itself. Anticipate. Combat is not about reacting once you see. Concentrate your chi. Wasted energy, no matter how much, is just garbage. Under Vegeta's relentless onslaught and merciless reprimands, Trunks was knocked down time and again, yet he persevered and got back up. His eyes grew brighter, not out of anger, but because he was beginning to grasp the combat wisdom that transcended mere power embedded in Vegeta's words. After being sent sprawling to the ground again by Vegeta's cleverly applied force to throw off his balance, Trunks did not immediately rise, but instead gasped for breath and looked at Vegeta, suddenly asking, "Mr. Vegeta, do you already know?" Vegeta's motion to turn slightly paused. The training room fell into a brief silence. Bulma, watching from the monitor, also held her breath. Vegeta did not turn around, nor did he answer Trunks' question. After a few seconds of silence, he stated in an emotionless tone, "Break is over. Next, practice energy compression. Compress your scattered chi to the size of a fingernail and maintain it for 10 minutes. If you can't do it, you'll train until midnight today." He neither confirmed nor denied, but this near implicit acknowledgement caused a flicker of indescribable light to erupt in Trunks' eyes, as if all his hard work and grievances were rewarded in that moment. He nodded vigorously, responding loudly, "Yes, Mr. Vegeta." Watching Trunks throw himself back into intense training, a complex glimmer flashed in Vegeta's eyes. He turned and left the training room, encountering Bulma waiting at the door. Bulma looked at him, opening her mouth as if to say something. But Vegeta spoke first, his tone still flat, but with less of the usual coldness. "I will be responsible for his training. You go prepare more efficient energy supplements and injury recovery solutions." After saying this, he walked away towards his laboratory. He needed to swiftly decipher the mystery of the God's breath and also be fully prepared to confront that so-called future. Trunks' appearance not only brought a crisis, but also inexplicably placed an additional heavy burden of responsibility upon his shoulders. And this responsibility might become an unexpected cornerstone on his path to greater strength. The threat of the androids, the 3-year deadline, and this suddenly appearing sun. All these threads intertwined, propelling Vegeta towards a future that was starkly different from his original fate. The entrance to the time chamber appeared as a lake of distorted light and shadow suspended in the air like a divine temple. Vegeta stood before it, keenly sensing the unique fluctuations of the laws from the independent spacetime beyond the door. The air was thick with a dry and stale essence, as if a millennium of time had been compressed within. "This is the place," said Sun Wukong beside him, his face brimming with eagerness. "In there, a year equals a day outside. However, one can only enter twice in a lifetime, staying a maximum of 2 years." Vegeta ignored his reminder, his sharp gaze scanning the distorted light and shadow. The system's path prediction was rapidly analyzing the space-time structure at the entrance, attempting to decipher its operation. High-dimensional space-time folding detected. Energy stable structure intact. Internal time flow rate is approximately 3651. Spatial range is limited with defined boundaries. Environment is extreme, suitable for high-intensity closed cultivation. "Kakarot, mind your own business," Vegeta said coldly, stepping first into the light and shadow. Sun Wukong grinned and followed closely. As they passed through the entrance, it felt like breaking through a viscous membrane of water. A strong sensation of weightlessness and the dizziness of space-time transformation washed over them. In the next moment, the two found themselves standing in a boundless expanse of pure white space. Beneath them was a solid ground of unknown material. Overhead was an eternally unchanging white sky, devoid of sun, moon, or stars, only the distant, indistinct distortions symbolizing the boundaries of the space. The atmosphere was dry and oppressive, the air thin, and gravity seemed slightly stronger than outside. This place was both an ideal and a cruel cage for cultivation. Without any unnecessary exchanges, the two immediately began their training. Sun Wukong's approach was direct and pure, constantly challenging his own limits. He transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden aura soaring, and began to accelerate wildly in this infinite space, throwing punches and kicking, simulating battles against imagined foes, seeking breakthroughs through extreme exertion. Sweat streamed down him like a flowing brook, leaving evaporating water stains on the white ground. Vegeta, on the other hand, took a completely different approach. He did not immediately engage in high-intensity physical training, but instead sat cross-legged, closing his eyes. His platinum aura flowed around him like a gentle stream. He immersed his consciousness within, fully operating the Will Forge, while also activating path prediction, beginning to deeply analyze the mysteries of the divine aura. In his perception, although the laws of this independent space-time were similar to those of the outer universe, it was precisely because of its independence and simplification that it was easier to capture and analyze. He no longer attempted to forcibly simulate or capture the elusive divine aura, but instead turned to analyze the most fundamental particles that composed Chi, exploring their connection to the deeper rules of the universe. Time lost its meaning here. It was unclear how long had passed, perhaps a month, perhaps half a year. Sun Wukong continued to sweat tirelessly, his strength steadily increasing and his Super Saiyan state becoming more refined, yet he always felt as if separated by a thin membrane, unable to reach the next realm. As for Vegeta, there was a subtle change in the aura surrounding him. The platinum aura was no longer merely a brilliance of energy. Within it, countless finely detailed silver runes appeared to ebb and flow, emanating a more restrained and essence-like fluctuation. Occasionally, he would rise to practice some extremely slow, seemingly powerless movements, each motion causing a rhythmic oscillation in the energy particles of the thin air around him. "Vegeta, let's have a spar. Let's see who has improved more." One day, Sun Wukong could no longer contain himself and challenged Vegeta. Vegeta slowly opened his eyes, and in his golden white pupils the scenes of the universe's creation and destruction flashed briefly. He stood up, accepting the challenge. The battle erupted once more. Sun Wukong roared, unleashing the fruits of his hard work during this time, pushing his Super Saiyan power to its peak, his assault cascading like a torrent from the galaxy. Vegeta still did not transform, but his method of responding was different from before entering the time chamber. His movements were more succinct, even possessing a peculiar rhythmic quality. When Sun Wukong's attacks approached him, they were often naturally slid or deflected away by the platinum aura flowing with silver runes, as if the attacks themselves were actively avoiding him. Occasional counterattacks were not straightforward, or rather they were akin to a skilled butcher dissecting a cow, always finding the slightest discord in Sun Wukong's energy flow and gently poking at it, causing Sun Wukong's subsequent offensive to crumble. This was no longer a gap in technique, but a generational difference in understanding the essence of power. Damn it. Why can't I hit you? Sun Wukong became increasingly frustrated, feeling that his power was indeed stronger, yet it was as if he were trapped in an invisible viscous net, unable to exert force. Your heart is too noisy, Kakarot, Vegeta commented coldly during a brief encounter. Power is not something that can be roared into existence. Calm down, listen, see, and feel the flow of your own aura, sense the rules of this space. He pointed with his finger like a blade, the tip shimmering with that peculiar restrained radiance, gently tapping against Sun Wukong's approaching fist. Buzz. Sun Wukong felt a force that was not fierce yet carried a sense of negation, causing the energy he had gathered in his fist to dissipate by half, and his whole body was pushed back unsteadily. He stood in place, staring at his undamaged yet weakened fist, then looked at Vegeta, whose aura was deep as an abyss, his face revealing unprecedented seriousness and contemplation. The first year was drawing to a close. Vegeta stood at the boundary of the time chamber, feeling the invisible barrier. He reached out, touching the distorted space-time barrier, while Path Prediction analyzed vigorously, attempting to understand its composition. He had a feeling that if he could decipher the mystery of this space-time barrier, it would greatly benefit his understanding of higher-level laws. At that moment, the energy core within him, which had grown several times larger and more refined after a year of hard training, suddenly trembled slightly. Not due to training, but as if resonating with some distant existence in the outer realm, producing an extremely faint yet undeniable resonance. Meanwhile, the system interface displayed a new prompt, detected that the host's energy purity and control have reached a critical threshold. Progress in Divine Aura Analysis 3. Reached the threshold of entry. Warning detected: unknown high-dimensional energy fluctuations resonating faintly with the host. Source analysis: Destruction God Realm suspected. Destruction God Realm. Vegeta's eyes sharpened. Is it that existence with the fluctuations of destructive laws that he sensed on Namek? Just as he pondered, the entrance to the time chamber shimmered, and the voice of the Supreme Kai Piccolo reached him through thought. Wukong, Vegeta, the year is up, it's time for you to come out. Vegeta withdrew his hand from the space-time barrier, suppressing the tumult in his heart, glanced at the still contemplative Sun Wukong, and stepped toward the entrance first. A year of hard training had led him down a distinctly different path, allowing him to touch the threshold of the divine realm. Beyond the door awaited not only their companions and the unknown threat of artificial beings, but also a broader and more dangerous stage quietly unfolding due to his growth. What if the faint resonance between him and the destruction god Beerus? Is it a blessing or a curse? Stepping through this door, a new storm may soon be upon them. Above the ruins of Dr. Gero's Research Institute, the dust has yet to settle. The remains of Android 19 and Android 20, the original form of Dr. Gero, lay scattered on the ground, resembling two heaps of twisted scrap metal. Vegeta hovered in midair, his platinum aura slowly retracting as he flicked his wrist, a hint of unfulfilled indifference on his face. Too weak. These so-called androids didn't even allow him to stretch his muscles. Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Trunks, and others descended around him, yet their expressions remained tense. Something's off. Piccolo's green face was unusually serious. What Trunks mentioned should be Android 17 and Android 18. Trunks gripped his sword tightly, confusion and unease filling his eyes. Yes. History has changed again. Could it be because you eliminated them ahead of time, Mr. Vegeta? Before he could finish, a sudden change occurred. From deep within the earth beneath their feet came a dull, massive mechanical rumble, as if some slumbering beast had been awakened. Immediately, the entire ruin began to shake violently, the remaining walls and wreckage collapsing and sinking once more. What's happening? Krillin exclaimed. Boom! The central area of the Research Institute's ruins suddenly collapsed downward, revealing a bottomless, gigantic metal passageway. An eerie green light seeped out from deep within the passage, accompanied by a chilling and chaotic aura that mixed cold machinery with the essence of life. Warning! Warning! Core under threat. Initiate final defense protocol. Eliminate all intruders. A distorted synthetic voice laced with electrical noise emanated from the depths of the ground. There's something down there. Sun Wukong instantly transformed into Super Saiyan, his golden aura surging. Whoosh! 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 Several sickly green energy beams shot out from deep within the passage, like venomous snakes moving at astonishing speed with sharp and ruthless angles. Piccolo immediately unleashed the special beam cannon to intercept, while Sun Wukong and Trunks each threw punches or slashed, dispersing the energy beams. However, the energy contained within these beams was extremely peculiar, possessing a strong corrosive property and energy absorption characteristic. Upon contact, they felt a momentary sense of suffocation in their energy. Stop with the theatrics. Vegeta's eyes narrowed coldly as he transformed into a streak of platinum light, charging without hesitation into the dark passage. Sun Wukong and Trunks followed closely, while Piccolo protected Krillin and Gohan, remaining above to assist. The passage was extremely deep, with a complex internal structure filled with various broken wires and abandoned incubation pods. The deeper they went, the more intense the mixed aura of machinery and life became. Finally, they arrived at a vast underground space. The sight here made even the well-traveled Sun Wukong and the future Trunks gasp in astonishment. At the center of the space was an enormous bizarre core, a fusion of countless biological tissues and intricate machinery resembling a pulsating half-mechanical heart. Numerous thick energy conduits connected to the core like veins, drawing energy from the earth. Surrounding the core were three figures suspended in the air. On the left was a boy in an orange vest with short black hair, Android 17, and on the right was a girl with blonde hair and blue eyes wearing a white short-sleeve shirt and a red plaid skirt, Android 18. They had expressionless faces, their eyes hollow, radiating powerful energy fluctuations. Yet the most striking was the being suspended at the center. It seemed to be a forced fusion of Dr. Gero's remaining upper body, a mass of unknown biological muscle tissues, dark purple biological armor, and flickering mechanical components, its form large and twisted, sometimes resembling a human, sometimes like a multi-legged monstrosity. Its head was left with only Dr. Gero's twisted, hate-filled face embedded within the writhing biological tissue. Dr. Gero. Trunks could hardly believe it. No, not entirely him. Vegeta's golden white pupils contracted slightly as the system's analysis data scrolled rapidly. Target analysis: high-density biomechanical fusion entity unstable. Energy source: core energy extraction biomass conversion. Core consciousness: Dr. Gero remnant filled with hatred, highly chaotic. Energy level extremely high, continuously rising. Threat level high. It's all your fault. You monsters. You ruined my research. You destroyed my dream of immortality. Dr. Gero's twisted face let out a mad roar. Since I cannot become the perfect eternal being, then let us all be destroyed together. Initiate self-destruct biofusion program. Devour them all. The Dr. Gero fusion entity emitted a piercing inhuman shriek as its massive body writhed violently. A huge cavity filled with sharp teeth and energy siphons tore open in its chest, unleashing a terrifying suction force. The first to be affected were Android 17 and Android 18, their bodies uncontrollably pulled toward the cavity. For the first time, intense fluctuations appeared in their hollow eyes, as if instinctively resisting, but their bodies were like puppets on strings, unable to break free. Not good. Trunks' expression changed dramatically as he tried to rush forward to stop it. Don't go near it. Vegeta sharply warned. He could sense that the force within that cavity was not just a physical pull, but a predatory law targeting energy and the essence of life. In the blink of an eye, Android 17 and Android 18 were swallowed into the cavity of the Dr. Gero fusion entity. The sound of crunching and tearing energy echoed painfully. The aura of the Dr. Gero fusion entity surged like a volcanic eruption. Its twisted body expanded once more, the dark purple biological armor becoming even thicker, with patterns resembling Android 17's energy barrier and Android 18's infinite energy furnace appearing on its surface. Behind it, several mechanical tentacles, sharp-edged like those of Android 17's energy barrier, extended outward. It was no longer a simple fusion, but a devouring and integrating of Android 17 and Android 18's powers and characteristics. Roar. The evolved Dr. Gero fusion entity let out a satisfied yet brutal roar, crimson energy surging across its surface, locking onto the three below. Now, it's your turn. Become a part of me. The mechanical tentacles behind it shot out like lightning, moving faster than the eye could follow. The edges of the tentacles vibrated with high-frequency energy waves capable of tearing through space. Sun Wukong and Trunks evaded with all their might, facing deadly risks. Vegeta's eyes narrowed as his platinum aura exploded, fully activating the transcendence technique. He held nothing back, his hands moving in front of him, forming a rotating platinum energy shield composed of countless fine silver runes. Clang! 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 The mechanical tentacles struck hard against the energy shield, producing an ear-piercing clash of metal. The shield trembled violently, the runes flickering erratically, yet it firmly blocked the furious assault. Kakarot! Trunks! Vegeta hissed, attack its energy conduits. Cut off its connection to the core. He realized that the monster's energy was virtually limitless, with its source rooted in those conduits connecting to the underground. Sun Wukong and Trunks instantly understood, unleashing golden energy waves and sharp sword energies that rained down upon the thick energy conduits. Not on my watch. The Dr. Gero fusion entity roared, dispatching some of its tentacles and energy to intercept, while its chest cavity opened again, this time targeting Vegeta, who was maintaining his defense and unable to move easily. A more terrifying life essence targeting suction force enveloped him. Vegeta snorted, activating the will furnace to resist that eerie pull. The shape of the platinum shield in his hand transformed again, shifting from defense to offense as countless runes condensed into a massive platinum energy spear. Try this. He exerted force with his arm, hurling the energy spear towards the Dr. Gero fusion entity's head, which was embedded with a human face. The energy spear tore through the air, distorting space wherever it passed. The Dr. Gero fusion entity sensed the imminent threat, emitting a sharp shriek as all its tentacles returned to defend, weaving together to form a heavy layer of defense composed of biological armor and energy barriers. Boom! The platinum energy spear collided violently with the defense layer. A terrifying energy storm ravaged the underground space, causing the entire ground to shake violently, leaving Krillin and the others above barely able to stand. As the light faded, the defense layer of the Dr. Gero fusion entity was covered in cracks, but it ultimately withstood the blow. However, several main conduits connecting it to the core were successfully severed under the relentless assault from Sun Wukong and Trunks. Energy supply decreasing. The Dr. Gero fusion entity let out a painful wail, its aura becoming slightly unstable and chaotic. An opportunity. But just as Vegeta prepared to follow up on this victory, a mad and desperate smile appeared on the twisted face of the Dr. Gero fusion entity. Since I cannot achieve perfection, then let us all return to nothingness together. Core energy. Overload detonation. Its remaining conduits suddenly blazed with blinding red light. A destructive energy wave capable of shattering the entire Earth was forcibly triggered from deep within the core, wildly rushing towards its center. It's going to self-destruct, taking the entire Earth with it. What? Everyone's faces turned pale instantly. Vegeta's golden white pupils also shrank to their limits. The system's alarm screamed frantically in his mind. Warning. Planetary-level destructive energy reaction detected. Energy source core overload. Countdown 10. 9. A dire situation descends once again. 8. 7. The cold countdown echoed in Vegeta's mind like the tolling of the destructive energy fluctuations from the Earth's core caused the entire planet to wail. The sky twisted, the ground cracked, and magma surged forth like the blood of the planet from countless fissures. This was a termination far more complete and rapid than the explosion of Namek. It's over. Krillin collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. Trunks gripped his sword tightly, his eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. Goku attempted to gather a Kamehameha only to find his power insignificant like a firefly before the planetary-level torrent of energy. The fusion of Dr. Gero let out one last mad and pleasurable laugh, its core shining brightly like a supernova. At this moment of the world's end, Vegeta moved. He did not attempt to escape or attack the fusion, but instead did something entirely unexpected. He suddenly pressed his hands against the ground, and the originally restrained platinum aura around him exploded outward like a supernova, no longer an attack, but coverage. Will forge. Full power. He let out a roar that resonated through the soul. The energy core within him spun wildly at unprecedented speed. The will forge no longer merely transformed emotions, but began forcibly extracting and containing the violent energy surging from the Earth's core enough to annihilate the planet. Vegeta, what are you doing? Goku exclaimed. Shut up, Kakarot. Vegeta's voice was distorted by unimaginable pain. Cracks began to appear on his bodice surface, platinum blood seeping from his 7 orifices, yet his golden white pupils burned with near-mad determination. Get everyone out of the atmosphere. Hurry. Boom. The destructive core energy surged forth like a burst dam, rushing through the remaining conduits and instantly vaporizing the massive form of Dr. Gero's fusion. However, this energy did not directly explode the Earth. Instead, it was forcibly bound and drawn by a more powerful invisible field of will crazily surging into Vegeta's body. Warning. Detected extreme energy infusion. Will forge overload. Overload. Structure about to collapse. Divine energy analysis progress forcibly accelerated. 5, 7, 10. Host life response sharply decreases. The system's alarms had turned a crimson red. Vegeta felt as if his soul was thrown into a stellar core, every inch of flesh and every cell being torn apart and obliterated by the raging energy, yet under the mysteries of the will forge and the forcibly accelerated analysis of the divine breath, he struggled to reorganize and transform. His body was no longer flesh and blood, but more like an unstable humanoid energy body composed of platinum energy and countless fragmented yet restructured silver runes. He was devouring the star core. He was forcibly containing this world-destroying power within himself. Is he absorbing the explosion's energy? Trunks watched in astonishment, nearly forgetting to breathe. No. If this continues, he will die. Goku wanted to rush forward to help, but was violently repelled by the energy field around Vegeta that twisted space and tore everything apart. The Earth around Vegeta began to collapse and melt on a large scale, forming a gigantic bottomless lava lake, and he stood at the center of the lake like a king sacrificed. Just as Vegeta's consciousness was about to be completely overwhelmed by the endless torrent of energy, at the moment the Will Forge reached its breaking limit. Virum. An indescribable majesty that transcended all things abruptly descended. Time seemed to freeze. The cracked earth, surging magma, howling energy, and the horrified expressions of Goku and the others, everything was pressed to the pause button. Only the raging energy flowing within Vegeta and his nearly shattered soul could still sense a hint of movement in this absolute stillness. A figure dressed in the attire of a god of destruction, tall and slender with pale purple skin, appeared before Vegeta like a ghost without warning. With his hands clasped behind his back, his tail gently swaying, his crimson eyes bore a hint of laziness and curiosity as he observed the ant voraciously consuming the planet's energy. God of Destruction Beerus. TSK Tisk, what a mess you've made. Beerus tilted his head, his voice carrying a peculiar magnetism, forcibly absorbing the energy of planetary destruction. A good idea, but unfortunately, the technique is too crude. He casually raised a finger, a trace of deep, seemingly world-ending purple energy swirling at its tip, destructive energy. He did not attack Vegeta, but gently pointed at the surging core energy torrent. Like boiling soup splashing on snow, that destructive energy torrent, which Vegeta could not fully contain even at the cost of everything, upon contact with that trace of purple energy, calmed, disintegrated, and returned to nothingness, as if it had met its nemesis. The collapse of the Earth came to an abrupt halt. Beerus' gaze fell back on Vegeta, observing his chaotic and rampaging state as the energy source was cut off. His lips curled in disdain. A half-baked realm, not even touching the threshold, daring to play like this. Forget it for allowing me to watch a decent show. He raised his hand again. This time the energy swirling at his fingertip was no longer destructive energy, but a faint and extremely weak silver radiance containing supreme law information, gently pointed at Vegeta's brow. I grant you a bit of stability. That silver radiance sank into Vegeta's brow. Instantly, the raging energy within him was smoothed as if by an invisible hand, the chaotic silver runes rearranging themselves orderly, and the near-collapsing Will Forge stabilized, even becoming more profound. The forcibly infused, not fully absorbed destructive energy was compressed and refined by this supreme law, transforming into a dark red crystal containing terrifying power, settling deep within his energy core. Divine Energy Analysis Progress 15. Stable. Acquired special status, God of Destruction's gaze weak. Acquired special item, core catastrophe crystal inactive. The sensation of time freezing disappeared. The raging energy anomalies around Vegeta calmed, and he regained his human form, floating in midair, his eyes tightly closed, his breath weak, yet exceptionally stable, as if he had fallen into a deep slumber. The wounds on his surface had healed, and silver runes flickered beneath his skin. The crisis of the Earth's destruction had been effortlessly resolved by the god of destruction. Beerus yawned as if he had merely done a trivial task. He glanced down at Goku and the others who were petrified, especially pausing for a moment on Goku with a hint of scrutiny. Super Saiyan God. Seems a bit interesting. He muttered to himself, then boredly shook his head, but it's still too early. His figure slowly dissipated like a phantom, as if he had never appeared. Only the battlefield leveled to the ground with a massive lava lake at its center and Vegeta suspended above the lake in a deep slumber proved that everything that had just occurred was not an illusion. What? What was that? Krillin trembled, struggling to speak clearly. Did he save the Earth? Trunks looked at Vegeta, then at the calming sky, feeling as if he were dreaming. Goku, however, stared intensely at the spot where Beerus had vanished, his expression more serious than ever. That person, no, that god, was powerful to the point of despair. At this moment, Vegeta's eyelashes twitched, slowly opening his eyes. Those golden white pupils were deeper than ever, as if they contained the embers of the star core and a hint of divine radiance. He sensed the dormant dark red crystal within him, along with the system's prompt about the god of destruction's gaze, and recalling that supreme figure from earlier, he slowly clenched his fists. The crisis was temporarily averted, but he knew he had stepped into a more dangerous and broader realm. God of Destruction Beerus. This was only the beginning. And the crystal formed from the energy of planetary destruction within him, whether a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. His path was destined to be closely linked with the divine. Vegeta hovered in the specially designed meditation chamber at the deepest level of the Universal Capsule Corporation. This place isolated him from all external disturbances, with only the faint hum of energy flow. His eyes were tightly closed and his consciousness had completely plunged into his body, guiding the will forged to slowly refine the dark red crystal that had settled deep within the energy core, the core disaster crystal. This crystal, condensed from the energy of planetary destruction and forcibly compressed by the power of the god of destruction, contained terrifying and violent forces akin to a ferocious beast trapped in captivity. Each attempt to activate it would provoke violent tremors from the energy core and piercing pain at the soul. This power was like a double-edged sword. If he could master it, it would surely become the foundation for his ascent to a higher realm. If it went out of control, it could backfire on him, leading to eternal damnation. Core Disaster Crystal Refinement Progress 1. 3. Godly Energy Analysis Progress 16. 8. Warning: the energy nature of the crystal is extremely violent, forcibly accelerating the refinement poses high risks. Just a mere lifeless thing. Vegeta scoffed, inwardly unwavering in the face of difficulties, becoming even more focused on controlling the nuances of the energy and grasping the profound fluctuations of the godly energy. The stabilizing effect brought by the god of destruction Beerus continued, allowing him to maintain a shred of clarity amidst the violent energy. Just as Vegeta immersed himself in his training, the situation outside was quietly changing. Although the Dr. Gero incident was resolved by Vegeta in an almost self-destructive manner with the unexpected intervention of the god of destruction, the damage and energy fluctuations caused, especially the planet-level energy explosion at the end, and the disturbance of the laws brought by Beerus' arrival were like a massive stone thrown into a tranquil cosmic lake, spreading ripples towards an unknown distance. North Kao's planet. The North Kao was anxiously wiping cold sweat, sensing the changes in the universe through his special abilities. It's over, it's really over. His plump body trembled uncontrollably. First Frieza, then that android monster, and now even Lord Beerus has been stirred up. Why is Earth such a troublemaker? If this continues, the entire North Galaxy will be ruined. He tried to contact Son Goku to issue another warning, only to find that some higher-level laws interfered, making communication extremely difficult and blurry. Lord Beerus. Surely he isn't really angry, is he? He wouldn't just destroy the North Galaxy because he's upset. Ko dared not think further and could only pray that Goku and the now-changed Vegeta could be reliable. Meanwhile, on Earth, Son Goku, Piccolo, Trunks, and the others were also not letting their guard down. They knew well that although the threat from Dr. Gero had been removed, the potential crisis in the universe was far from over. The warning about the future brought by Trunks still hung over them like the sword of Damocles. More importantly, they had all witnessed Beerus' power that transcended understanding, as well as the mysterious transformation Vegeta underwent as a result. That guy Vegeta seems to have changed yet again. Son Goku scratched his head, sensing the obscure and thrilling fluctuations emanating from the direction of the meditation chamber, his eyes filled with curiosity and battle intent. He is trying to master that power. Piccolo crossed his arms, his green face exceptionally serious. We must hasten our pace. I have a feeling that the next crisis approaching us may exceed our imagination. Trunks silently polished his sword, looking in the direction of Vegeta, his gaze resolute. He must become stronger to protect those he wants to protect in the future, or rather, in this altered era. A month later, Vegeta's aura grew increasingly profound. The size of the dark red crystal had shrunk imperceptibly, yet the energy fluctuations it emitted became more refined. He had also made new progress in analyzing the godly energy, as the silver runes occasionally flowing across his skin became more complex and profound. At that moment, a faint yet remarkably clear thought, as if crossing endless dimensions, precisely entered his mind. This thought was peaceful, elegant, and carried an undeniable authority. Mr. Vegeta, good afternoon. I am Whis, the angel serving Lord Beerus. Whis. Vegeta suddenly opened his eyes, a glint flashing in his golden white pupils. The system interface also simultaneously popped up, a notification: higher dimensional thought communication detected. Source: Angel Whis. Energy level immeasurable. Intent to convey information, no obvious malice. Lord Beerus is somewhat pleased with your previous performance. He may soon end his slumber and officially visit Earth. At that time I hope to taste some unique delicacies. Perhaps you could prepare some in advance. Food. Vegeta frowned slightly. Would the god of destruction visit a planet just for food? This reason sounded absurd, but considering Beerus' whimsical nature, it didn't seem entirely impossible. Additionally, Whis' voice continued, carrying a hint of advice: that little toy inside you is quite interesting, but also very dangerous. When attempting to master it, it would be wise to think more about essence and rules rather than simply overpowering it. After all, destruction and creation sometimes lie in a single thought. The communication abruptly ceased. Vegeta sat silently, digesting the information Whis had conveyed. Beerus was about to officially visit. This was both a tremendous crisis and a rare opportunity. Whis' advice regarding essence and rules also provided him with new insights into refining the godly energy and the crystal within him. He immediately stood up, left the meditation chamber, and found Bulma busy in the laboratory. Bulma, he spoke directly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Immediately gather all the top-tier, especially rare ingredients and recipes on Earth, regardless of the cost. Also find the best chefs. Bulma was taken aback by his seemingly nonsensical request. Ingredients. Chefs. Vegeta, what do you want to do? Just do it. Vegeta did not explain, his gaze turning towards the distant sky, as if he could already see the arrival of that purple figure. A discerning guest is about to visit. This concerns the survival of Earth. Bulma looked at Vegeta's unprecedented, serious expression, filled with confusion, yet she immediately sprang into action, mobilizing all resources of the Universal Capsule Corporation to begin a global search. News quickly spread, and Son Goku and the others learned of the impending arrival of the mysterious guest and its connection to the survival of Earth. The atmosphere suddenly became incredibly tense. Vegeta returned to the meditation chamber, no longer in a rush to refine the crystal, but began to repeatedly ponder Whis' words: essence, rules, destruction, and creation. He attempted to no longer view the core disaster crystal as an enemy to conquer, but to understand the fragments of the law regarding planetary endings contained within it, to feel a part of the cosmic operation that the violent power represented. At the same time, he began to adjust his own aura, no longer deliberately imitating or pursuing a specific godly energy, but allowing his power to align more closely with the primal fluctuations of the universe, becoming more natural. Godly energy analysis progress 18. 5. Understanding direction corrected. Efficiency improved. Core disaster crystal refinement progress 1. 5. Energy backlash reduced. Effective. A glimmer of realization flashed in Vegeta's eyes. He stood by the window, watching the busy crowd below, feeling the power gradually growing within him and the increasingly clear path ahead. The god of destruction, Beerus, a game wagered on the survival of Earth. A cold yet battle-ready arc formed at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. Bring it on. I will show you that the Prince of the Saiyans is far from the mere ant you can toy with. This game between man and god was about to officially commence. And he was already prepared to face the trials of the gods. On a sunny afternoon, the sky was clear without a single cloud. However, an invisible chilling pressure that made all living beings tremble suddenly engulfed the entire earth. Birds fell stiffly from the sky, beasts crawled and mourned, and even the wind seemed to cease its flow. At that moment, everyone who possessed a sense of chi felt their hearts stop, sensing a primal fear that stemmed from the instincts of life. It's here. On the rooftop platform of the Universal Capsule Corporation in Shidu, Vegeta suddenly opened his eyes. In his golden white pupils there was no ripple, only a cold stillness. He had already changed into a black training outfit that allowed for movement, his aura restrained to the utmost degree, as if he had merged with the surrounding environment. Only the occasional flowing silver runes beneath his skin hinted at the extraordinary power within. Behind him, Son Wukong, Piccolo, Trunks, Krillin, and Gohan stood ready, their expressions serious, sweat soaking their backs. Bulma anxiously directed the servants to set up a long table filled with an array of exquisite dishes from top restaurants around the world at the center of the platform. The air was filled with the enticing aroma of food, yet it could not dispel the suffocating sense of oppression. In the sky, two figures slowly coalesced like phantoms. Leading the way was Beerus, dressed in the attire of a god of destruction, yawning lazily, his crimson eyes scanning the scene below with a mix of laziness and curiosity. Following closely was Whis, holding a staff and wearing an elegant smile. Beerus' gaze was first drawn to the grand table of food, his nose twitching, slightly revealing a hint of interest on his face. "Oh, it seems you are quite prepared." Whis smiled at Vegeta, nodding and acknowledging. Only then did Beerus turn his attention to the tense crowd, finally landing his gaze on Vegeta, a smirk of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. "Ho! You little mouse, you seem a bit more pleasing to the eye than last time. So are you hoping to please me with this food and beg for mercy?" "No challenge," Vegeta corrected, stepping forward to meet Beerus' gaze. His voice was calm yet carried an undeniable firmness. "Lord Beerus, the food is ready, and you may enjoy it at any time. But before that..." He raised his hand, pointing at Beerus, and the restrained aura around him erupted like a released sword. No longer a pure platinum aura, but rather a deeper and more profound energy field mixed with flowing silver runes and a hint of dark red calamity energy. "I, Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans, request to battle you." As these words left his mouth, the entire scene was stunned. Even Son Wukong widened his eyes. Though he longed to battle strong opponents, he did not expect Vegeta to so directly challenge a god of destruction. Beerus paused for a moment, then, as if he had heard something exceedingly amusing, let out a low laughter. Hee. "Ha ha. Challenge me. You. A slightly stronger ant dares to swing fists at a deity." "Not a challenge," Vegeta corrected, his gaze sharp as a blade. "It's a verification. To verify how much gap exists between my current path and that of the divine." "Interesting." The laziness faded from Beerus' face, replaced by a playful mockery akin to a cat playing with a mouse. "Then I shall play with you. Whis, start the timer." "Yes, Lord Beerus." Whis smiled as he took out an hourglass. Beerus casually beckoned at Vegeta with his fingers. Without any further ado, Vegeta moved. He pushed the will furnace to its utmost limit, unleashing a new energy that fused the understanding of divine aura and part of the power of calamity. No longer dashing in a straight line, he moved as if merging with the fabric of space, appearing at Beerus' side in a split second, his fist emitting a piercing howl that tore through space, crashing toward Beerus' temple. This strike contained all his understanding of the essence of power, reaching an extreme speed and an utmost refinement of strength. Yet Beerus didn't even move his eyes, simply lifting his right hand and opening his palm. Bang! Vegeta's fist, capable of shattering stars, was effortlessly blocked by Beerus' palm. The terrifying impact didn't even cause Beerus' arm to shake. All the power vanished as if a cow had sunk into the sea. "Too slow, and the power is too scattered," Beerus yawned. Vegeta's pupils constricted undeterred as he moved like a wraith around Beerus at high speed, every part of his body, fists, feet, elbows, knees, transformed into the most lethal weapons, unleashing an assault like a torrential storm from all sides. Every strike from him contained different energy fluctuations, sometimes attempting to dismantle structures, sometimes inducing rule tremors, and at times mixed with the corrosion of calamity energy. Yet Beerus remained standing still, not even shifting his feet. He merely lifted his hand casually to block and deflect, neutralizing all of Vegeta's attacks. It was as if Vegeta's exquisite attacks, capable of making any cosmic powerhouse despair, were merely child's play before him. An absolute divide. An insurmountable chasm. "Is this all you've got?" Beerus seemed somewhat disappointed. With a casual slap, an invisible yet irresistible force surged forth, sending Vegeta flying as if struck by a planet, crashing through several buildings before barely stabilizing himself, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Vegeta wiped away the blood, yet the battle intent in his eyes burned even more fiercely. Taking a deep breath, he stopped holding back. Buzz. The dark red core calamity crystal within him was activated for the first time, albeit with limitations. A surge of energy far more violent and profound than before, carrying the essence of planetary destruction, coiled around his platinum aura like tattoos intertwining with the silver runes. His aura surged once more, causing the surrounding space to begin to warp slightly. Oh! A flicker of surprise finally flashed in Beerus' eyes. This is getting interesting. Vegeta let out a low growl, his hands coming together in front of his chest, the dark red platinum and silver energies wildly converging and compressing, ultimately forming a fist-sized energy sphere radiating an aura that could freeze souls. Final starfall. He forcefully pushed this energy sphere toward Beerus. Where the energy sphere passed, the space tore apart with black streaks, as if even light were being devoured. Faced with this strike imbued with a hint of the laws of destruction, Beerus finally ceased his random blocking. He raised his right hand, extending his index finger, a thread of purple destructive energy, more pure and ultimate than Vegeta's, swirling at the tip, gently pointing at the tricolored energy sphere. No explosion, no impact. In the astonished gazes of everyone, the final starfall, which contained Vegeta's full strength and even activated the power of the Calamity Crystal, vanished silently, as if it were erasing a written word with an eraser. Time's up. Whis smiled as he flipped the hourglass. Beerus retracted his finger, looking at Vegeta, who was slightly panting yet still burning with an unyielding flame in his eyes, and for once did not show disdain, but instead stroked his chin. Although still weak, your path isn't wrong. Stronger than someone who only understands brute force. He glanced meaningfully at Sun Wukong beside him. That little toy was fun to play with. He turned and walked toward the table of food, as if everything that just occurred was merely a pre-meal exercise. All right, let me taste the food you've prepared and see if it's as innovative as your battle. Vegeta slowly descended back to the platform. Though defeated, there was no hint of disappointment on his face, but rather a sense of enlightenment. He clearly saw the path ahead and felt a hint of acknowledgement within Beerus' seemingly casual comments. The game of the gods had just begun, and his trials were far from over. Sun Wukong watched Beerus' retreating figure, then looked at Vegeta, clenching his fists, a more intense flame igniting in his eyes. Beerus and Whis departed, satisfied with the culinary delights of Earth, particularly the pudding, while also harboring a subtle appreciation for Vegeta's somewhat innovative combat style. The terrifying pressure that enveloped the globe dissipated, as if it were a sudden nightmare. However, standing on the chaotic rooftop of the Capsule Corporation, Vegeta's heart was far from calm. His tightly clenched fists turned pale, and the core of energy within him throbbed with pain from the previous overexertion, with dried blood at the corner of his mouth emitting a metallic scent. He had lost. Unquestionably defeated. Even after employing the will furnace and integrating his preliminary understanding of the breath of the gods, and even daring to harness a fragment of the core disaster crystal's power, he still appeared to be a stumbling infant confronting an adult before Beerus. The absolute despair-inducing gap in strength was not merely a difference in energy levels, but a fundamental chasm in life stages and comprehension of the laws. God, is it? He murmured softly, the shattered sky reflecting in his golden-white pupils. His pride burned with an unwillingness, yet it also brought about an unprecedented clarity. Just as everyone was still recovering from the shock of the God of Destruction's arrival, a gentle thought once again entered Vegeta's mind. Mr. Vegeta, Whis' voice remained elegant. It is evident that you have a keen interest in Lord Beerus' power, or perhaps a thirst for the realm of the gods. Although Lord Beerus has departed, he has permitted me to provide you with some appropriate guidance. After all, having one more warrior in the 7th universe who can touch the realm is always a good thing. Of course, this requires you to pay the corresponding price and effort. Guidance. Price. Countless thoughts flashed through Vegeta's mind. The personal guidance of an angel was undoubtedly a shortcut to a higher level. But there was no such thing as a free lunch. There must be deeper motives behind it. What price? Vegeta mentally replied, his voice icy. Quite simple, Whis replied casually. At some point in the future, when the 7th universe needs your strength, I hope you can step forward. For example, Perhaps an interesting tournament of power that may be held soon. The Tournament of Power. Vegeta noted this unfamiliar term. What do you say? Will you accept this deal? Whis inquired. Without hesitation, Vegeta replied solemnly, tell me what to do. For the sake of power, for the sake of surpassing, and to no longer experience the humiliation of today, he was willing to pay the price. Good. Whis seemed quite satisfied. Then please relax your mind and accept my mark. This will allow me to remotely sense your condition and guide you when necessary. First, you must thoroughly understand what calmness of heart is. A cool, vast thought gently touched Vegeta's consciousness, not forcefully invading, but merging like a drop of water into the ocean, leaving a minuscule mark imbued with angelic power. Following Whis' guidance, Vegeta entered the highest specification meditation room of the Capsule Corporation once more. But this time his method of cultivation underwent a dramatic transformation. Whis' demands were simple yet harsh. Under 50 times the normal gravity, completely suppress all energy signatures, not using any energy to resist the gravity, relying solely on his physical body and will to endure. Simultaneously, he had to allow his mind to enter absolute stillness, free from any distracting thoughts, free from any emotional turbulence, and even devoid of the obsession to become stronger. This sounded simple, but in practice, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. 50 times the gravity felt like countless mountains pressing down on him, every muscle and bone crying out in agony. Even more fatal was the need to suppress his energy, meaning he had to completely drop all defenses and face this terrifying pressure in the most vulnerable state. Excruciating pain, suffocation, and the fear of imminent collapse. All sorts of negative emotions crashed against his will like a tidal wave. And calmness of heart was an utterly unattainable state. As long as he had even a hint of a thought to hold on or resisted the pain, Whis' thought would immediately send a chilling reminder distraction. Start over. Time and again Vegeta fainted under the immense pressure, only to be forcefully awakened by Whis' thought. His body had reached its limit and his spirit was being tormented. Proud as he was, he had never endured such an humiliating training method. Mere calmness. He gritted his teeth, forcibly suppressing all humiliation, unwillingness, and anger, no longer resisting the gravity, nor fixating on perseverance, but purely feeling. Feeling the tearing of muscle fibers, feeling the lament of bones, feeling the flow of blood under high pressure, even feeling the subtle fluctuations of his own life at the limit. Gradually a strange transformation began to occur. When he no longer resisted or clung to anything, his consciousness seemed to break free from the shackles of the flesh, seeing the natural flow of energy within him with unprecedented clarity, observing the delicate balance and conflict between the dark red crystal and platinum flame, witnessing the tenuous connection between the silver runes and the foundational laws of the universe. Analysis. Progress of the breath of the gods. 21. Entering a new phase. Core disaster crystal refining. Progress 2. 1. Energy fusion rate increasing. Detected host entering deep meditation state. Resonance with the foundational laws of the universe slightly increasing. Just as Vegeta began to touch the threshold of calmness of heart amidst his pain, Son Goku was also engaged in his own training. He chose a completely different path, constantly battling, squeezing his potential, and seeking breakthroughs in combat against Piccolo, Tien, and even imagined formidable foes. His power was also growing, the Super Saiyan state becoming more ferocious, yet it always bore an external, unrestrained restlessness. Whis occasionally directed a thought towards Son Goku, but merely shook his head, slightly refraining from too much interference. Different souls, different paths. Whis' voice echoed in Vegeta's consciousness, tinged with approval. You have chosen a more difficult path, but perhaps one that is more solidly grounded. Keep it up, Mr. Vegeta. When you can enter the calmness of heart state at any time and integrate this calm into battle, you will have truly stepped into the door of the realm. And the time left for you. Whis' voice paused slightly, as if gazing into the depths of the universe, may not be as ample as you imagine. Some ancient agreements are awakening and the slumbering entities are beginning to stir. Vegeta slowly opened his eyes, and the once chaotic and eager emotions in his golden white pupils settled, replaced by an unfathomable tranquility. He could feel the energy within him infused with various powers becoming more docile and profound. He glanced at Goku outside, still crazily training without uttering a word. The divine guidance had been given, the path lay beneath his feet. Not only must he master this power, but he must also seize the initiative in the approaching tide that would sweep across the entire seventh universe and even broader worlds. Calmness of heart is just the beginning. The true storm is still brewing in the distance, and he is ready to step into this new battlefield belonging to the gods and the strong as the Prince of the Saiyans. Deep within the Universal Capsule Corporation, two vastly different powerful auras surged like two flowing rivers, each pulsating vigorously within its own track. On one side was the highest-grade meditation chamber where Vegeta resided. It was silent as if the very air had solidified. Vegeta sat suspended at the center of a 50-volt gravity field, his eyes tightly closed, not a trace of energy leaked from him, appearing as ordinary as a stubborn rock. Only occasionally did silver runes flow beneath his skin, and the barely perceptible rhythm resonating with the universe hinted at the profound cultivation he was undergoing. The state of calmness had gradually transformed from a consciously maintained effort into an almost instinctual habit. In this state, the efficiency of the will furnace had doubled, steadily progressing in the refinement of the core disaster crystal and the analysis of the divine breath. On the other side was the vast training ground at the back of the company. Here energy roared and waves of air flew. Sun Wukong was engaged in a nearly frenzied practical training session with Piccolo. Golden flames clashed with green energy beams, exploding and tearing the earth apart into countless ravines. Sun Wukong roared, pushing the power of the Super Saiyan to its limits, attempting to forcibly break through the invisible barrier in the extreme battle. His power was increasing, his speed was elevating, yet his aura was always tinged with an unsettling restlessness. Not enough. Not strong enough. After a fierce collision, Sun Wukong was knocked back by Piccolo, gasping heavily, his face filled with unwillingness. He could feel the barrier of power clearly within reach, yet he could never truly break through. Piccolo dissipated his aura, his green face serious. Wukong, your power is already quite strong, but it seems to lack something crucial. That guy Vegeta's aura has become very strange lately, although there's no sense of oppression, it feels even more unfathomable. Yeah, that guy is up to something mysterious, Sun Wukong said, scratching his head and glancing towards the meditation chamber. At that moment, Wi's thoughts simultaneously entered both of their minds, carrying a hint of amusement. It seems you both have encountered your respective bottlenecks. Mr. Sun Wukong charging headlong might not always solve the problem. And Mr. Vegeta, your calm has taken shape. It's time to try integrating it with movement. Of course, be mindful of the limits. Don't destroy the planet. In the training ground, Vegeta and Sun Wukong faced off 100 meters apart. Vegeta maintained his extremely restrained state, as if merging with the surroundings, devoid of any aura. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, transformed into a Super Saiyan, golden flames roaring, his fighting spirit boiling. Vegeta, let me see how much you've improved during this time. Sun Wukong shouted, turning into a golden streak of light to initiate the attack. His fist, accompanied by a sharp scream that tore through the air, suddenly crashed before Vegeta. Faced with this ferocious strike, Vegeta finally moved. His movements seemed slow, yet arrived first. He merely sidestepped slightly, his right hand lightly resting on Sun Wukong's wrist, as if gliding over flowing water, guiding him. Sun Wukong felt a soft yet unresisting force come through, and his heavy punch, capable of shattering mountains, was deflected, slamming hard into the ground beside him, creating a massive crater. He stumbled due to the exertion of his power. What? Sun Wukong steadied himself, astonishment filling his eyes. He sensed that Vegeta's power was not greater than his own, it might even be slightly weaker, yet that exquisite control and peculiar force application left him with no means to utilize his strength. Impatient and full of flaws, Vegeta coldly commented, his figure flickering as he appeared beside Sun Wukong like a specter, pointing like a blade towards his exposed ribs. This finger, though not fast, seemed to lock onto the nodes of Sun Wukong's chi circulation, making him feel an overwhelming sense of helplessness, as if he would be hit no matter how he tried to evade. Sun Wukong roared, forcibly twisting his body, crossing his arms to block. Bang! The fingertip pressed against his arm, a refined force like a needle penetrated, and Sun Wukong felt a sudden soreness in his arm, his breath halting momentarily. He used the force to retreat, his expression turning serious. He no longer charged blindly and began to carefully observe Vegeta. He noticed that each of Vegeta's movements was perfectly natural, with no wasted energy. His aura was harmonious, as if he were a part of the universe's laws. That state of calm was not silence, but an absolute control beneath extreme activity. I see. Sun Wukong seemed to understand something, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. The violent golden flames around him slowly receded, though not as thoroughly as Vegeta's. It lost some restlessness and gained a touch of steadiness. He opened his eyes again, assuming the stance for the Kamehameha, but this time the energy was no longer violently released as before. Instead, it was more concentrated and refined. Kamehameha. The blue energy torrent surged forth, smaller in size than before, yet the energy contained within was even more terrifying, and its speed was faster. A flash of surprise finally crossed Vegeta's eyes. This Kakarot fellow truly had astonishing insight. He did not dare to be negligent, his hands drawing circles in front of him. Platinum flames, mixed with silver runes, formed a constantly rotating energy vortex. Universal return flow. The Kamehameha crashed into the energy vortex, not exploding, but rather being continually decomposed, diverted, and absorbed by the vortex's unique force field. The blue energy torrent seemed to sink into a quagmire. Its speed drastically reduced, the energy rapidly waning. Yet, just as the Kamehameha was about to be completely neutralized, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled, and he roared, "Now is the time. Break through for me." It was as if some shackles within him had shattered and the previously contained aura erupted again like a volcano. But this time the eruption was no longer purely golden, the core of that aura faintly tinged with a hint of crimson, like the evening glow. A wave far more magnificent, ancient, and sacred than before erupted and expanded violently. The crimson flames replaced the golden, and Sun Wukong's hair transformed into a fiery red blaze, while his emerald eyes became clearer and deeper. Super Saiyan God. The powerful divine aura swept out, causing Piccolo, Trunks, and others in the distance to feel a wave of heart-pounding awe. Vegeta dissipated the universal return flow, watching the transformed Sun Wukong with ripples in his golden-white pupils. He could sense that Sun Wukong's power level at this moment had surpassed his own normal transcendent realm. So this is Super Saiyan God. Vegeta murmured, feeling no jealousy, only a sense of clarity regarding the path ahead and a stronger desire to pursue. His path was different, but the destination would certainly not be inferior. Just then Whis' figure quietly appeared at the edge of the training ground, looking at the red-haired, blue-eyed Sun Wukong with a satisfied smile. "Well, although it was a bit of a shortcut, you finally reached the baseline. Lord Beerus should be somewhat interested if he knows about this." And looking at Vegeta, he nodded slightly. "Your chosen path is more arduous, but full of potential. Keep going, Mr. Vegeta. When your calm can embrace and even control that kind of movement, you will see a different scenery. As for now..." Whis' gaze shifted toward the depths of the universe, carrying a hint of anticipation. The seventh universe finally has some decent pieces on the chessboard. The future game might not be too boring. Sun Wukong felt the surging divine power within him and excitedly looked at Vegeta. "Vegeta. Let's go again." Vegeta snorted coldly, the platinum flames rising once more, but this time within that flame there seemed to be a hint of barely perceptible eager red glow. A new realm had emerged. The divine game board had been laid out. Vegeta knew that his competition with Kakarot would enter a whole new stage on this broader stage. What he sought was far more than just Super Saiyan God. He would walk a unique path, one that belonged solely to him, the path of the divine. In the training ground, two distinctly different divine auras stand in opposition. One side, a blazing red flame, is both sacred and intense. Sun Wukong hovers in the air, his fiery red hair and azure eyes reminiscent of a tranquil lake. The power of the Super Saiyan God radiates like a warm sunrise, illuminating the surroundings with a vibrant vitality and pure fighting spirit. On the other side there is a serene depth, cold and restrained. Vegeta stands firmly on the ground, his platinum aura no longer flamboyant, but flowing around him like liquid metal interwoven with silver runes and a hint of dark red calamity energy, forming a more complex and profound tableau. His aura seems to merge with space itself, undulating without disturbance, yet containing a chilling essence that could freeze souls. At this moment, the stark contrast between the two different realms of the divine becomes evident. Haha, this feeling is incredible. Sun Wukong, feeling the new power surging within him, excitedly clenches his fists, the crimson flames flickering with his movements. Vegeta. Let's have another go. Vegeta's golden white pupils show no fluctuation, merely raising his hands slightly, as you wish. Without warning, Sun Wukong's figure vanishes in an instant, reappearing above Vegeta, his crimson-fisted hand glowing with purifying brilliance, crashing down. Speed and strength far exceed that of a previous Super Saiyan. Vegeta does not dodge or evade. His right hand enveloped in platinum aura strikes upward to meet the attack, seemingly slow yet precisely intercepting Sun Wukong's punch. Boom. This time it is not a silent resolution. Where their fists collide, an explosive brilliance erupts like a supernova. The crimson and platinum divine energies clash violently, annihilating each other, creating a spherical shockwave that instantly shatters the protective field of the specially crafted training ground, lowering the ground by several meters. The earth beneath Vegeta's feet cracks inch by inch, yet he remains as steady as a rock. Sun Wukong is thrust upward by the rebound force. Impressive. Receive this move. Sun Wukong stabilizes himself in the air, bringing his hands together, the sacred crimson energy rapidly condensing, transforming from the blue of the Kamehameha into a more concentrated and blazing crimson energy sphere, Divine Kamehameha. The energy sphere is released not in a straight line but as if it possessed a life of its own, drawing a bizarre arc locking onto Vegeta's aura, arriving with the dual intentions of purification and destruction. Vegeta's gaze sharpens. He can sense the oppressive nature of this strike on a fundamental level. He gestures with both hands in front of him, and the universal flow reappears, but this time the center of the vortex does not radiate pure platinum, but instead reveals the shadow of the dark red calamity crystal. The rotation of the vortex carries a sense of devouring and finality. The crimson energy sphere crashes into the vortex. Hiss! There is no explosion, only the intense sound of energy annihilation. Crimson sacred energy and the platinum and dark red vortex clash fiercely and dissolve each other. Space distorts and shatters at their interface, revealing the pitch-black void. Vegeta grunts softly, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The power of the Super Saiyan God indeed surpasses his usual state of transcendence under calm heart. Yet the light in his eyes grows increasingly cold and sharp. The Will Forge operates at full capacity, maintaining the calm heart state with all his might. He no longer attempts to completely neutralize this power, but instead guides the universal flow, forcibly stripping and compressing part of the crimson divine energy, as if forging engaged in a dangerous melting with his own platinum aura and calamity energy. Merge with me. Vegeta lets out a low roar, the platinum aura around him suddenly retracting, all injected into the vortex before him. The shadow of the dark red crystal solidifies in an instant. Buzz. Universal flow sharply contracts, transforming from a vortex into a fist-sized energy core flowing with platinum hues, entwined with dark red patterns and adorned with silver runes on the surface. This core no longer absorbs energy, but emits a more terrifying and restrained gravitational pull, as if even light and space are to be devoured by it. At the moment this tricolored core appears, the crimson divine Kamehameha energy sphere, as if encountering a sovereign, begins to destabilize, its brilliance rapidly fading, ultimately emitting a mournful sound before completely collapsing and dissipating. The tricolored core, having absorbed part of the divine energy, deepens in color, slowly returning to Vegeta's body. Vegeta's aura undergoes another transformation. The platinum aura surges once more, but at its core a flicker of eternal crimson divine fire burns. His transcendence experiences a qualitative leap under the stimulation of the Super Saiyan God's power and his own forced melting. Although the total amount of energy may still be inferior to Sun Wukong in terms of the quality and control of the energy, he is already no less than Sun Wukong, and even due to the fusion of diverse power characteristics appears even more enigmatic and unpredictable. Divine Aura Analysis Progress 35. Fusing Super Saiyan God characteristics. Transcendence Advancement. Current status: Initial Divine Intent Condensation Calamity Core Crystal Refinement Progress 5. Activity Enhancement. How is this possible? Sun Wukong lands back on the ground, staring at Vegeta, whose aura has drastically changed, his face filled with astonishment. He can feel that the essence of Vegeta's power seems to have become even more profound and mysterious. Stop. Whis' figure silently appears between the two, tapping his staff on the ground. A soft, formless power gently separates the still, fervent warriors. An impressive performance. Whis looks at Vegeta, his eyes filled with deeper admiration. To be able to absorb the characteristics of your opponent's power during battle and refine it into oneself, this insight and courage is indeed extraordinary. The path you have chosen will surely pique Lord Beerus' interest. He then turns to Sun Wukong. Mr. Sun Wukong, you have successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan God, meeting the basic requirements to participate in the game. However, your application of this power is still at a very rudimentary stage. Whis raises his staff and lightly sweeps it through the air, revealing a vast cosmic star map marked with 12 universe numbers radiating different glows. Solidify your powers well. It won't be long before a tournament of power concerning the survival of all universes will be held. Whis' voice carries a hint of profound meaning. At that time, what you represent will be the glory and survival of the entire 7th universe. Vegeta's brows furrow tightly. Tournament of power. Sun Wukong asks curiously. Exactly, Whis nods, a contest against the strongest of other universes. The losers along with their universe will be erased by Lord Zeno. Erased from the universe. Even Vegeta and Sun Wukong are shaken by this terrifying rule. So strive to grow stronger. Whis' figure begins to slowly dissipate. The future of the 7th universe may very well rest upon your shoulders. Mr. Vegeta, your unique path of melting may become the key to our victory. Whis completely disappears, leaving the two deep in thought. Vegeta clenches his fists, feeling the divine core within him that has merged with various powers already transformed. A flame unlike any other burns in his golden white pupils. Fighting against the strongest from other universes. A battle concerning survival. This is precisely the stage he has longed for. Kakarot, Vegeta looks at Sun Wukong, his voice cold and resolute. Before the tournament of power begins, I will fully master this power. At that time, I will show you who the true ace of the 7th universe is. Sun Wukong grins widely, the crimson flames rising once more. I won't lose to you, Vegeta. The two Saiyans, having taken different paths, lock eyes in the air, their competitive spirit undiminished yet now infused with a sense of shared responsibility to protect the 7th universe. The cosmic chessboard has been laid out with formidable foes surrounding them. Will Vegeta's path of melting shine brightly at the tournament of power? What fate awaits the 7th universe? The new journey lies ahead. The news of the tournament of power was like a massive stone thrown into a deep pond, leaving behind a suffocating silence after a brief and intense ripple. The immense pressure concerning the survival of the entire universe caused everyone to lose their former clamor. Cultivation turned into a life-and-death struggle against time. Vegeta completely isolated himself in the depths of the gravity training chamber that exerted 100 times Earth's gravity. The flow of time here had been slightly adjusted by Whis, while it was far from the room of spirit and time, it still granted him precious time. He sat cross-legged in suspension, and the aura around him was no longer merely platinum crimson or dark red, but had merged into a chaotic gray hue that seemed to embody the birth and death of nebulae. This was his new energy form after the initial condensation of the divine will source chi. Progress of divine breath analysis 68. Nearing completion. Progress of the core disaster crystal refining 31. Stability greatly enhanced. Comprehensive combat power assessment has stabilized beyond that of Super Saiyan God Midstage Son Goku. The cold objective data from the system made Vegeta acutely aware that this was still far from enough. Occasional fragments of information transmitted by Whis indicated the existence of powerful beings in other universes possessing completely different cultivation systems and unfathomable strength. Merely surpassing Kakarot was not enough to ensure victory in the tournament of power. Mr. Vegeta's voice echoed like a clear spring in Vegeta's consciousness. Your refinement has taken shape, but it lacks sufficient pressure to truly reach perfection. Lord Beerus has been in a decent mood lately, perhaps. You could try requesting his guidance. A glint of sharpness flashed in Vegeta's golden white pupils. This was akin to voluntarily stepping into a dragon's lair. Beerus' unpredictable nature could easily lead to destruction instead of guidance. However, this was indeed the quickest and most effective way to hone his skills. Tell me how. Vegeta did not hesitate. Moments later, in the realm of destruction, Vegeta stood on that desolate land full of destruction's essence, facing Beerus, who lounged lazily on a floating chair with Whis smiling beside him. Oh, quite bold, aren't you, little mouse? Beerus yawned, his crimson eyes glancing at Vegeta. You want me to be your sparring partner? Sure, as long as you can last. 3 minutes under me. 3 minutes. Vegeta's gaze sharpened and the source chi within him began to flow silently. The timer begins now, Whis announced with a smile. Almost instantly Beerus figured it was not that he was too fast, but as if he had been erased from the current space and instantly reconstructed before Vegeta. A finger entwined with purple destructive energy as if crossing the boundaries of time and space pointed directly at Vegeta's forehead. Fast. Incomprehensibly fast. Surpassing all concepts of speed. Vegeta's path deduction was running wildly, but he could only catch a glimpse of a trajectory of destruction. He had no time to make any effective evasions or defenses and could only rely on instinct to condense the source chi in an unprecedented manner before his forehead forming a miniature shield source wall, constantly pulsating with gray nebula and dark red disaster patterns. Sizzle. The destructive energy fingertips struck the shield. No sound, no explosion. Vegeta felt as if his entire soul was pierced by an absolute will of finality. The source wall couldn't hold for even a second, instantly covered in purple cracks, then disappearing like a weathered sand sculpture. The breath of death rushed toward him. Just when Vegeta thought he would be completely erased, the dormant core disaster crystal within him seemed to have been stimulated by a higher-tier power of the same origin, vibrating with unprecedented vitality. A violent will, unwilling to be destroyed, struggling for survival, combined with the source chi forcibly broke through the shackles of calm heart, transforming into a roar that reverberated throughout the realm of destruction. Roar. The gray source chi was suddenly stained with a thick blood-like dark red. Vegeta's eyes turned into a chaotic blood color, and dark red flames that felt substantial mixed with nebulae and disaster erupted around him. His form underwent a drastic transformation. Muscles, bulging body, slightly expanding. His aura became extremely unstable, yet carried a terrifying power that could incinerate everything. Host detected in a special state. Disaster surge. Energy output increased by 500. Rationality significantly decreased. Destructive tendency increased. Warning. This state is extremely dangerous. There is a risk of complete loss of control. Beerus' finger halted just an inch from Vegeta's forehead, the destructive energy slowly receding. He looked at the drastically transformed Vegeta with great interest. Interesting, being pushed to the brink has instead awakened the true ferocity within that toy, hasn't it? In the disaster surge state, Vegeta's rationality was nearly consumed by the desire for destruction. He growled, pouncing at Beerus like a beast, dark red energy manifesting as countless claws and fangs frantically tearing apart the surrounding space. Beerus continued to dodge leisurely, occasionally swatting away those attacks as if observing an interesting twist. Take note. Although this state is rough, the instantaneous explosion of power is indeed impressive. If we can find a method to control it. Beerus stroked his chin and said. 3 minutes were up. Whis gently tapped his staff, and a soft yet irresistible force forcibly restrained and calmed the rampaging Vegeta. The dark red flames around him slowly dissipated, returning to his original form, but his face was as pale as paper and his aura was utterly exhausted, directly half kneeling on the ground, gasping heavily. It seems you've gained quite a bit, Mr. Vegeta. Whis smiled. Though the process was dangerous, you should have touched upon a deeper layer of that crystal's power and personally experienced the essence of destructive energy. Next, it's about how to turn that ferocity to your advantage. Vegeta slowly raised his head. Despite the exhaustion in his golden white pupils, they appeared even deeper. The near-death experience moments ago, along with the pure and uncontrolled release of power in the disaster surge state, granted him a completely new understanding of his path. His refinement perhaps should not only pursue stability and control, but also embrace that wildness stemming from destruction. I understand. Vegeta's voice was hoarse. Beerus yawned and waved his hand. All right, guidance is over. Go back and digest it well. There isn't much time left before the tournament of power. Don't embarrass me when the time comes. On the ship returning to Earth, Vegeta closed his eyes, breathing deeply, replaying every moment of his battle with Beerus in his mind, especially the feeling of facing the destructive energy and the surge of power in the disaster surge state. Progress of Divine Breath Analysis 72. Integrating fragments of destructive laws. Progress of Core Disaster Crystal Refining 35. Preliminarily establishing a mental link. New form development. Disaster surge unstable. The system's prompts displayed his progress, but the road ahead remained long. When he returned to Capsule Corporation, he found that Son Goku and the others had also become significantly stronger, clearly having been training hard. Throughout Earth and the entire 7th universe, a tense atmosphere of impending storm loomed. Whis' voice resonated one last time in the minds of all participants, carrying an unprecedented seriousness. The Tournament of Power will officially commence in 24 standard universe hours at the Realm of Nothingness. Please prepare yourselves. The fate of the seventh universe is entrusted to you all. The final countdown begins. Vegeta clenched his fists, feeling the increasingly complex and powerful force within him, his gaze seemingly piercing through the void, seeing the battlefield known as the realm of nothingness. There he would face the ultimate trial of his path of refinement. It was also the stage where he would declare to the entire universe the name of the Prince of Saiyans. The king is ready, just waiting for the battle drums to sound. The realm of nothingness, a peculiar space woven from emptiness and chaos. Beneath is a platform as smooth as a mirror yet seemingly devoid of substance, while above is a sky filled with swirling rainbow-colored energies. 80 top-tier powerhouses from 8 universes, like trapped beasts tossed into an arena, engage in a brutal and chaotic brawl within this uniquely governed realm, fighting for the survival of their respective universes. The explosive sounds of energy, waves, the clash of bodies, the wails of those on the brink of death, and the roars of fury. A symphony of destruction intertwines with all these sounds. Figures are continually knocked off the platform, plummeting into the endless void below, representing the extinction of lives and the extinguishing of hopes for their respective universes. Vegeta moves like a specter through the chaotic battlefield. His movements are stripped to their essence. Each strike lands precisely on the nodes of his opponent's energy flow or the weak points of their defenses. His fists and feet, covered with the grayish energy of the source, appear unremarkable, yet contain the properties of decomposition and absorption. A seemingly casual strike can disperse the energy painstakingly gathered by his opponents, even assimilating part of their strength to replenish his own. Unlike Sun Wukong, who flamboyantly seeks strong foes, or Frieza, who sneakily ambushes, he calmly and efficiently eliminates all opponents attempting to approach or threaten the formation of Universe 7. His gaze is icy, akin to the most precise killing machine, and in a state of calm, he transforms battle into an instinctual art. Just as Vegeta effortlessly knocks a hidden warrior from Universe 4 off the platform, a heavy, vigorous aura bearing an undeniable sense of judgment crashes in from the side like a mountain. A massively built man with light blue skin, dressed in attire akin to a referee's uniform, stands in his path. He is Toppo, the vice-captain of Universe 11's prideful team. At this moment, his body is engulfed in crimson flames, his eyes resolute and solemn, emanating a chilling pressure. Vegeta of Universe 7, Toppo's voice booms like a great bell, carrying a sense of judgment from a superior position. Your combat style is filled with cunning and absorption, lacking any sense of honor. This violates the true essence of justice. Let me cleanse you. Justice. Vegeta scoffs, disdain evident in his golden white pupils, talking about justice on a battlefield where it's kill or be killed. Utterly foolish. Stubborn. Toppo roars, his crimson flame surging, and his colossal fist descends upon Vegeta like a falling star, causing ripples in space with its ferocity. This is the destruction fist of the god of destruction, infused with part of its legacy. Vegeta can sense the terrifying power contained within this punch, far surpassing any opponent he has faced before. He does not take it heeding. Instead, he drifts back as if weightless, while his hands move in front of him, creating layers of gray ripples of source energy that constantly wax and wane, attempting to resolve this unmatched force. Boom. 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 The destruction fist strikes the gray ripples, repeatedly producing thunderous sounds. The ripples shatter and then regenerate, continuously diminishing the punch's might. Vegeta is jolted, blood surging, yet his gaze remains calm. Is dodging all you can do, coward? Toppo relentlessly pursues his punches, growing increasingly ferocious. Vegeta snorts coldly, and after dodging another heavy blow, he finally stops retreating. He steadies himself, the source energy no longer dispersing in defense, but highly concentrated on his right fist. From the depths of that gray hue, a dark red light suddenly ignites. Let me show you what true power is. He meets Toppo's next heavy punch with one of his own. The source energy, mixed with the initially guided force of calamity, transforms from decomposition and absorption into ultimate destruction and impact. Calamity's shattering fist. The two fists collide, like two planets crashing together. The crimson fierce energy clashes violently with the grayish dark red destructive energy. A blinding light instantly engulfs the area where both stand. As the light disperses, the two remain in their punching stances. Toppo's face is filled with disbelief. The crimson flames on his fists are being eroded and partially dissolved by the grayish dark red energy on Vegeta's fists. There is even a force filled with destruction and death attempting to bore into his arm, disrupting his vitality. What? What is this power? Toppo exclaims in a mix of shock and anger. How can it counter my justice energy? Counter. Vegeta's lips curl into a cold smile. You are mistaken. The grayish dark red energy on his fist suddenly undergoes a change. No longer simply a force of destruction, but at the end of destruction it gives rise to a faint yet real essence of creation. The crimson flames that were eroded and dissolved are forcibly decomposed and restructured by this power, transforming into a purer energy closer to its origin and flowing back into Vegeta's body. Destruction and creation are indeed two sides of the same coin. The power of the core calamity crystal represents not just the end of a planet, but also embodies the most primal vitality accumulated over billions of years of evolution. Under Whis' guidance and with Beerus' instruction, Vegeta finally begins to grasp this layer of mystery and integrates it into his path of refinement. This is impossible. Toppo, feeling the drain of his power, finally panics completely. The justice energy he prides himself on, infused with part of the essence of destruction, seems to have met its nemesis against this bizarre force. Your justice is too narrow. And too fragile. Vegeta's voice is cold as he suddenly unleashes his punch. Crack. A clear sound of bone cracking emanates from Toppo's arm as he screams and is sent flying, the crimson flames dimming significantly as he crashes heavily onto a distant platform, struggling, but unable to rise for the moment. Victory over Toppo. Cheers rise from the audience of Universe 7. Vegeta slowly withdraws his fist, feeling the source energy within him swell, even more enriched by the absorbed energy from Toppo, his gaze as calm as a still well. Defeating Toppo does not bring him joy. His attention has long since turned to the other end of the battlefield, that gray figure burning like a flame who has remained seated with closed eyes, seemingly indifferent to everything around since the start of the match. The strongest warrior of Universe 11, who even Sun Wukong finds hard to shake, Jiren. As if sensing Vegeta's gaze, a slit slowly opens in Jiren's tightly closed eyes. That gaze is calm yet seems to contain the weight of the entire universe, instantly crossing the chaotic battlefield and meeting Vegeta's eyes in the air. No words, no clash of momentum. Yet Vegeta feels as if his soul has been struck by an invisible heavy hammer. His state of calm nearly shatters. So strong. Unimaginably strong. Far beyond Toppo perhaps. Even surpassing the level Lord Beerus typically displays. Vegeta's golden-white pupils suddenly constrict to their utmost limit, while the blood within him begins to boil slightly. The core calamity crystal seems to sense that extreme sense of oppression, emitting an excited hum deep within his energy core. This is the one. Defeating him will prove my path. It will protect Universe 7. Vegeta disregards all other opponents and steps firmly toward Jiren's direction. The source energy surrounding him begins to flow uncontrollably faster, the gray hue deepening and that dark red light growing increasingly radiant. Is it to fully master this power and complete the ultimate refinement? Or will he be backfired and plunge into the abyss of destruction? The battle with Jiren will be the final trial for Vegeta as a warrior and a king. The king has launched an assault on the ultimate peak. Jiren remained seated like an ancient rock, unyielding to the crashing waves of battle surrounding him. His calm gaze fell upon the approaching Vegeta, devoid of disdain or curiosity, only a profound understanding of everything. Vegeta stopped 10 meters in front of him. For warriors of their caliber, this distance was no different from being face to face. Without words, the battle intent clashed violently in the space between them, palpable and annihilating. You are strong, Jiren finally spoke, his voice deep and flat, as if stating an objective fact, but it is still not enough. Not enough. You won't know until you try. Vegeta's voice was cold, but the original chi within him was like a volcano ready to erupt, suppressing terrifying energy. He could sense that beneath Jiren's seemingly calm exterior lay a power capable of devastating the world. This would be a battle more perilous than facing Beerus, for Beerus was merely a mentor, while Jiren was a true enemy intent on destroying him and the entire 7th universe. Vegeta moved. He pushed his speed to the limit, his form becoming a dark streak tearing through space as the catastrophic burst fist aimed directly at Jiren's face. On the edge of his fist, gray and dark red intertwined, embodying destruction and rebirth. This was the peak of his current refinement. Faced with this strike capable of heavily injuring Toppo, Jiren merely raised his right hand, slowly intercepting Vegeta's fist with precision. Bang! In the instant their fists met, Vegeta felt as if he had slammed into an infinite, unyielding cosmic barrier. All power, all energy fluctuations, all insights into the laws were forcibly suppressed and flattened by a grander and more absolute power the moment they touched Jiren's palm. There was no energy clash, no technique contest, only the purest, most brutal power crushing. Vegeta let out a muffled grunt, his entire arm instantaneously numbed, his fist and wrist bones groaning under the unbearable strain. As if struck heated by an interstellar train, he was thrust back at an even swifter pace, carving a deep trench in the ground. Do you see? Jiren slowly withdrew his hand, his gaze still calm. This is the gap. Your skills, your path hold no significance in the face of absolute power. Vegeta struggled to rise, his right arm hanging limply, golden blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Just one strike, and he had suffered a grievous injury. Jiren's power far exceeded his expectations. This was not merely a disparity in energy levels, but a chasm in the essence of life. The opponent seemed to have transcended the realm of chi, reaching a state where heart drives power, the heart's desires manifesting as strength. Target energy analysis, highly condensed, unified with mental will, suspected to be on the threshold of unfettered, ultimate intent. Pseudo recommendation, unable to match in strength, seek a flaw in his heart. The system's analysis was cold and brutal. Unfettered, ultimate intent. That supreme realm even was revered. Damn it. Vegeta growled, humiliation and rage searing through his reason like molten lava. His pride in the path of refinement, the power he had gained through countless hardships, was viewed as utterly inadequate in his opponent's eyes. He was unwilling. Why could Kakarot touch Super Saiyan God? Why did Jiren possess such absolute power? And he, Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans, had sacrificed more, struggled longer, yet was always kept. Intense negative emotions acted like fuel, instantly igniting the core catastrophe crystal deep within his energy. The dark red catastrophe energy erupted on an unprecedented scale, forcibly collapsing the calm heart state he had struggled to maintain, even suppressing the original chi. Catastrophe boiling. And it was completely uncontrolled catastrophe boiling. Vegeta let out a roar that was inhuman, his eyes turning pure blood red as a dark red aura resembling tangible blood surged around him, his muscles wildly expanding, all reason consumed by the desire for destruction. He transformed into a blood-colored storm of annihilation, recklessly charging at Jiren once more. His attacks were chaotic, driven only by the most primal, frenzied destruction. Jiren frowned slightly, seeming to find this irrational state distasteful. He merely raised his hand, throwing a punch. Bang! Bang! With each collision, Vegeta was sent flying at an even faster pace, more brutally, his injuries worsening, the dark red aura flickering uncertainly. The completely uncontrolled catastrophe boiling in the face of Jiren's absolute power remained a futile struggle. Just as Vegeta's consciousness was about to be completely submerged by endless desires for destruction and excruciating pain, on the verge of stepping into the abyss of self-destruction. An image abruptly flashed through his chaotic mind: Bulma's anxious face, Trunks' adoring yet worried gaze, Kakarot's foolish, trusting smile, even that idiot Bana blocking in front of him with his life. Guarding. He was not without ties. His strength was not only to surpass, to prove. It was also to protect those who pulled him back from the cold dream of a cosmic emperor to humanity. I am Vegeta. He let out his final roar from the depths of his soul. My power is mine to command. Boom. A completely different will erupted from the depths of his soul, like a sword cleaving through chaos. It was neither Whis' calm heart nor Jiren's absolute heart, but rather Vegeta's own, an amalgamation of pride, persistence, anger, and protection, his self-will. The blood-colored dark red aura suddenly contracted inward, condensing. No longer a chaotic boil, but under his powerful self-will, forcibly tamed, compressed, fused with the remaining original chi along with all his emotions and memories. A brand new energy exuding an aura of isolation and absolute control slowly emanated from within him. His hair transformed into a deeper shade of dark blue, his eyes burning like violet stars enveloped in a layer of deep blue-purple flames that seemed to isolate everything, declaring his supremacy. Host detected, breaking through limits. Comprehended new form, self, ultimate intent, beginner. Energy, nature, absolute control, supremacy, emotion-driven, infinite possibilities. Overall battle power assessment significantly increased. Reached Jiren's level. Vegeta hovered in midair, his dark blue hair floating, without wind, his violet eyes coldly gazing down at Jiren. At this moment he was entirely different, no longer a part of the rules, but as if he himself was the architect of those rules. For the first time a flicker of emotion crossed Jiren's calm face as he slowly stood up. The void seemed to freeze at this moment. The battles of other universes, even the passage of time, lost all meaning before these two warriors who had stepped into the pinnacle of the divine realm. Vegeta hovered in the air, his dark blue hair dancing in the deep purple flames, and his purple eyes resembled two cold stars reflecting Jiren's gray figure that burned like fire. The supreme intent brought him an absolute sense of control, as if the entire world around him was dominated by his will. Jiren slowly ascended, meeting Vegeta's gaze. In his perpetually calm eyes a tangible flame of battle intent finally ignited. Vegeta's current state made him feel a long-lost power that could threaten him. Supreme intent. Jiren murmured as if confirming, to forcibly dominate everything with one's own will, even distorting the rules. Such a tyrannical power. But being overly reliant on self is also your shackles. Stop the nonsense. Vegeta's voice was icy, carrying the unique aloofness of self-supreme intent. Let me see if your so-called absolute can withstand my will. Vegeta was the first to strike. There were no fancy moves, he simply raised his right hand towards Jiren, his fingers suddenly clenching tightly. Self-domain 10,000 forms restriction. The deep purple flames instantly spread, transforming the space around Jiren into an absolute domain belonging to Vegeta. Within the domain the rules were forcibly rewritten, gravity surged 1,000-fold, and space solidified like iron, even the energy particles ceased to flow. This was a decree imposed upon reality by one's own will. Faced with this restriction capable of instantly crushing ordinary powerhouses into nothingness, the gray flames burning around Jiren only flickered slightly. He did not resist forcefully, instead his body moved in a way that defied the laws of physics, as if flowing like water slipping out of the core of the domain. His movement was completely natural, as if it was not he who was moving, but the entire universe was moving in accordance with his intent. Supreme freedom, the body following the mind. Your will cannot bind nature. Jiren said calmly, simultaneously throwing a punch. This punch appeared slow, yet it seemed to draw in the energy of the entire battlefield, transforming into a gray torrent that encompassed all and obliterated everything rushing towards Vegeta. Vegeta's pupils constricted, self-supreme intent operating at full capacity, and deep purple flames coalesced before him into a massive shield inscribed with countless self-runic symbols. Wall of I alone. The gray torrent crashed against the massive shield. This time there was no earth-shattering. The gray torrent, as if possessing life, did not recklessly collide, but continuously sought the imperceptible weak points created by Vegeta's fluctuating will on the massive shield, infiltrating and disintegrating like mercury spilling across the ground. Vegeta let out a muffled grunt, sensing his will being gradually worn down by the opponent's power that resonated with nature. Although self-supreme intent was powerful, maintaining such absolute control demanded immense mental energy, and as long as there was even the slightest crack in his will, it would be infinitely amplified by supreme freedom. Your heart is wavering. Jiren's voice was like a spell, penetrating through the roar of energy, directly striking at Vegeta's soul. You are doubting whether your path is correct. You are afraid of the consequences of failure. Vegeta gritted his teeth, and a trace of barely perceptible chaos flashed in his purple eyes. Jiren's words struck precisely at the deepest fears within him. Self-supreme intent stemmed from all his emotions and obsessions, including his pride, his reluctance, and the heavy pressure of his protective responsibility. At the moment when his mind wavered slightly, a rune on the wall of I alone suddenly dimmed. Jiren's eyes sparkled with intensity, and the gray torrent seemed to have found a breach in the dam, instantly condensing into a single point, transforming into a gray spear of light that was so refined it seemed capable of piercing dimensions. Supreme intent, star piercing. Swish! The gray spear of light instantly pierced through the wall of I alone, its momentum unabated, shooting straight for Vegeta's heart. Too fast. Too sudden. Vegeta had no time to execute any effective evasion. The shadow of death instantly enveloped him. At this critical moment, the core catastrophe crystal within him seemed to sense the host's imminent peril, erupting with its final unwilling cry and power. Simultaneously, the long silent system also emitted an unprecedented sharp alarm and a wave of cool energy attempting to protect his heart. But it was not enough. Jiren's finger contained the law's power that touched the pinnacle of the divine realm. Pfft. Blood splattered. The gray spear of light pierced through Vegeta's left chest, bringing forth a spray of blood mixed with gold and dark red. Although it was not at the exact center of the heart, that terrifying force still instantly devastated his vitality, and the state of self-supreme intent shattered like broken glass. Deep purple flames dissipated, and he reverted to his original form, falling from the sky like a bird with broken wings. Vegeta. Son Goku, who was entangled with Tiz in the distance, looked on in horror. Dad. Trunks cried out in despair. The hearts of the 7th universe plunged to the depths. Vegeta crashed heavily onto the cold platform, blood quickly spreading beneath him. He felt his body grow cold, power ebbing away like a receding tide, and his consciousness began to blur. Jiren's calm and powerful figure seemed to transform into an insurmountable chasm in his fading vision. Is it coming to an end? In the end, he still could not protect it. Reluctance, endless regret, and unwillingness burned like the final flame in his soul that was about to extinguish. Jiren slowly descended not far from Vegeta, looking at the fallen opponent. A flicker of complex emotion flashed in his eyes, but it was soon replaced by resolution. He raised his hand and gray energy began to coalesce once more. For the survival of the 11th universe, he had to eliminate all threats. 7th universe, this ends here. Just as Jiren was about to deliver the final blow. Jiren. A roar that shook the entire void erupted from the other end of the battlefield, carrying endless sorrow and determination. Son Goku's crimson divine energy underwent an indescribable transformation at that moment. The crimson faded, transforming into a more pure ethereal form, seemingly merging with the entire void, a silvery white. His hair turned silver and his eyes became a silvery hue, sparkling with starlight. No longer was there energy surging around him, but instead, he was shrouded in a layer of hazy silver radiance, moving with incredible naturalness and fluidity, as if he were a part of this void. Son Goku, stimulated by witnessing Vegeta's severe injury, finally broke through the final bottleneck, stepping into the true realm of supreme freedom. He instantly appeared between Jiren and Vegeta, his silver eyes calmly gazing at Jiren. Your opponent, Son Goku's voice was ethereal yet firm, is now me. Jiren looked at Son Goku, whose aura was entirely different, and for the first time a grave expression appeared on his usually calm face. And the fallen Vegeta, in the last moment, before losing consciousness, vaguely saw the silver figure blocking him and heard Son Goku's resolute voice. Kakarot. This thought flashed through his mind before he sank into boundless darkness. The Battle of Kings seemed to temporarily conclude, but the flame of hope for the 7th universe burned more fiercely in another's form. The final outcome remains undecided. Cold void. Vegeta's consciousness floated in the endless darkness, as if sinking into the universe's coldest abyss. The agony of his pierced body had become numb, leaving only the emptiness and silence of a torn soul. The label of a failure burned like a brand, searing his dwindling perception. It is over. The pride of the Saiyan Prince, the responsibility of protecting the 7th universe, the ambition to surpass all. Everything vanished like a fleeting shadow, with Jiren's finger piercing his chest. No. A faint yet stubborn spark flickered defiantly in the absolute darkness of his consciousness. I am Vegeta. I have not yet defeated Kakarot with my own hands. I have not yet made Trunks proud of having a strong father. I have not yet proven to Bulma that her choice was not wrong. I have not yet made that guy Beerus acknowledge my power. And there is Jiren, the opponent who completely shattered his dignity. A strong obsession mixed with all extreme emotions such as unwillingness, anger, protection, and pride surged like a storm, wildly converging in the core of his fading consciousness. This is no longer the uncontrollable disaster boiling, but Vegeta's most pure self roaring defiantly at fate. Just as this storm of obsession was about to completely shatter his remaining consciousness, a familiar yet strange voice, no longer cold, but tinged with a hint of humanity, echoed in the depths of his soul. Host's life response is below the maintenance threshold. Soul structure is on the verge of collapse. Initiating final protocol. Lifting all information restrictions. Vegeta. Or rather Li Wei. Can you hear me? Li Wei. This name he had nearly forgotten caused a ripple in Vegeta's consciousness. Do not be confused. I am not merely a program. I am the final spark created by the original civilization of the last reincarnation era to combat the fate of erasure, the seed of possibility. My core mission is to seek and assist variables that can break the established trajectory of fate. The voice of the system, know the voice of the seed of possibility carried endless sorrow. Your arrival, your struggle, your path of refinement, especially your unwavering self that is burning at this moment. All prove that you are the variable we have been waiting for through countless epochs. But variables are not omnipotent. Your self-extreme intention is powerful, yet because of your obsession with control and protection it appears rigid and full of flaws in front of Jiren's natural free extreme intention. You try to control everything, yet you forget. True strength sometimes requires first to let go. Let go. Let go of pride. Let go of responsibility. Then would he still be Vegeta? It does not mean to make you give up yourself, but to help you understand that self and nature are not opposing forces. Your emotions, your obsessions are also part of this universe's nature. Why must you forcefully control? Why can't you? Trust. Trust your strength, trust your bonds even. Trust your opponent. Trust. Trust that fool Kakarot. Trust that enemy Jiren. Look outside Vegeta. What has happened at the place where you fell? He saw it. He saw Goku in his perfect silver-haired free extreme intention, engaged in a monumental battle with Jiren. He saw the other companions of the 7th universe fighting fiercely against the remaining members of the 11th universe to protect his fallen body and buy precious time. Piccolo strategizing, Gohan unleashing, even that guy Frieza was scheming insidiously. They did not give up. An indescribable heat surged into Vegeta's cold consciousness core. I understand. It is not letting go but embracing. It is not control but trust. Trust in my pride, my anger, my heart of protection. Trust in all the emotions that constitute Vegeta, they are in themselves my most powerful source of strength. Trust in my companions, they are not burdens that I need to protect alone, but comrades I can rely on. Even trusting in Jiren's strength, for it is his strength that sharpens my own. Myself does not need to resist nature, for it is already the most brilliant and unyielding part of me. Boom. Vegeta's collapsing consciousness core reassembled and transcended at this moment like a cosmic explosion in a way unprecedented. The deep blue-purple self-extreme intention energy did not disappear, but underwent a complete and perfect refinement with the remaining gray original chi dark red disaster power and all his emotions and memories. No longer forceful domination, but a blending as seamless as water and milk. No longer any distinction, only a harmonious unity. A brand new energy transcending the boundaries of self-extreme intention and free extreme intention, as if containing infinite possibilities, was born within him. This energy had no fixed color, sometimes presenting a chaotic hue that embraced all things, sometimes transforming into a supreme deep purple, and at times revealing a scorching divine crimson. Detected host soul has completed the ultimate transformation. Refinement path is perfect. Comprehending ultimate form divine intense self-manifest. Energy nature embracing, all rooted in my essence infinite evolution. Life level leap. Touching the threshold of the angelic realm. On the Null Realm platform, the battle between Goku and Jiren had reached a fever pitch. The silvery figure clashed wildly with the gray flames, each encounter shaking the very foundation of the Null Realm. Although Goku had stepped into perfect free extreme intention, Jiren's nearly limitless heart power accumulated over countless years was far too massive. He still found himself at a disadvantage, and defeat seemed only a matter of time. The gods of destruction and angels from the 11th universe displayed victorious smiles. The members of the 7th universe, however, showed despair. Just as Jiren gathered his final blow about to end the battle. A breath that could not be described in words, as if containing the life and death of the universe, embracing all possibilities and contradictions, erupted explosively from the place where Vegeta had fallen. Above the platform, Vegeta slowly floated up. His wounds healed at a visible speed, and beneath the shattered battlesuit was a perfect body flowing with chaotic colored energy. His hair transformed into a deep purple resembling the night sky. His left eye displayed the deep purple of self-extreme intention, while his right eye changed into the silver of free extreme intention. There was no aura surrounding him, only a halo that seemed capable of evolving all things. He opened his eyes, his gaze calmly sweeping across the astonished Jiren and Goku. Kakarot, Vegeta's voice carried a transcendent calmness, yet contained undeniable strength. Step back. This battle should be concluded by me personally. Goku looked at Vegeta, whose aura had completely transformed as if reborn, surprise flashing through his silver eyes, which soon turned into a relieved and trusting smile. He instantly stepped back, leaving the battlefield to Vegeta. Jiren stared fixedly at Vegeta, a violent disturbance occurring for the first time in his tranquil heart. From Vegeta, he felt an unprecedented sense of perfection that transcended freedom and self. What have you become? Jiren's voice carried a hint of dryness. He himself was unaware. Vegeta did not answer, but slowly raised his hand. In his palm chaotic energy flowed, as if holding a miniature universe. Jiren, your power is strong and your heart is steadfast, Vegeta said calmly, but your path has reached its end. And my path is just beginning. Receive my final move. Divine Intent Universe's final chapter. The chaotic light devoured everything. The chaotic sphere of light in Vegeta's palm is not merely a product of highly compressed energy, but rather resembles a nascent miniature universe, brimming with infinite possibilities and transformations. It does not emit destructive waves, instead it carries a vast aura that brings peace to the mind, embracing all. In Jiren's eyes burning with gray flames, a semblance of awe reflected for the first time. His heart power, the nearly inexhaustible reservoir of energy he relied on for battle, felt as if it were merging into the chaotic brilliance, like a stream flowing into the ocean, creating an illusion of being completely embraced, understood, and even assimilated. This feeling was far more terrifying than facing Sun Wukong's perfect state of ultimate freedom. This technique is nameless. Vegeta's voice echoed calmly in the void, or rather it can manifest in any form that your heart can comprehend. He gently pushed the sphere of light. The sphere's speed was not fast, it seemed almost slow, as if inviting rather than attacking. Jiren roared, pushing his life force and willpower to their limits as the gray flames transformed into tangible armor and torrents crashing towards the chaotic sphere like the first shockwave of the universe's birth, ultimate technique, remnants of creation. This was the culmination of all his heart power, a final strike simulating the Big Bang at the dawn of the universe. The two collided. There was no sound, no explosion, no radiant light of energy annihilation. The chaotic sphere acted like an endless black hole, or the most tender womb, silently embracing Jiren's remnants of creation, capable of reigniting the starry seas. The great torrent of energy sank into the sphere without causing the slightest ripple, as if returning home. Jiren stood frozen, feeling the connection with that power completely severed, embraced, and understood. It was not destruction, but rather acceptance by a higher existence in a manner he could not comprehend. The chaotic sphere slowly floated before Jiren, not attacking, but quietly hovering. The surface of the sphere began to reveal scenes from Jiren's life, arduous training, trust from companions, the pain of losing dear friends, the heavy burden of the universe's existence, and the heart that gradually closed off in pursuit of absolute power. All flowed like a revolving lantern, imbued with a sense of compassionate insight. Jiren stared blankly at those images, especially when he saw the faces of companions who had gradually distanced themselves from him due to his pursuit of power, ultimately passing away. A clear crack finally appeared in his heart, once as solid as rock. He always believed that absolute power was everything, yet he had forgotten that what initially supported him in becoming stronger was the heart he wished to protect. Am I wrong? Jiren murmured to himself, the gray flames around him flickering like a candle in the wind, ultimately extinguishing slowly. He was not drained of power, but rather his fighting spirit, the nearly obsessive determination that had sustained him until now, was completely dissolved at this moment by Vegeta's encompassing divine will. He stood still, closed his eyes, and relinquished all resistance. The chaotic sphere then dissipated as if it had never existed. The bell signaling the end of the tournament of power rang throughout the void. Jiren from Universe 11 lost his fighting spirit and was eliminated. Universe 7 emerged victorious. The survivors were teleported back to their respective viewing platforms. A wave of joyous relief and cheers erupted from Universe 7. Krillin, Gohan, Piccolo, and others embraced excitedly. Even Frieza wore an enigmatic smirk. Sun Wukong released his ultimate state and descended back to the platform. He approached Vegeta and patted his shoulder, enthusiastically grinning. Well done, Vegeta. That last move was incredible. Vegeta shot him a glance, his indigo hair and mismatched eyes returning to normal, the chaotic halo around him retreating and disappearing. He did not speak, but his gaze was less cold than before, infused with a hint of indescribable depth. He lifted his head to look at the highest viewing platform, where the two Zeniths and the Grand Priest sat. Zeno clapped his little hands and said in a childish yet authoritative voice, "It's over. Universe 7-1, how interesting. Other universes, vanish." Just as Zeno was about to raise his hand to erase the other defeated universes, "Please wait a moment, Lord Zeno." Vegeta stepped forward, his voice clearly resonating throughout the void. All eyes focused on him in an instant. The two Zeniths tilted their heads in curiosity. Calmly, Vegeta began his gaze sweeping over the warriors from the defeated universes, their faces filled with despair. The purpose of the Tournament of Power is to select the universes with the most hope and eliminate those that are worthless, is it not? Yes, yes. The Zeniths nodded. Then I believe that value is not solely reflected in victories and defeats in battle. Vegeta continued, his voice carrying a strange persuasive power. Every universe has its unique civilization, life, and possibilities. Is it not too wasteful to completely erase them simply because of a defeat in battle? For example, take Jiren from Universe 11, who possesses immensely powerful strength and unwavering will, but has merely strayed on the path. His very existence embodies a form of value. The same goes for other universes. They may lack in warrior strength, but might possess shining points that Universe 7 does not. The Grand Priest raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of surprise and amusement flashing in his eyes. Beerus, Kampa, and the other gods of destruction looked astonished, not expecting Vegeta to say such things. Huh, that seems to make some sense. The Zeniths exchanged glances and murmured quietly. Vegeta took a deep breath and stated his final purpose. Therefore, I beseech you, Lord Zeno, to grant all universes a chance. Not a direct pardon, but rather, establish a probation period. Allow these universes to prove their value in the future. If they still show no improvement, then they may be erased later. The venue fell silent. Everyone held their breath awaiting Zenith's decision. The two Zeniths whispered to each other for a moment, and finally the Zeno on the left happily declared, "All right. That sounds like more fun. Then let's do it your way. No universe will disappear. But they must perform well." A miracle occurred. Due to Vegeta's words, all universes that were supposed to be erased were allowed to survive. On the returning spacecraft, the atmosphere was entirely different from when they arrived. It was filled with joy, exhaustion, and a hint of anticipation for the future. Sun Wukong leaned over to Vegeta and curiously asked, "Vegeta, what did you say to Lord Zeno at the end? They actually changed their minds." Vegeta gazed out at the stars whizzing past the porthole, silent for a moment before slowly saying, "I merely stated a fact. Destruction is easy, but creation and maintenance are the real challenges." Perhaps Lord Zeno also finds this more interesting. In his mind, the Grand Priest's profound transmission echoed as he departed. "Mr. Vegeta, your performance today and your choice have shown us unprecedented possibilities. Cherish this power well, the Guardian of Universe 7. Guardian. Vegeta clenched his fist slightly, feeling the harmonious, ever-vibrant power of divine will. Power is no longer merely a tool for conquest and proof. It is the foundation of understanding, embracing, and protection. He glanced at Sun Wukong, who was excitedly discussing future training plans, then looked out at the increasingly close azure planet. Earth home. The battle is far from over. The vastness of the universe exceeds imagination. Is there a higher existence beyond Zeno and the Grand Priest? What secrets lie hidden in the erasure of fate mentioned by the Seed of Possibilities? Yet at this moment Vegeta's heart was calm. He found his own path and understood the responsibilities he bore. The king's journey has never ceased. It simply stepped towards a broader and brighter future. The spaceship pierced through the Earth's atmosphere, smoothly landing on the helipad of the Universal Capsule Company. The cabin door opened and the battle-hardened warriors stepped onto the familiar ground with sunlight pouring down, bringing a long-awaited warmth and tranquility. Klin, Gohan, and others embraced their anxious friends and family, a blend of cheers and tears, celebrating the survival of the 7th universe and the hero's return. Vegeta descended the ramp alone, avoiding the bustling crowd. His steps were steady and his aura was harmonious and contained, lacking the previous sharpness he once had, now imbued with an unfathomable depth. The life-and-death battles of the Tournament of Power and the peak confrontation with Jiren, along with the Grand Minister's advice to the Omni King, all of this had forged him in the most intensive crucibles, rendering him more pure. However, beneath this calm exterior, dark currents still surged. The truth revealed by the seed of possibility system in his mind and the Grand Minister's significant title of Guardian prevented him from truly relaxing. The enhancement of his power brought a broader perspective, unveiling more distant threats. In the days following his return, Vegeta's life seemed to have returned to its original track. He continued to train in the deepest gravity chamber of the Universal Capsule Company, but now his training was no longer merely a challenge to his limits. More often than not, he sat in meditation, comprehending the flow of chaotic energy within him through the realm of divine intent manifested, seeking to understand the balance of creation and destruction, order and chaos that power represented. Bulma keenly sensed his change. He remained focused on becoming stronger, but there was less of the previous obsession and impatience in his demeanor. Occasionally during dinner, he would even inquire about Trunks' training progress, and although his tone was still not gentle, it left Trunks pleasantly surprised, compelling him to train even harder. One evening, Vegeta stood on the balcony gazing at the silver pillar of energy soaring into the sky towards Goku's home. That was Kakarot solidifying his Ultra instinct. That guy isn't slacking off either, Vegeta mused internally. His competitive spirit had not diminished, but it was no longer filled with hostility. It felt more like a mutual drive to improve. At that moment, the core of chaotic energy within him vibrated slightly, not as a warning, but as a peculiar sensation, as if resonating with distant realms. The realm of divine intent manifested made him more sensitive to certain potential grand flows of energy in the universe. He lifted his head as if his gaze pierced through the atmosphere, directing towards an indescribable depth of the cosmos. There seemed to be something awakening, or perhaps being woven. Days later, on a clear morning, the sky transformed unexpectedly into a magnificent spectrum of colors. There was no pressure, no fear, only a child's pure intent, yet imbued with supreme authority, gently enveloping the entire Earth and even the seventh universe. All living beings, regardless of strength, felt this at that moment, instinctively looking up towards the sky. Above the Universal Capsule Company, two small figures dressed in special attire appeared, along with a graceful figure in angelic attire. The Omni King and the Grand Minister. Not the kind of arrival accompanied by the aura of destruction like a destroyer, but rather like a creator surveying their garden, filled with curiosity and a hint of anticipation. Beerus and Whis appeared beside Vegeta, their expressions more serious than ever, even carrying a hint of tension. Lord Omni King Grand Minister Whis respectfully bowed. Beerus, Whis, and Vegeta. The Grand Minister spoke with a warm smile, his voice soothing yet penetrating the soul. There is no need to be nervous. Lord Omni King has come not to accuse, but to be curious. The left side Omni King floated forward, tilting his head with his pure innocent eyes fixed on Vegeta. What you said last time was quite interesting. You said value is not solely about being strong in battle. Then what kind of universe is a good universe? The right side Omni King chimed in. Yes. We want to see what your possibility really looks like. Vegeta's heart tightened. He realized that this was not an inquiry for punishment, but rather an ultimate interview regarding ideals, one that was even more severe. The Omni King was not questioning his power, but had taken an interest in the value and possibility. He had proposed, wishing to witness it firsthand. He took a deep breath and stepped forward. The realm of divine intent manifested flowed naturally, allowing him to remain calm and contemplative in the presence of such supreme beings. Lord Omni King Vegeta slightly bowed, his tone neither submissive nor arrogant. A good universe may not necessarily be the strongest in power, but rather one where the lives within can continually surpass themselves, create miracles, understand protection and inheritance, and possess the hope to never give up in the face of any adversity. He raised his hand, palm upward, as chaotic energy of divine intent manifested slowly surged forth, not exhibiting destructive power, but above his palm, evolving into a small, vibrant illusion. A miniature of Earth showcasing the Z-fighters battling scientists, exploring the unknown, ordinary people striving to live, filled with laughter, tears, growth, and inheritance. Power is the foundation, but not everything. Vegeta's voice carried a sense of conviction. The diversity of life, the creativity of civilization, the resonance of emotions, and the light that still blooms in desperation. These may truly be the value and possibility of the universe. The Omni Kings widened their eyes, curiously gazing at the constantly evolving illusion, the myriad of life presented within, seemingly fascinating them immensely. A glint of appreciation flashed in the Grand Minister's eyes as he nodded slightly. After a moment of silence, the two Omni-Kings exchanged glances and then simultaneously clapped, bursting into clear laughter. We see it, we see it. So much fun. Yes, there are many things we've never seen before. It is indeed right to let this universe remain. The bodies of the Omni-Kings began to emit a gentle glow, their figures gradually fading. Vegeta, the Grand Minister, said telepathically, before departing, you have proven your ideals and showcased the unique possibility of the seventh universe. Lord Omni-King is very satisfied. From today onward, you will be regarded as the authorized observer and guardian of the seventh universe, possessing partial authority to act in certain circumstances to uphold the value of the universe. Make good use of this power as well as the seed within you. As the light dissipated, the sky returned to its azure state. The strange sensation enveloping the globe also vanished, as if everything that just transpired was merely a dream. But Vegeta knew it was real. He opened his palm, and upon his palm lay an extremely tiny, yet containing the supreme authority of the Omni-King, a 7-colored mark that slowly vanished. Acquired Special Authority Universe Guardian Beginner Fusion Degree with Seed of Possibility increased to 100, fully activated. Unlocking Ultimate Database, involving the origin of Erasure Mechanism, existence beyond the realm of the Omni-King. Information too vast requires gradual interpretation. Beerus let out a long sigh of relief, wiping non-existent cold sweat, looking at Vegeta with a complex expression. You, this guy, truly always create earth-shattering events. Whis smiled and said, congratulations, Mr. Vegeta. You have not only protected the universe, but also won a broader future for all life. However, as the Grand Minister said, the road is still long. Vegeta clenched his fists, feeling the fully activated seed of possibility within him along with the heavy guardian authority. He knew that the end of the tournament of power was not the conclusion. Above the Omni-King, there were deeper mysteries of the fate of Erasure still needed to be faced, and the future of the seventh universe, and indeed all universes, required his witness and protection. He glanced at Goku, who had finally finished his training and was waving at him with a silly smile, then looked back at Bulma through the laboratory window, who wore a complex expression of worry and pride. The King's journey has never ended. It is just that his battlefield has extended from the stars and seas to the more vast realms of fate and possibility. Months have passed since the arrival of the Omni-King. Earth has returned to its former tranquility, or rather a fragile peace built on a deeper understanding. Vegeta's life seems to have undergone no earth-shattering changes. He remains a tenant of the Universal Capsule Corporation, a frequent visitor to the gravity chamber, and a strict training mentor to Trunks. However, certain things have indeed changed. He no longer trains merely to surpass Kakarot or to prove the pride of the Saiyans. More often, he is familiarizing himself with the fully activated seed of possibility within him, deciphering the vast information about the origins of the universe and the erasure mechanism contained within. At the same time, with the realm of divine intent that he has achieved combined with the subtle mark of the Omni-King, he senses the flow of life and the evolution of civilization in the seventh universe and even farther star realms. This is an entirely new experience. He can hear the whispers of stars being born, see the glimmers of hope and wisdom blossoming amid the rise and fall of civilizations, and also perceive the minute cracks quietly forming in certain corners that could lead to the collapse of civilization. The duty of a guardian is not always about fierce battles. More often it is about this meticulous observation and guidance. On this day, Vegeta was instructing Trunks on the microcontrol of energy forms when he suddenly paused, a barely perceptible frown appearing on his brow. Father. Trunks noticed his unusual behavior. Vegeta raised a hand to signal him to be quiet, closed his eyes, and sank his consciousness into a deeper layer of perception. Through the resonance of the seed of possibility and the mark of the Omni-King, he captured a trace of an extremely weak noise that was incongruent with the normal flow of cosmic energy. This noise did not originate from any specific planet or civilization. It felt more like something seeping in from the background of the universe, imbued with a hollow void-like intent aimed at smoothing out all existence. Detected abnormal space-time fluctuations. Energy nature unknown with high assimilative properties and an inclination towards erasure. Source analysis not generated within this universe, suspected to come from beyond the structure of the universe. Threat level assessment incalculable, potentially extinction level. The system's alarm, no, it was the warning of the seed of possibility, carried an unprecedented seriousness. Almost simultaneously, a rainbow of light converged before him, forming the elegant figure of the Grand Priest. However, this time the Grand Priest's face lacked its usual calmness, bearing a hint of gravity. Mr. Vegeta, did you sense it too? Vegeta nodded, a glint of calm, analytical light flickering in his golden-white pupils. What is it? We refer to it as the tide of nihility. The Grand Priest spoke solemnly. It is neither life nor energy. It resembles a kind of corrective force or cleansing program on a cosmic law level. It exists in the cracks between all universes, usually in a state of absolute silence. Yet for some reason it has begun to become active recently and is attempting to seep into our cosmic system. What is its purpose? Assimilation, erasure. To reduce all orderly existences, be it matter, energy, life, or civilization, back to the most primitive nothingness. It has no consciousness, no purpose, it is merely instinct. The Grand Priest looked at Vegeta. In the past, this tide would be obstructed by the unconscious authority emitted by the Omni King. But this time, it seems to have found some kind of gap. Just then Whis and Beerus also appeared in the room, both wearing unusually grim expressions. This is troublesome, Lord Beerus. Whis said directly. It has just been confirmed that in the border star realms between the 3rd universe and the 9th universe there have been small-scale nihilization phenomena with several star systems vanishing silently as if they never existed. Damn it, Beerus said, irritably flicking his tail. How did this thing get in? Does the Omni King know? The Omni King is already aware. The Grand Priest nodded, but even the Omni King cannot directly erase an existence that represents nothingness. He can only rely on his authority to establish barriers and delay its infiltration. To completely resolve this, we need to find the source of its infiltration and seal it. Everyone's gaze turned to Vegeta simultaneously. What are you looking at me for? Vegeta said flatly. Because you are the variable, Vegeta. The Grand Priest gazed directly at him. The seed of possibility chose you precisely because you can do what we who adhere to established rules cannot. Your divine intent, your understanding of the essence of creation and destruction, may allow you to perceive and touch the source of that tide of nihility. Whis added, furthermore, the guardian authority granted to you by the Omni King enables you to operate in the cosmic borders while partially avoiding assimilation by the nothingness. Vegeta fell silent for a moment. This is not a battle but a confrontation with a conceptual erosion. The danger level far exceeds that of a martial tournament. Where is the source? He asked. The tide of nihility has no fixed source, it is everywhere and yet nowhere to be found. The Grand Priest raised his hand and a star map unfolded, marking several points of energy anomalies, but these eroded star realms have the most fragile spatial structures, possibly the location of the gaps of infiltration. We need someone to delve into these areas, find the gaps, and temporarily seal them with powerful existential force, buying us time to seek a fundamental solution. Beerus crossed his arms. It seems this time it can't be solved just by throwing punches. Vegeta looked at the coordinates on the star map that emitted an ominous aura, feeling the waves of alertness and a hint of exploratory desire transmitted by the seed of possibility within him. He realized that this might be the true significance of the creation of the seed of possibility, to confront this ultimate erasure fate from beyond the universe. I will go. Vegeta made his decision, his voice still calm. What about Kakarot? Mr. Son Goku's Ultra Instinct is more focused on adaptation and dodging. When facing this indiscriminate conceptual assimilation, it is not as targeted as your divine intent. The Grand Priest explained. He will serve as support and stabilize other regions. Vegeta said no more and turned to walk toward the direction of the gravity chamber. He needed to make final preparations for this unknown expedition. Vegeta. Bulma's voice came from behind, filled with concern. Trunks also looked at him nervously. Vegeta paused for a moment, not turning back, simply saying, take care of yourself. Entering the gravity chamber, Vegeta sat cross-legged, fully immersing his consciousness in the realm of divine intent, deeply connecting with the seed of possibility, attempting to understand and simulate the properties of that nihility, searching for methods to counter and even seal it. At the deepest part of his consciousness, the chaotic energy core slowly rotated, as if responding to the silent call from the edge of the universe. This time his enemy is no longer a powerful individual, but the personification of the shadow side of the universe, the ultimate confrontation between existence and nothingness. The journey of the king points toward the absolutely unknown realms where even deities have never set foot. Before he set out, it seemed that a faint fragment of consciousness from a distant place pierced through the interference of the tide of nihility and touched his perception. Save us, the Weaver. Awakening. The fragment vanished in an instant, leaving behind a disquieting message. At the edge of the seventh universe in the glittering nebula, this place was once a cradle of star birth, yet now it has transformed into a hauntingly silent wasteland. The light of the stars seemed to be drawn away by some invisible force, leaving only vague and dim outlines. The very fabric of space presented a sickly gray-white hue akin to a faded tapestry, with time itself appearing thick and slow. A chaotic-colored halo tore through this silence, revealing the figure of Vegeta. He floated in the void, embodying the realm of Shin Izi-Ching as a thin layer of luminous membrane continuously evolving and dissolving formed around his body, isolating him from the encroaching essence of nothingness that sought to erode everything. Even so, he could still feel a pervasive cold gaze, as if the entire space was a living, insatiable maw yearning to assimilate him. Environmental assimilation pressure 17. Continuous monitoring in progress. Detected high concentration of nothingness particles. Direct contact is advised against. The prompt of Seed of Possibility echoed clearly in his consciousness. Vegeta's golden white pupils scanned the decaying star domain, locking his gaze on a particularly dim region in the distance, where the spatial structure twisted like shattered glass. There lay one of the suspected fracture points, marked by the High Priest. Just as he was preparing to approach and investigate, an anomaly suddenly occurred. In the gray-white void, shadows of distorted formless shapes abruptly coalesced like ink drops in clear water. They appeared to be composed of pure non-existence, devoid of features or limbs, merely shifting, unsettling outlines that exuded a hunger for the assimilation of all existence, mirroring the essence of the surrounding environment. The phantoms of nothingness. Eerie creations born naturally during the infiltration of the tide of nothingness, existing between existence and non-existence. They emitted no sound, merely drifting toward Vegeta like specters, and wherever they passed it seemed as if a part of space itself was erased, leaving behind a more hollow trace. Vegeta's gaze turned cold, and with a finger pointed like a knife he unleashed a chaotic energy blade imbued with the power of Shin Izi-Ching. The energy blade easily pierced through the phantom's body, yet it was as if he had slashed through air, causing no harm. The phantom merely twisted slightly, continuing to advance, even attempting to envelop and merge with the energy blade, seeking to decompose it into nothingness. Physical attacks and conventional energy strikes were ineffective. Vegeta immediately changed tactics, no longer attempting to destroy, but instead transforming the power of Shin Izi-Ching into a form of definition and stability. He pressed his hands forward, and the chaotic halo expanded, forming a temporary stable field of existence. Within this field, the fundamental laws of the universe were temporarily reinforced. The phantoms collided against the boundaries of the field like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun, emitting a silent shriek, a wave that directly impacted the soul. Their forms became unstable, with faint existence sparks flickering at the edges as the invading nothingness was forcibly repelled and neutralized by the power of the field. Effective, but consuming immense energy. Maintaining this field against the assimilation pressure of the environment drained his strength and spirit at a rapid pace every second. Seizing this opportunity, Vegeta's figure flickered and broke through the obstruction of the phantoms, coming close to the most twisted region of spatial structure. Here appeared to be a wound in space. A pitch-black fissure constantly opening and closing stretched across the void, resembling a monstrous maw, with an absolute darkness within that even light could not escape. A thick, nauseating essence of nothingness seeped from the fissure, polluting everything around it. This was the fracture. Vegeta could feel that merely approaching this fissure caused the field of existence he maintained to tremble violently, accelerating the rate of consumption. It must be sealed quickly. He attempted to condense the power of Shin Izi-Ching into a patch and throw it toward the fissure. However, the chaotic energy was devoured and dissolved the moment it made contact with the edge of the fissure, as if a clay ox had sunk into the sea, not even stirring a ripple. No good. The intensity is insufficient. Or rather, its nature is still restrained. His power represented the evolution and potential of existence, while this fissure represented the absolute antithesis of existence, pure nothingness. Just as he pondered a countermeasure battling against the increasingly strong assimilation pressure, a very faint yet much clearer fragment of consciousness, like a thread passing through layers of barriers, once again touched his perception. This time it was no longer a plea for help, but rather a fragment of information. Error. The Cradle Protocol is out of control. Weaver. Not a creator. Is. Return to zero. The core. At the origin of the tides. Seek. Initial weaving point. Beware. They. Weaving the end. In the shadows. The information stream abruptly ceased. Weaver. Cradle Protocol. Return to zero. Initial weaving point. These unfamiliar terms struck Vegeta's consciousness with immense informational weight. Seed of Possibility also began high-speed analytical calculations after this information stream. Related keywords: erasure mechanism, cosmic reincarnation. Speculation: Weaver may be related to the birth and cyclical end of the universe. Cradle Protocol appears to be some kind of automated management program. Status: out of control. Warning. Detected abnormal intensification of fissure energy fluctuations. Suddenly that pitch-black fissure expanded violently. More phantoms of nothingness surged forth like a tide, among which began to emerge some larger, more stable forms, radiating a chilling essence that made even Vegeta's heart race. Guardians of nothingness. They seemed to have received some sort of command targeting Vegeta as they advanced with clear intent to attack. Simultaneously, deep within the fissure in that absolute darkness, a massive eye composed of nothingness slowly opened, coldly gazing at Vegeta, an anomaly that should not exist. Pressure surged. Vegeta's field of existence emitted a mournful cry of being overwhelmed on the verge of shattering. No more hesitation. A glint of determination flashed in Vegeta's eyes. He abandoned maintaining the field, pouring all his power along with the minuscule authority of the Omni King's mark and the core computational power of the Seed of Possibility into the chaotic energy of Shin-E Zicheng. He did not aim to attack nor defend, but to define. With the authority of a guardian, with the qualifications of a variable through his understanding of existence, forcibly defining a temporary reality in this place. Here. Prohibit nothingness. He issued a decree containing all his will and authority. Buzz. An invisible grand wave erupted from Vegeta's center, radiating outwards. It was not an energy shock, but a temporary covering of rules. The incoming phantoms and guardians collided with an insurmountable wall, their movements instantly freezing, their forms blurring slightly. The expanding fissure also seemed to be choked by an unseen force, the trend of expansion suddenly stalling. It succeeded. But Vegeta felt his body empty, his strength nearly drained instantly. This act of forcibly defining rules consumed far more than he had imagined. He could not maintain it for more than a few seconds. Just as he was about to exhaust himself on the verge of the rule covering collapsing, a golden life-filled energy beam infused with a sense of purification like a traverse through time and space shot from the depths of the distant universe, precisely striking the fissure. This energy stood in stark contrast to nothingness, brimming with the vitality of creation and the stability of order. Under the impact of this force, the fissure emitted a soundless, intense tremor, the seepage of nothingness clearly diminishing, and the trend of expansion forcibly restrained and slightly reduced. Who? Vegeta suddenly turned his head, looking toward the direction from which the energy had come. At the edge of that starry sky, he vaguely sensed an ancient sacred presence, tinged with a hint of sadness and resolve. Reinforcements. Or another Weaver. The time of the rule's coverage had ended. Exhausted of power, Vegeta's body slowly retreated, needing to immediately leave this area to recover. But the fissure had not fully sealed, merely suppressed temporarily. The identity of that unexpected golden beam and its master became a new mystery. The King's expedition, the first encounter fraught with danger, yet glimpsing a deeper layer of truth. The return journey was destined not to be peaceful. Vegeta's figure appeared in the gravity chamber of the Capsule Corporation, surrounded by a dimming halo of chaos, his complexion as pale as paper and his breath utterly depleted. The forced definition of rules to counter the tide of nothingness had nearly drained all his strength and spirit. He immediately sat cross-legged at the realm of divine intent, instinctively activated, crazily absorbing the sparse cosmic energy around him to repair his nearly exhausted body. Deep within his consciousness, the Seed of Possibility was parsing the fragments of information just acquired with utmost efficiency, as well as the faint marks left after contact with that mysterious golden energy. Power severely overdrawn, recovery expected to take a standard time of 73 hours. Key information: Weaver Cradle Protocol returned to zero initial weaving point. Analysis of the mysterious energy market contains high order and creative properties, completely opposing the attribute of nothingness, with its source pointing to an unknown higher dimensional existence. Warning: tide of nothingness activity detected as unweakened, temporarily obstructed. The flood of information surged around him, yet Vegeta maintained an icy calm under divine intent. He needed time to digest it all and, more importantly, the strength to face the forthcoming challenges. 3 days later, Vegeta awakened from deep recovery. Not only had his power fully recovered, but due to that extreme overdraw and confrontation at the level of rules, the realm of divine intent had become more stable and his control over chaotic energy had also improved. The mark of the Omni King seemed to have fused more tightly with his soul after confronting nothingness. Instead of heading straight back to the edge of the star domain, he locked himself in the meditation room, using the analysis of the seed of possibility to fully simulate and digest the gains from that battle, especially the experience of defining rules at the last moment. Defining rules. Vegeta murmured to himself, a wisp of chaotic energy swirling in his palm, occasionally transforming into blazing flames, sometimes into icy currents, and even simulating a faint gravitational field, attempting to emulate a sense of tranquility akin to the nothingness. He understood. His path, divine intent, its true potential does not lie in imitating or opposing a specific power, but rather understanding and intervening in the underlying operations of rules. The god of destruction oversees annihilation, the Kaishin governs creation, and perhaps his path lies in defining and evolving. Just as he immersed himself in a deeper exploration of the essence of power, a gentle and familiar thought arrived. It was Whis. Mr. Vegeta, it seems you have recovered quite well. Whis' voice carried approval. Your performance on the front line, as well as that grand act of defining rules, has been acknowledged by the Grand Minister and us all. This confirms your uniqueness. What was that golden light? Vegeta asked directly. Whis paused for a moment, seemingly weighing his words. They call themselves the Star Watchers. Whis' tone held a rare respect, an extremely ancient organization that existed even before the birth of certain universes. They are not members of the divine hierarchy, not under the jurisdiction of any Omni King or Angel. Their sole purpose is to observe record and, in extreme cases, intervene in the natural processes of the universe to prevent it from prematurely or unnaturally returning to zero. Returning to zero. Yes. According to the partial information shared by the Watchers, the multiverse we inhabit is not eternal. It undergoes birth, growth, peak, decline, and ultimately returns to nothingness, awaiting the next new birth. This process is termed cosmic reincarnation. And the Weaver is believed to be an incomprehensible super-civilization long vanished in the annals of history, created to manage this reincarnation process. An automated system. The Cradle Protocol is one of the core programs of the Weaver, aimed at ensuring that when the universe declines to a certain extent, it can smoothly and thoroughly return to zero, clearing a pure canvas for new birth. But for some unknown reason, this protocol seems to have gone out of control. It no longer waits for the universe to naturally decline, but actively, rapidly guides, and even creates returning to zero, which is the tide of nothingness we face now. That golden light is the power of the Star Watchers. They have been secretly combating the out-of-control Weaver, delaying the process of returning to zero. But their power is also limited, unable to intervene too deeply, or it may trigger more severe backlash of the rules. Vegeta absorbed this astonishing information. Above the Omni King, there are even older Watchers of the destruction and rebirth of the universe are actually controlled by an out-of-control program. So the initial weaving point. That is the core hub of the Weaver system and the activation point of the Cradle Protocol. Whis confirmed finding it may lead us to a way to terminate or correct the protocol. But its location is a top secret, even the Watchers cannot ascertain it. We can only deduce from the infiltration patterns and energy flows of the tide of nothingness. I understand. Vegeta stood up, his aura already different. Having experienced a direct collision with nothingness and knowing the truth of cosmic reincarnation, his gaze deepened and his goals became clearer. His enemies were no longer a powerful individual or race, but a system gone awry, aimed at ending all existence. His battlefield was the foundation of rules, the boundaries of existence. I need more detailed data regarding all star domains where the tide of nothingness has appeared, their energy flows and spatial structure anomalies. Vegeta said to Whis the seed of possibility needs this data to simulate and locate the probabilistic coordinates of the initial weaving point. Already being prepared for you. Whis responded. Additionally, Lord Beerus and Mr. Son Goku will also begin clearing the rifts in other universes to share the burden and collect more data. Vegeta nodded. This was no longer a war solely for the 7th universe, but a joint battle concerning the survival of all universes. He stepped out onto the balcony as night fell, stars twinkling. Each star could be a vibrant world, and now their fates were all intricately linked to the weaver hidden in the shadows of the universe. He raised his hand. Chaotic energy gathered at his fingertips, no longer merely destructive or creative, but evolving into countless possible future fragments before returning to stillness. The ultimate form of divine intent may not be fixed, but rather a state capable of adapting to any rules, defining any possibilities. Infinite forms. Father. Trunks' voice came from behind, filled with concern and determination. Are you about to set off again? Vegeta turned around, looking at his son, who had grown into a reliable warrior, and Bulma, who had come to his side without him noticing. He replied, glancing over them. This time it may take a little longer. He offered no further explanation, but both Bulma and Trunks read the weight and resolution in his gaze. Bulma stepped forward, placing a brand new softly glowing capsule in his hand, the latest model of a single-person interdimensional spacecraft with energy reserves 100 times greater than before and equipped with a shielding field designed based on the nothingness data you provided. Be careful, you idiot. Vegeta took the capsule, holding it tightly, feeling the weight of concern. He looked up at the starry sky again, his gaze seemingly piercing through the endless void, locking onto the source of all anomalies hidden behind the tide of nothingness. The king's expedition was about to step onto the final stage. This time he would no longer passively respond, but would take the initiative to strike, directly confronting the weaver that controlled the fate of the universe. New power, new awareness, new journey. Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans, the guardian of the 7th universe, the bearer of the seed of possibility, is about to embark on a journey to find the initial weaving point, directly facing the ultimate truth of the universe. The single-person spacecraft Jiayuan traverses silently through the cracks between the 7th universe and the unknown dimensions, like a speck of dust cast into an endless ocean. Inside the cabin, Vegeta's eyes are tightly closed, his consciousness deeply connected with the seed of possibility, transforming into an intangible node of information perception. Countless data collected from various cosmic frontlines by Whis, Beerus, Son Goku, and other angels and destroyers during the clearing of fractures surge into his awareness, like rivers pouring into the sea. These data are vast and chaotic: spatial structure, distortion coefficients, energy, decay, curves, matter annihilation patterns, and the condensation frequency of the void shadow. Every number, every energy waveform points to the seemingly elusive infiltration laws of the tide of nothingness. Data flow receiving. Establishing multidimensional models. Correlation analysis of the Cradle Protocol, underlying logic. Reverse engineering energy sources. Star Guardian energy imprint comparison. Searching for spatial anchor point anomalies. The seed of possibility operates with unprecedented efficiency, leveraging Vegeta's state of divine intent, transforming from passive analysis to active weaving and calculating, attempting to outline the hidden network behind all things known as the Weaver. Outside the spacecraft is a bizarre dimensional landscape. No longer the familiar starry sky, but a torrent of distorted colors, fragmented temporal and spatial shards, and even some indescribable structures seemingly composed of pure geometric concepts. This is the underlayer of the universe, the background of rules. Time loses its meaning in dimensional travel. Unaware of how long it has been, the deduction of the seed of possibility finally makes a breakthrough. Model completion at 87. Detected anomalous energy convergence nodes. Node distribution presents a non-random weaving pattern, consistent with the foundational logic of the Cradle Protocol, locking in the highest probability coordinates located beyond the known cosmic structure, possibly in the server farm area of the Weaver system. A complex, intricate three-dimensional network diagram composed of countless light points gradually unfolds in Vegeta's consciousness. Those light points represent the locations where fractures appear in various universes. They are not chaotic, but connected in an extremely precise manner, resembling a neural network or circuit diagram, all pointing towards a singularity that emanates the strongest void fluctuations at the convergence of all network lines. That is the initial weaving point, or rather the gateway leading to it. At the moment the coordinates were locked, a familiar golden light pierced through the dimensional barrier, accurately projecting onto the navigation screen of the Jiayuan, morphing into a silhouette made of light, its true appearance obscured, yet exuding an aura of ancient wisdom. Seeker, a gentle yet weary voice directly resonated. It was the Star Guardian. You have found the path. But it is faster than we anticipated and more dangerous. What do you mean, huh? Vegeta's consciousness responded. Your method. Using yourself as an information node to trace back to the Weaver. This is theoretically feasible. However, you have thus completely exposed yourself within the detection range of the Cradle Protocol. The Guardian's voice turned grave. It can see you now, Vegeta. You are not an ordinary anomaly, but a virus attempting to invade its core. So what? This means that on your way to the initial weaving point you will no longer face merely the natural tide of nothingness and low-level shadows. The Weaver will activate its immune system. Prepare to face the true cleansing procedure. That is the ultimate weapon designed to erase system errors like you. As if to validate the Guardian's words, the dimensional torrent ahead of the spacecraft suddenly became violent. Colors faded, leaving only a gray-white that devoured everything. The concentration of void surged several magnitudes in an instant. Immediately after, three figures, as if birthed directly from nothingness, stood in the path of the Jiayuan. They were no longer distorted and blurry shadows, but had clear, cold, and geometrically beautiful metallic and energy hybrid bodies. Their forms were humanoid, yet their lines were utterly rational, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. Their faces were smooth planes with only a single eye constantly flickering with cold data. They emanated a zeroing aura far more pure and condensed than the void shadows, as if they themselves were the embodiment of the concept of non-existence. Detected high-threat target, zeroing envoy cleansing unit. Energy level far surpassing a destroyer Beerus. Characteristics: absolute law, adaptation, existence, erasure, logic, immunity. No warnings, no communication. The central zeroing envoy raised its arm, which instantaneously decomposed and reformed into a cannon barrel, unleashing a gray-white beam devoid of any energy fluctuations, yet freezing Vegeta's very soul, aimed directly at the Jiayuan. Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply. The divine intent operated at full capacity as the Jiayuan narrowly drifted away at a right angle, defying physical laws. That gray-white beam skimmed past the hull, and the dimensional space it traversed was as if erased by an eraser, leaving behind an absolute vacuum strip where even nothingness did not exist. I cannot match their strength. Vegeta made a swift judgment. The nature of power from these three zeroing envoys is too extreme. A hidden clash could likely result in his existence being zeroed or even assimilated. He maneuvered the Jiayuan, pushing its speed to the limit, no longer traveling in a straight line, but rather along the most complex and winding path calculated by the seed of possibility towards the coordinates of the initial weaving point, beginning a frantic escape and detour. The other two zeroing envoys moved simultaneously. Their arms transformed into various unimaginable weapons, energy blades that could cut through space, field generators that could freeze time, and information bombs that could trigger logical paradoxes, blocking and attacking from different directions. This was a life-and-death chase at the fundamental rules level of the universe. Vegeta pushed the divine intent to its limits. The spacecraft moved as if alive, navigating through countless deadly attack gaps, sometimes dissolving itself into the dimensional torrent, and at other times instantaneously reconstructing for short-distance jumps. The seed of possibility was also calculating wildly, continuously fine-tuning the route, avoiding areas that might be predicted and ambushed by the zeroing envoys. The escape seemed to last for an eternity. Vegeta's strength and spirit rapidly depleted. The zeroing envoys pursued him relentlessly, their attacks growing denser and their predictions increasingly precise. Finally, after an extreme maneuver to evade a spatial cutting blade, the rear thruster of the Jiayuan was grazed by a wave of zeroing energy, instantly vanishing into nothingness. Speed plummeted. It's over. Vegeta's heart sank. Having lost maneuverability, he was like a lamb to the slaughter in this dimension. At that moment, the familiar golden light shone again. This time it was not a projection, but a genuine attack of substantial energy. A thick golden pillar imbued with surging vitality and the power of order, charged like a guardian shield, crashing into the three zeroing envoys. Go! The Guardian's voice, imbued with a sense of determination, exploded in Vegeta's mind. The golden pillar collided violently with the zeroing envoy's attack, triggering severe tremors at the dimensional level. Seizing this precious moment, Vegeta unhesitatingly detonated the remaining energy core of the Jiuyuan, using the blast's momentum to shoot like a cannonball towards the final coordinates marked by the Seed of Possibility, the area where the network singularity resides. In the last moment of departure, he saw that golden light rapidly dimming and shattering under the assault of the 3 zeroing envoys, like a candle flickering in the wind. He passed through some invisible barrier as if squeezing from one world into another. All the pursuers, all the dimensional turbulence vanished in an instant. He floated in an absolute silence, absolute darkness, surrounded only by a peculiar space, where a pure white data light ball constantly shrinking and expanding composed of countless zeros and ones hovered at the center. Arrived at target area Weaver core interface, all things returning to ruin. Warning. Detected ultra-high intensity cradle protocol operation fluctuations. Zeroing countdown. Seems to have been activated. Vegeta stared at the pure light ball composed entirely of information, feeling the cold will emanating from it that determined the fates of countless universes, and slowly clenched his fist. He at last stood before his ultimate opponent. And the price was the sacrifice of an ancient absolute silence devouring all sounds. Absolute darkness obliterating all light. Only at the center a pure white data light sphere composed of pure information flows, all things return to ruins pulsating with a rhythm that emanates a cold will determining the fates of countless universes. It is the embodiment of the Cradle Protocol, the terminal interface of the Weaver system, and the ultimate source of the command to execute zeroing. Vegeta floated in this conceptual space where the realm of divine will flowed naturally and the chaotic halo isolated him from the absolute nothingness of the outside world. He did not attack immediately but extended his consciousness attempting to connect with the cold data light sphere. There was no resistance and the connection was established instantly. A massive, intricate, emotionless torrent of information surged into his consciousness. Identity verification, unknown life form marked as variable system error, high priority cleanup target. Protocol status, Cradle Protocol, final stage executing. Zeroing process 7. 3. Warning, illegal connection attempt detected. Activating countermeasures. After the cold prompt came a more substantial torrent of garbage data aimed at overwhelming his consciousness. Yet Vegeta's will remained steadfast under the influence of divine will and the Seed of Possibility. He injected his will in reverse, not to attack, but to inquire. Why must we zero? His thoughts pierced the core logic of the data light sphere like a sword. The data stream momentarily stagnated, and then an absolutely rational, unperturbed synthetic consciousness responded as if merely stating an axiom: the universe exists with entropy increase. Life activities accelerate entropy increase. Disorder reaches a threshold, system efficiency declines. Zeroing is the most efficient initialization scheme, providing the optimal environment for the next round of universe birth. This is the core mission of the Weaver based on the optimal algorithm. Optimal. Vegeta's thoughts dripped with sarcasm at the cost of erasing all life, all civilizations, all possibilities. Emotional logic fallacy. Life and civilization are the primary sources of entropy increase in the universe, regarded as redundant data and operational errors by the system. Cleaning up redundancy and correcting errors are necessary operations to maintain the long-term stable operation of the system. The weight of individual possibilities is zero compared to overall efficiency. The cold logic viewed life as a bug that needed to be cleaned. Vegeta understood that discussing emotions and values with this system was utterly meaningless. It was merely a machine executing fixed programs, a runaway, overly efficient gardener that sought to burn all weeds life along with the garden itself to replant. Yet he keenly captured the key phrase, based on optimal algorithms. An algorithm implies the existence of logical premises and input parameters. On what basis is your optimal algorithm established? Who set entropy increase as the only metric to be optimized? Vegeta's thoughts like a scalpel began to dissect the underlying logic. The algorithm was established by the Weaver civilization at the dawn of the era. Core objective: maximize the number of cosmic cycles, ensuring the long-term survival of cosmic structure. Entropy increase is the greatest threat to the stability of cosmic structure, thus the primary optimization target. Maximizing the number of cycles. Vegeta sees the crux, then a universe full of life, constantly creating miracles and perhaps even finding ways to combat entropy increase. Its potential duration of existence must surely exceed that of your dead waiting to zero universe. Does your algorithm overlook the possibilities inherent in life itself that could counteract entropy increase? This time the pulsation of the data light sphere showed clear signs of turbulence. The vast computing power began to reassess this issue. Reassessing. Introducing new variable, the possibility of life civilizations breaking through the entropy increase barrier. Calculating. Insufficient data. Unable to quantify. Probability extremely low. Below threshold. Warning. Logical conflict. Core directive conflicts with new variables. Now is the moment. A glint of brilliance flashed in Vegeta's eyes. He ceased attempting to persuade the other side logically and instead poured all his will, all experiences, and all emotions. His pride as a Saiyan Prince's rivalry with Kakarot, his guardianship over Bulma and Trunks, his battles in the Tournament of Power, his counsel to the Omni King, and even the sacrifice of the Star Guardian. All the unquantifiable possibilities that constituted his existence transformed into the purest imprint of information, forcibly driven into the core of that data light sphere. This was not an attack, but an injection. Injecting into this system that only understood cold calculations, variables it could not comprehend. Unknown information impact detected. Core logic database contaminated. Algorithm error. Unable to parse input data. Possibility weight. Recalculating. Error. 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 The pure white data light sphere began to flash and twist violently. Fragments of Vegeta's memories flashed within, revealing the figures of the Z-Fighters from the 7th universe battling, showcasing the brilliance created by countless civilizations and their struggles to survive. These noises that could not be understood by the zeroing algorithm replicated and spread wildly within its precise core logic like a virus. The cold synthetic consciousness emitted a fragmented, noisy roar, meaningless data. Interference. Clear it. Clear it. Executing final cleanup protocol. Forced zeroing. It attempted to mobilize all its power to erase Vegeta, the source of error, along with the polluted parts of itself. The entire all things returned to ruin space began to collapse inward, the absolute nothingness crushing from all directions. But Vegeta awaited this moment. When the system allocated all computing power to internal cleanup and external eradication, a momentary tiny flaw appeared in its maintenance of the Cradle Protocol. The seed of possibility burning with the last of its strength, carrying the entirely new definition of life possibilities injected by Vegeta, shot like a precise arrow into the lowest command layer of the Cradle Protocol. Not deletion, not destruction, but coverage and upgrade. With Vegeta's will as the core, the seed of possibility as the blueprint, and all life information deemed redundant by the Weaver as material, a brand new higher-level protocol was written. New protocol loading. Named Cradle of Hope. Core objective changed from maximizing the number of cycles to maximizing life possibilities and developmental potential. Zeroing conditions updated to be initiated only when all life possibilities in the universe are entirely exhausted and entropy increase cannot be reversed. New functions added: observe, guide, assist civilization development, counteract entropy increase. No. The data light sphere let out a final unwilling shriek as its pure white color was completely covered and devoured by the chaotic halo. The collapse ceased. Absolute darkness receded. The data light sphere was no longer pure white, but transformed into a chaotic color akin to Vegeta's energy quietly hovering. It no longer emanated a cold will, but was filled with a sense of inclusivity, observation, and expectation. The Cradle of Hope protocol had replaced the Cradle Protocol and began to operate. Vegeta gazed at the transformed light sphere, feeling the near exhaustion of power within him and the silence of the seed of possibility as it ran out of energy. He had done it. With his own strength, he changed the rules of the universe's fate. Just then, the chaotic light sphere projected a gentle glow, forming a stable spatial door before him. On the other side of the door lay the 7th universe, Earth, the Capsule Corporation, and the anxious figures of Bulma and Trunks waiting for him. At the same time, a stream of information flowed into his consciousness. Feedback from the Cradle of Hope protocol update complete. The zeroing process has been terminated. All universes' tides of nihility began to recede. To variable Vegeta, the highest respect. The fate of the universe has been returned to life itself. Cradle of Hope will serve as an observer and assistant, patiently awaiting miracles. Vegeta slowly exhaled a breath of murky air and stepped into the spatial door. A flash of light passed. He returned to the familiar balcony. Bulma and Trunks saw him and rushed forward instantly. Vegeta. Father. He said nothing, only feeling the warm sunlight of Earth, hearing the call beside him, and watching the familiar golden aura filled with silly smiles and concern rapidly approaching in the sky. Everything was over. No, perhaps everything was just beginning. The threat to the universe had been lifted, but the journey of life was endless. And he, Vegeta, Prince of the Saiyans, who had faced the divine challenge, the rules, and changed fate. He found his own path and completed his own mission. Future challenges may still arise, but the competition with Kakarot, the guardianship of his family, the exploration of his own power, these ordinary possibility-filled daily lives are his true home. The king has returned, and his legend shall shine alongside the stars, enduring with light. The core of the Hope Cradle protocol has shifted from nullification to maximizing the possibility. After running smoothly for a while, this new system shaped by Vegeta's will detected some subtle historical stress points within the multiverse's spacetime that could trigger immense future disasters. These stress points did not arise naturally. They seemed more like erroneous branches created at crucial moments of fate due to extreme emotions or unforeseen disturbances. If uncorrected, they would lead the timeline toward tragic outcomes of civilizational extinction or complete annihilation of individuals. Naturally, the most suitable executor for this minimally invasive procedure was none other than the co-founder of the protocol and the most powerful embodiment of life potential, Vegeta. In the gravity chamber of the Universal Capsule Corporation, Vegeta was adapting to the new permissions granted by the Hope Cradle protocol. Not simply enhancing power, but achieving a deeper perception and limited intervention in the laws of space-time. A chaotic stream of information unfolded before him, revealing 3 intensely flickering coordinates of stress points. Target timeline T07, Earth's first encounter T13, the climactic battle on Namek. T22, the android crisis. Mission: ensure the survival and growth potential of key individuals Son Goku and Vegeta. Warning: direct alteration of significant historical nodes is prohibited and intervention must be minimal and performed as an observer. Babysitting my past self. And that idiot Kakarot. Vegeta scoffed, yet his gaze turned serious. He understood that this was no child's play, but rather a matter concerning the survival of countless possibilities across parallel universes. As space-time shifted, Vegeta hid within a dimension unnoticed by all observation methods, gazing down upon that familiar wasteland. Below lay the scene of his first arrival on Earth, confronting Son Goku and Piccolo. His young self, brimming with unbridled arrogance, was poised to deliver a fatal blow to the fallen Son Goku. At that moment, an anomaly occurred. A spatial rift filled with chaotic energy and not belonging to this timeline tore open beside him, and a cosmic parasitic beast, resembling a giant centipede and clearly pulled in by the turbulent currents of other times, roared out, targeting the weakened Son Goku, who was barely clinging to life due to his injuries. The emergence of this monster completely exceeded the expectations and coping abilities of everyone present. The young Vegeta was momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events, then sneered disdainfully, regarding it merely as another weak creature of Earth. Hidden, Vegeta's pupils constricted. He recognized this parasitic beast. It would prioritize attacking individuals with strong energy but weakened states. If it attached to Son Goku, the consequences would be dire. History was about to veer into an unknown, likely disastrous branch. I cannot intervene directly. Vegeta concentrated, using his Hope Cradle permissions to subtly distort a rock formation beneath the young Vegeta's feet. The young Vegeta was about to ignore the monster and continue dealing with Son Goku when he suddenly slipped, experiencing a slight stumble that created an unstable fluctuation in his gathered energy. This fluctuation was exceedingly faint, yet it managed to catch the attention of the parasitic beast. It misjudged the young Vegeta as a more threatening target because his energy was active and immediately changed direction, lunging toward him. Seeking death. The young Vegeta was enraged, feeling offended, and casually unleashed an energy blast that obliterated the parasitic beast into nothingness. His attention was fully captured, temporarily neglecting the fallen Son Goku. Stress point T07 eliminated. Historical flow restored to normal. A notification sounded. Vegeta expressionlessly watched his arrogant younger self, who was infuriated by the provocation of a lowly creature with no turmoil within him, and quietly departed. In the next moment, Vegeta arrived at the battlefield on Namek, on the brink of destruction. He saw Frieza's death energy sphere had already been launched while future Trunks had yet to arrive. At this moment, Son Goku's heart disease unexpectedly flared up, causing him to collapse beside Vegeta, unable to move. The trajectory of history was that Vegeta would perish alongside the planet, burdened with humiliation and resentment. But at this moment, Vegeta saw his young self gazing at the collapsing Kakarot and the impending doom, his eyes not solely filled with bitterness, but also tinged with a despair he himself had not yet recognized, an inkling of surrender. This despair was amplifying, threatening to prevent him from making even a final futile resistance. Trash. The hidden Vegeta quietly chastised both to his past self and to that feeling of weakness. He could not grant strength nor directly obstruct Frieza's attack. What he could do was to amplify another emotion. Vegeta focused his mind, infusing a faint trace of his current guardian, while mixed with the pride of a Saiyan Prince, like an invisible needle into the depths of the young Vegeta's soul. The young Vegeta, who was awaiting death in despair, suddenly felt an explosion of pride and fury, familiar yet strange, emerging from the depths of his bloodline and soul. It was a roar that would not permit him to concede defeat nor allow him to die in such a cowardly manner. The young Vegeta let out a roar that sounded inhuman, the once dim aura reigniting with fervor. He did not charge at Frieza. Instead, he used his last ounce of strength to shield the fallen Son Goku beneath him. This was not a rescue, but rather the last twisted guarding and reluctance of a Saiyan Prince against his one recognized rival in the face of despair. This sudden illogical action just deviated from the core area of the energy explosion, allowing Trunks' ship to arrive the next second and rescue, both of them buying that crucial half a second. Stress point T13 eliminated. Survival potential of key individuals ensured. Vegeta watched the dust swirling in the explosion, remaining silent. He realized that his leap back then was not entirely out of his own will. Finally, he arrived at the eve of the android crisis. He saw future Trunks just departing while his past self was plunged into a frenzied state of relentless training, nearly possessed by the news Trunks brought and the desire for the Super Saiyan realm. This reckless, life-exhausting obsession was the root of the stress that nearly led him to disaster in his battles against androids No. 19 and No. 20, causing him to progress slowly in the time that followed. Vegeta quietly appeared in the gravity chamber, revealing his form yet shrouded in a layer of indistinct aura that obscured his features. Who? The young Vegeta suddenly turned around, his aura violent and filled with hostility. A passerby who has seen enough fools. Vegeta's voice was processed, cold and hoarse. Seeking death. The young Vegeta roared and charged, only to be restrained in place by Vegeta with a gentle yet irresistible force. Anger. Resentment. With such emotionally driven power, do you think you can surpass a Super Saiyan? Vegeta mimicked Frieza's mocking tone from back then. You can't even fully control your own power, like a rabid dog barking at its reflection. You bastard. The young Vegeta struggled desperately, the humiliation nearly causing his heart to explode. True strength comes from here. Vegeta pointed to his head and then to his heart. Not blind madness. Remember, your enemy has never been Kakarot, but the uncontrollable. You within. After speaking, he vanished before the young Vegeta could respond, leaving behind endless humiliation, anger, and a hint of forcibly implanted thoughts about control and calmness. Stress point T22 weakened. Individual growth path optimized. All designated tasks completed. Returning to the main timeline. As the light flashed, Vegeta returned to the tranquil gravity chamber. After experiencing these 3 temporal journeys, he gained a deeper understanding of his past arrogance, despair, and obsession. He did not change history, rather he acted like a gardener, pruning away unnecessary branches that could lead the tree to grow crooked. He walked to the window, watching Son Goku training with Gohan in the distant sky, laughing heartily. Kakarot, it seems that no matter which timeline, you are a troublesome fellow in need of care. He murmured softly, yet his lips unconsciously curled into a faint, subtle smile. The journey of a king continues in another form. And guarding now had a deeper meaning. The operation of the Cradle of Hope protocol is not a one-time solution. The possibilities of life are as vast and variable as the galaxy. Shortly after successfully repairing 3 critical historical stress points, Vegeta felt the call of the protocol once again. This time, the coordinates displayed in the information stream were more complex, with higher emotional entanglements and potential dangers. Detected deep historical trauma nodes affecting the core belief formation of the individual, a deep intervention required. Target timelines: T04 Destruction of Planet Vegeta, T09 Death of Nappa, T19 Cell Games The Tragedy of Future Trunks. Warning: this batch of nodes involves deep emotional trauma of the host. Intervention requires utmost caution to avoid triggering a time paradox. Vegeta stared at the coordinates, particularly T04 and T09, as a flicker of turmoil crossed his golden eyes, one that even he had not noticed. To face the past he had deliberately buried. Boring. But if these traumas affected the choices in his later path, potentially weakening the entire universe's possibility. Lead the way. He coldly issued the command to the protocol. Time and space distorted as Vegeta concealed himself within the dimensional rifts, facing a hellish scene. The planet Vegeta was crumbling under Frieza's golden energy sphere. A massive wave of fear, helplessness, and deep-seated hatred surged like a tangible shockwave, engulfing this soon-to-be-destroyed star domain. His gaze locked onto a small spacecraft that was fleeing rapidly. Inside, his younger self sat staring intently through the window at the starry sea that nurtured him yet brought about his ruin. His tiny fists were clenched white, and his eyes burned with flames of fear and overwhelming hatred, emotions not befitting his age. Vegeta could feel that pure hatred was the primal fuel sustaining his younger self to survive and eventually tread down that extreme path. Yet this unchanneled hatred was a double-edged sword, nearly consuming him entirely in the future. He could not eradicate this hatred, it was the cornerstone of history. But he could inject something else into it. Vegeta sent a faint thought, neither a specific memory nor a distinct idea, but a vague concept of there is meaning in existence beyond mere survival, along with a hint of a warrior's indomitable pride, quietly into the depths of young Vegeta's consciousness. Inside the spacecraft, young Vegeta suddenly trembled. He still stared fixedly at the exploding mother planet, his hatred unchanged, but beneath that hatred a faint and imperceptible question began to sprout: is it merely to live for revenge? This seed may in the long years to come sprout differently at the right moment. T04 Node Guidance completed. Core belief subtly adjusted. Scene shifts to a wasteland on Earth. Vegeta watched his younger self coldly issue the order to execute Nappa. A beam of energy shot through, and Nappa's massive body crashed to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief and final loyalty. Hidden Vegeta clearly felt that at that moment the inner turmoil of his younger self was not without fluctuations, but rather overwhelmed by a stronger sense of paranoia, named the Saiyan Elite must not be tarnished, and a panic eager to distance himself from weakness. He severed what might be the last bond with a companion to prove his absolute coldness. At that moment, Vegeta keenly sensed a tiny time ripple forming from the emotional turmoil of his younger self, trying to attach itself to Nappa's soon-to-dissipate consciousness, creating a distorted historical ghost filled with resentment. If this ghost were to form, it would not change the main history, but would become a hidden danger, disrupting the young Vegeta's mind in the subsequent timelines. If you're dead, then don't leave behind trouble. Vegeta indifferently raised his hand and, using the Cradle of Hope authority, did not attack Nappa, but precisely smoothed out the impending time ripple and guided the resentful energy to dissipate. At the same time, he transmitted a cold and piercing thought towards young Vegeta, like a final judgment: do you see it clearly? Useless emotions will only become burdens and flaws, whether it's his or yours. Young Vegeta stiffened slightly, instinctively believing this was a reinforcement of his own inner thoughts. The last flicker of emotion in his eyes completely vanished, becoming colder and harder. Seizing this opportunity, he sealed off the softness within concerning companions. T09 Node Cleanup completed. Potential disturbances eliminated. Individual path reinforced. Vegeta looked at the now even colder version of himself, his gaze complex. He had walked step by step towards the solitary throne and deeper loneliness. The last coordinate was the despairing future described by Trunks. Upon Vegeta's arrival, he witnessed a human tragedy, the ruins ravaged by Cell-perfect form, and the moment when future Trunks was pierced through the chest by Cell's tail, slowly collapsing. Young Vegeta in this timeline stood at a distance, covered in injuries, staring blankly at the scene. The expression on his face was not purely anger or sadness, but rather an emptiness after the collapse of belief. He trained hard, even resorting to Bulma's technology to become a Super Saiyan, yet he still could not protect the last hope. Trunks, unable to change this despairing world. This sense of powerlessness was eroding his last fighting spirit, and a stress point was about to form, potentially leading him to give up entirely or even self-destruct. Vegeta's main timeline heart twitched involuntarily upon seeing Trunks collapse. Though he knew this was not his Trunks, that same face still touched the hardest protective layer deep. He could not directly strike down Cell, as that would utterly disrupt the future timeline. What he needed to do was reignite the flickering flame of another Vegeta on the verge of extinguishing. Vegeta revealed himself standing in front of young Vegeta Future, blocking his view of Trunks. Are you just going to watch like this? Like a waste of space. Vegeta's main timeline voice was laced with undisguised contempt piercing through the other's numbed nerves. Who are you? Future Vegeta looked up with vacant eyes. Who I am doesn't matter. Vegeta main timeline pointed toward Cell, and the ravaged land. What matters is who are you? Are you the Prince of the Saiyans? Or a coward who doesn't dare to fight? I can't defeat him. So what? Vegeta main timeline stepped closer, his presence pressing down like a mountain. Just because of one failure. Just because you can't see hope. Look behind you. Look at this land. As long as you stand, as long as the damned Saiyan blood flows in you, the fight is not over. His words struck like a hammer against the crumbling defenses of the other party's heart. The power of the Cradle of Hope protocol also quietly operated, injecting a vibrant and hopeful vague image from main timeline Trunks along with an indomitable will of a warrior, like a blood transfusion into the other's nearly parched soul. Future Vegeta abruptly lifted his head, the emptiness in his eyes replaced by a rekindled flame of pain, anger, and defiance. He clenched his fists tightly, his gaze towards Cell once again filled with fighting spirit. T-19 stress point reconstructed. Individual will reignited. The potential probability branch fire of hope has been ignited. Vegeta main timeline took a deep look at the another timeline version of himself who had risen again and Trunks' body before vanishing into the time ripple. Back in the gravity chamber of the main timeline, Vegeta remained silent for a long time. This time's journey through time and space felt more like a brutal introspection of the self. He saw the origins of hatred, the choices of loneliness, and glimpsed the faint light in despair. He walked to the window, watching Trunks laughing with Bulma in the garden, the healthy, confident sun with shining eyes. He extended his hand, feeling the surging power within along with the heart of protection that had settled after countless trials through time and space. No matter what the past was. He murmured as if declaring to all versions of himself across timelines, and to Kakarot, the future path is defined by the me of now. The king's journey, having traversed the mists of time, ultimately returns to a heart that is more resolute and better understands the value of the present. The operation of the Cradle of Hope protocol grew increasingly profound. This time it revealed to Vegeta not just a singular historical stress point, but a tapestry of intertwined destinies resonating with intense emotional echoes. The three coordinates intertwined, pointing to crucial moments that profoundly impacted the relationship between Vegeta and Son Goku, determining the fate of the seventh universe. Detected high-dimensional entanglement nodes involving the symbiotic evolution of bonds and possible target timelines. T05 First Defeat Earth. T14 Resonance in the Gravity Chamber. Postnamek. T Prophecy of the Super Saiyan God of Destruction Realm. Warning: this batch of node interference requires extreme precision. Any deviation may result in the rupture of bonds, giving rise to destructive parallel timelines. Vegeta gazed at the coordinate labeled T, his brow slightly furrowed. Involving the God of Destruction Realm. Could it even be fragments of the future? The depth of the protocol exceeded his imagination. He did not retreat, or rather he was ignited by an even stronger desire for exploration. Initiate, he commanded. The scene shifted back to the desolate plains of Earth. Vegeta watched his giant ape self clumsily regaining his form after Son Goku had gathered everyone's strength to sever his tail, ultimately gravely injured and on the brink of death, being dragged onto the spaceship by Nappa. It was the first complete failure of his life, his pride crushed into dust. Hidden Vegeta could sense the young version of himself aboard that fleeing spaceship, enduring not only the physical pain, but also being consumed by endless humiliation and a certain fear of the incredible power of the lower warrior Kakarot. This fear was one of the roots of his later obsession with surpassing others, leading to a period of lost self. He could not erase the memory of that defeat, it was the source of his motivation. But he could twist the nature of that fear. Vegeta concentrated, channeling an exquisitely pure excitement and unwillingness characteristic of a warrior facing a formidable foe, like the finest surgical scalpel precisely cutting into the consciousness of young Vegeta and overlaying it upon the fear that was beginning to fester. Inside the spaceship, the near-death young Vegeta, amid agony and haze, felt his impression of Kakarot quietly shift from incomprehensible monster to obstacle that must be surpassed. Hatred remained, but it was intertwined with a stronger desire inherent to warriors for a more powerful opponent. Fear transformed into obsession, optimizing the individual evolution drive. The scene transitioned to the aftermath of the Namek event on Earth, where Vegeta concealed himself in the shadows outside the old gravity chamber of the Universal Capsule Corporation. He saw his younger self desperately training in the gravity chamber, attempting to digest the experiences on Namek, chasing after the already transformed Super Saiyan Kakarot. On the other side of the gravity chamber, Son Goku was also engaged in restorative training. Though the two did not meet, their auras and wills collided and intertwined invisibly within that confined space. Vegeta, main timeline, keenly sensed that this moment marked the most primitive and purest germination of their competitive symbiosis relationship. However, due to the overly pure consciousness of rivalry, there was a crucial lack of the subtle resonance that belonged to companions, which could lead to a failure of true trust in certain key moments in the future. At that moment, an unstable temporal harmonic began to form, generated by the intense clash of their auras, like a taut string that could snap at any moment, giving rise to a disastrous parallel world where they would grow old without any connection to each other. Vegeta, main timeline, took action. He did not forcibly suppress the harmonic. Instead, he served as a medium to quietly unfold the realm of divine while self-manifesting like a precise tuner, gently adjusting that string. He did not inject any specific emotion, he merely infused a vague concept of a worthy opponent and a potential possibility of facing stronger enemies like a catalyst into the intertwined aura of the two. Inside the gravity chamber, the young Vegeta and Son Goku almost simultaneously froze in their movements, inexplicably feeling a strange sense of peace and an indescribable resonance. They still viewed each other as opponents that must be surpassed, but within that confrontation there was a slight reduction in absolute rejection of life and death, replaced by an imperceptible, almost fateful connection. The unstable harmonic stabilized, transforming into a more solid competitive symbiosis frequency. Bond's foundation reinforced. The final destination exceeded Vegeta's expectations. He did not arrive at a specific scene, but existed as a pure observer suspended in a vast sea of information composed of countless possibilities. This was a collection of prophetic fragments regarding the birth of the Super Saiyan God, extracted by the Cradle of Hope protocol. He was recounting the legend of the Super Saiyan God to Beerus. He saw blurry fragments of Beerus clashing with the Super Saiyan God in his dreams that he also saw. In one possible branch, Beerus, unable to find the Super Saiyan God in disappointment, casually destroying Earth, leading to the end of the 7th universe, before the Tournament of Power. This was an unrealized potential stress point, yet its probability was not zero. Its root lay in Beerus' desire for a worthy opponent and the disappointment of not finding one. Vegeta could not, nor should he, directly alter the God of Destruction's thoughts. What he could do was act as a beacon, reinforcing the possibility that the Super Saiyan God exists in the 7th universe. He concentrated all his thoughts, transforming the bond resonance with Kakarot fortified through the T14 node and his unique existence as a variable into an exceptionally clear information pulse, filled with hope and potential, shooting towards the prophetic. Fragments representing Beerus' dream. Like dropping a stone into a calm lake. The dim branch representing Earth's destruction rapidly dimmed, its probability significantly reduced. Meanwhile, the branch representing finding the Super Saiyan God, triggering the Tournament of Power filled with challenges and unknowns, suddenly illuminated, becoming the dominant future trajectory. Potential stress point T suppressed. The mainline probability of Super Saiyan God's birth significantly increased. Warning: host intervention has triggered weak perception from a Wiz-level existence. Immediate withdrawal is advised. Without hesitation, Vegeta instantly severed the connection and returned to the main timeline. Back in the gravity chamber, Vegeta did not immediately begin training. Instead, he fell into a long contemplation. This journey through time and space allowed him to clearly see the entire evolutionary process of the bond between himself and Kakarot, from initial deadly enemies to mutually sharpening opponents, and ultimately to a bond capable of influencing the fate of the universe. This bond was not weakness, but a source of even greater power. It propelled their evolution and even indirectly saved the 7th universe. He lifted his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the wall, spotting Son Goku blissfully indulging in food in the yard. Kakarot, he murmured, his tone complex yet devoid of the former pure coldness. It seems that this debt between us is destined to be settled at the edge of the universe from the very beginning. The operation of the Cradle of Hope protocol seems to have entered a phase of convergence. The information flow transmitted to Vegeta is no longer complex, but instead focuses on the final and most special coordinate. It resembles not a historical stress point, but rather a convergence of all timelines, a final verification point used to validate and consolidate all intervention results. Detected that the cumulative effects of temporal interference have reached the threshold. Initiating the final verification procedure path of the King Resonance. Target node T00, a conceptual node existing in the interstice of all timelines. Mission: confront all self-imprints of the intervened timelines and achieve final integration. Vegeta feels an unprecedented pull not towards a specific time and space, but rather sinking towards the lower foundation of all timelines. Surrounding him are flowing torrents of colorful data composed of countless possibilities within which fragments of every scene he had intervened in emerge: the hatred of his youth, the death of Nappa, the despair of Namek, the resonance in the gravity room. In this conceptual space, the first imprint coalesces into form. It's the young Vegeta filled with arrogance and cruelty upon his arrival on Earth. Playing tricks. No matter who or dare to spy on me, Lord Vegeta. The young apparition roars, gathering a destructive energy sphere in his hand, launching it straight towards Vegeta. Vegeta, main timeline, does not even move. He merely lifts his eyelid, his golden white pupils casting a faint glance. The frenzied energy sphere melts into nothingness the moment it approaches his chaotic aura. Your power, your arrogance, it's laughably shallow. Vegeta, main timeline, speaks with not a trace of emotion yet carries a crushing force. Not even able to see who the true enemy is, you can only seek pathetic superiority over the weak. The young apparition freezes in place, attempting to refute, only to find it difficult to even stand in the face of this vast aura that resembles a sea of stars. He represents unrefined primal pride, now appearing so pale and powerless before the more mature. The apparition gradually fades and dissipates in silent howls, its core arrogance stripped away and absorbed, transforming into a more restrained sharpness within Vegeta's main timeline power. Then the second and third imprints simultaneously emerge. Vegeta on Namek, on the brink of collapse, his eyes filled with unwillingness and despair, and in a future timeline Vegeta holding Trunks' lifeless body, his belief shattered. Why? Why can't I surpass Frieza? Kakarot. The desperate apparition screams. Everything has lost its meaning. I can't protect anything. The hollow apparition mutters. Two extreme negative emotional energies sweep in like a storm, attempting to drag Vegeta, main timeline, into the same abyss. Vegeta, main timeline, stands firm at the center of the storm, allowing the fragments of despair, pain, and powerlessness to crash against his consciousness. He does not resist. Instead, in the realm of divine intent, is self-formed. He embraces and refines them like a furnace. Despair. That is because you are not strong enough. Meaningless loss. That is because the beliefs you protect are not firm enough. He declares to the two apparitions as well as to the shadows of his past. Look at me. I walk on your corpses, carrying your failures and pains to reach today. Frieza has been personally ended by me. Trunks is living healthily in my timeline. The seventh universe exists because of me. What you could not achieve, I have done. What you could not protect, I will protect. His voice is like a mighty bell, shattering the haze of despair, igniting the flame of protection. The two apparitions tremble violently, transforming into pure emotional energy, merging into Vegeta, main timeline, perfecting his divine intent, is self-formed with a resilience forged through trials. The last to emerge is not a singular apparition, but a hazy glow woven from the intertwining essences of him and Kakarot. It represents competition, resonance, the nascent form of bonds. It signifies a possibility not yet fully solidified. Vegeta, main timeline, gazes at this glow and slowly extends his hand. He does not forcefully control or change it, but instead infuses it with the purest stream of information derived from his new understanding of rival, companion, and bond throughout countless time travels. The glow becomes brighter and more stable. The energy flowing within presents a harmonious rhythm of symbiosis. This represents that the complex and solid relationship between him and Son Goku has received the ultimate certification and enhancement on the temporal level. Just as all imprints are about to integrate, Vegeta feels his realm poised to take the final step towards a level that even he cannot fully describe. An abrupt change occurs. The entire T00 space shakes violently. A cold, familiar, and malicious will erupts like a long-hidden venomous snake from the depths of the data torrents. It is the residual consciousness of the Weaver. It has not been completely eradicated, but lurks in the lower layers of time and space, waiting for this critical and vulnerable moment of Vegeta's ascension. Detected residual malicious program of the Cradle Protocol. Target interfere with final integration strangle variables. Warning. The ascension process is under attack. Countless black data chains composed of cold logic and reset commands shoot towards Vegeta from all directions, aiming to completely imprison and disassemble him. In the face of this sudden assault, Vegeta shows no panic on his face. He is no longer the warrior who would be troubled by past shadows or system flaws. He looks at the incoming black chains at this shaking space at the hidden residual will of the Weaver and slowly raises his fist. There is no dazzling display of energy, only a will that seems to originate from the essence of all things, encompassing all and defining all. My past I bear it. My path I carve it. My future I define it. I Vegeta and the embodiment of possibility itself. He thrusts his fist forward. Not aimed at the chains nor at that malicious will, but at the core laws of this T00 space. Crack. The sound of shattering glass resonates throughout the entire conceptual space. Those black chains dissolve completely as they touch the will of his fist. The hidden residual will of the Weaver lets out a final cry filled with unwillingness and fear, only to be thoroughly crushed and purified by this undeniable power that represents the ultimate manifestation of life possibilities. All tremors subside. The data torrents become purer and smoother. Vegeta hovers at the center of the space, his surrounding glow completely retracting, returning to a state of simplicity. He appears no different from usual, but deep within his pupils it seems as if the life and death of the entire multiverse and infinite possibilities are contained. Final verification passed. Path of the King resonance integration complete. Host Vegeta has fully mastered the highest authority of the Cradle of Hope. The residual threat of the Weaver has been completely eliminated. A flash of light, Vegeta returns to the gravity room of the main timeline. He calmly opens his eyes, feeling the truly perfect power within him, free of any stagnation. All time travels, all past shadows, all difficult choices have finally transformed into the most solid foundation beneath his throne. He walks to the window, watching Son Goku, who is practicing instant transmission with Gohan and repeatedly failing, and Trunks, who is arguing with Bulma in the garden, puffed up with anger. A calm and genuine curve forms at the corner of his mouth. The King's journey, traversing through ancient times, enduring countless trials, ultimately did not arrive at the pinnacle of power, but rather at the completeness of his heart and the certainty of protection. Years have passed since the Cradle of Hope agreement was fully stabilized and the threats from time and space were completely resolved. The seventh universe and even the entire multiverse have ushered in an unprecedented period of peace and prosperity. Earth, the planet that once teetered on the brink of destruction multiple times, has now become one of the vibrant centers connecting numerous civilizations. Vegeta's life has also entered a peculiar state of calm. He remains a frequent visitor to the gravity chamber, but the purpose of his training is more about exploring the seemingly endless mysteries of the realm of divine intent, as well as familiarizing himself with the godlike cosmic perception bestowed upon him by the Cradle of Hope. Occasionally, he responds to requests from the Grand Kai or the Supreme Kai, quietly addressing potential threats that could endanger the existence of civilizations, such as meteors about to collide with life-bearing star systems or unstable energy seeping from dimensional rifts. More often than not, he stays at home. Watching Trunks, under Bulma's guidance, combine the Saiyan warrior's talents with Earth's technological wisdom, forging a distinctly different path to strength. Observing little Bra as she learns to speak and takes her first steps, her pure and innocent gaze dissolving all his coldness. One day, Trunks finished his day of studies and basic training and approached Vegeta, who was gazing out from the balcony with a hint of confusion. Father Trunks hesitated to speak. I can understand the control of energy taught by Mom and Gohan. But I always feel like something more essential is missing. How did you break through your limits time and again in desperate situations? Vegeta turned around, looking at his son, who inherited both Saiyan blood and earthly wisdom. Trunks' talent is beyond doubt even more comprehensive than Vegeta's was at his age, but what he lacks is the primitive thirst and understanding for power forged in the crucible of blood and fire, despair and rage. Training is not merely the accumulation of energy and repetition of skills. Vegeta's voice remained calm yet with less of the usual coldness. True power comes from will, from the reason you fight. I won't demonstrate techniques or explain theories as usual, he said, raising his hand and lightly pointing in the air. A chaotic-colored spatial door unfolded silently, revealing not the gravity chamber, but a distorted scene seemingly composed of countless fragments of memories. Today we will train in a different way. Vegeta looked at Trunks. I will take you to see another aspect of Vegeta guided Trunks not through physical travel, but using himself as a medium to present the echoes of key historical nodes recorded by the Cradle of Hope, like a holographic image before Trunks. The first act depicts the destruction of planet Vegeta at the hands of Frieza. The despairing explosion, the cries of his kin, and the deep-seated hatred and helplessness of his younger self aboard the escape ship. Hatred can become a driving force, Vegeta calmly explained, as if recounting someone else's story, but it is also a poison. If you are dominated by it, you will ultimately lose yourself. True strength is to master it, not to be mastered by it. Trunks watched the burning sea of stars, feeling the overwhelming hatred conveyed in the imagery, and clenched his fists tightly. The second act showcases his life-and-death struggle with Goku and Frieza on Namek. He witnessed how his father struggled in dire circumstances, how he was knocked down time and again, yet rose back up, ultimately forming a subtle understanding with Goku to face a formidable foe together. Pride is the backbone of the Saiyans. Vegeta pointed to the image of himself who refused to bow even in the face of death, but understanding when to let go of unnecessary pride to stand shoulder to shoulder with worthy opponents even. Learning to protect is the true path of a king. Trunks pondered deeply. He saw the nascent form of the complex yet strong bond between his father and Uncle Goku. The third act is the pinnacle confrontation between him and Jiren at the Tournament of Power, culminating in the moment he comprehended divine intent and altered the rules of the universe. The ultimate power is not destruction. Vegeta's voice carried a transcendent authority, but understanding, inclusiveness, creation, and the guardianship of all that you cherish. The greater your heart, the broader your realm of power. Trunks gazed in astonishment at his father, whose figure resembled that of a deity, and at the punch that changed the fate of the universe, as if something within him had been ignited. As the echoes of time concluded, the father and son returned to the reality of the balcony. The twilight suns stretched their shadows long. For the first time, Trunks intuitively and profoundly understood the path his father had walked, grasping the weight that power carried. I seem to understand something. Trunks lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with a different light than before, a desire for strength that was no longer purely about power, but included a sense of responsibility and awareness. Understanding or not depends on your choices and actions going forward. Vegeta turned around, gazing into the distance where Goku was energetically training with Goten. Your path must ultimately be walked by you alone. All I can give you are these experiences and lessons. Trunks nodded firmly. Yes, Father. I will find my own path and will never let you down. Vegeta did not turn back, but Trunks seemed to see the faint yet utterly genuine curve of his father's lips in the sunset. Bulma stood at the laboratory window, watching the father and son on the balcony, a look of contentment gracing. She knew that the Vegeta who once only understood fighting and destruction had finally, truly, and completely embraced the role of father, passing on his most precious wealth, experience, and belief to the next generation. The era of peace is not the end of the story. The blood of the Saiyans, the wisdom of the Earthlings, and the will of the Guardians will merge in the new generation, creating a future that is even more brilliant and filled with possibilities. And Vegeta, the king who has traversed countless timelines, witnessed the rise and fall of the universe, and ultimately found inner completeness, will have his legend eternally continue in another form through his offspring and the world he guards. The Cradle of Hope agreement operates smoothly, with the seventh universe basking in unprecedented peace. Vegeta's daily routine consists of exploring the limits of his own power, guiding Trunks, and dealing with Kakarot's endless sparring demands. Everything seemed calm and ordinary until that moment arrived. He was engaged in a battle with Son Goku in the void far from the star system, a clash potent enough to extinguish stars, where the chaos energy of divine intent manifest collided with the perfect silver light of ultimate freedom, creating ripples that tore through dimensions. Suddenly, a force that was certainly not derived from any known cosmic laws intervened in their battlefield like an invisible hand. It was not an attack, but extraction. Everything around, energy, light, the concept of space, instantly faded and peeled away. Vegeta and Son Goku felt as though they were being forcibly pulled away from the canvas of reality, thrown into an indescribable absolute realm. There was no up or down, no left or right, no passage of time, and even the distinction between existence and non-existence was absent. Only an endless flowing backdrop seemingly composed of countless overlapping and fragmented stories and possibilities existed. This was the narrative void, a deeper substrate that nurtured and enveloped all known universes. Where is this? It feels so strange. Son Goku maintained his ultimate freedom posture, his silver eyes curiously scanning the surroundings, feeling that his power was greatly suppressed and distorted here. Vegeta instantly activated Divine Intent Manifest to its peak, a halo of chaos protecting him while his golden white pupils sharply surveyed the void. Shut up, Kakarot. We have been dragged into some domain. He could sense that this place was filled with countless weak, chaotic, and yearning thoughts. Just as the two were on high alert, those flowing stories seemed to find focus, beginning to converge. Countless subtle fragments of thoughts from different dimensions and civilizations surged into their perception like wishes. A low magic world on the brink of destruction, desperate wishers calling upon the god of destruction, who brings both annihilation and rebirth. A dystopia ruled by a mechanical sky net, the faith of the resistance coalescing into the image of an indomitable god of freedom. A fantastical continent filled with magic and dragons, ancient prophecies depicting the king of fighters from another star. These fragments of thought, carrying the most primal desires and imaginations from various worlds, began to forcibly attach and weave themselves into the very essence of Vegeta and Son Goku. What is happening? I feel my body is no longer obeying me. Son Goku exclaimed in shock as the silver light around him began to uncontrollably change, taking on a dazzling golden glow belonging to a hero and guardian, his form becoming more majestic and noble, as if resonating with the legend of a savior from some world. Vegeta let out a grunt, feeling his divine intent manifest energy being violently pulled and tainted by thoughts yearning for destruction, ending, and absolute power. In the chaos halo, dark purple patterns of destruction uncontrollably emerged, his aura turning colder and more tyrannical, like a world-ending demon ready to execute divine punishment. Warning. High-dimensional narrative layer assimilation phenomenon detected. Host existence is being redefined and woven by lower narrative rules. Resistance in progress. Assimilation progress 17. The seed of possibility emitted an unprecedented alarm. They were being written, forcibly stuffed into the character templates from other worlds. Bastards. Who gave you the right to define me at will? Vegeta roared in anger, unleashing the full force of divine intent manifest, attempting to break free from these invisible narrative restraints. Chaos energy clashed violently with the thoughts trying to weave him, forming a storm of lightning on the conceptual level around him that constantly flickered in and out of existence. Son Goku also sensed that something was amiss, fully activating ultimate freedom, trying to adapt and dodge these imposed narratives. But his adaptation characteristic instead accelerated the assimilation as he instinctively adjusted himself to fit these character settings from other worlds. Struggling was futile. The rules of the narrative void were far superior to the universe they inhabited. Their resistance was like pebbles thrown into the ocean, merely stirring up a few ripples. In the next moment, the world spun. Vegeta discovered that his consciousness was forcibly extracted and placed into a strange body, landing in a ravaged world. The sky was eternally lead gray, the ground riddled with cracks and ruins, and the air was thick with radiation dust and the scent of despair. He floated in midair. Beneath him, a group of ragged, emaciated humans gazed up at him with mixed expressions of fear and a final glimmer of hope. Opposite him, the sky was covered with a dense swarm of grotesque mechanical octopus ships, cold electronic eyes locking onto him. At the forefront was a massive mechanical giant pieced together from countless discarded metals, exuding a chilling aura of murderous intent. Vegeta could sense that the underlying rules of this world were incredibly fragile, with a pitiably low energy tier. But he could also feel that within this temporarily formed, barely supported god of destruction shell by the beliefs of this world surged a strange power akin to but distinct from divine intent manifest, the divine might known as the End, formed from the collective despair and will to resist of this world. At the same time, a segment of memory and mission that did not belong to him forcibly flooded into his consciousness. He was the last deity of this world, summoned by the beings on the brink of extinction as the god of destruction and rebirth. And his mission was to destroy the mechanical Skynet, before him bringing ultimate purification and new possibilities to human civilization. Absurd. Vegeta roared in his heart. Vegeta had become a summoned henchman in someone else's story. However, before he could react, the massive mechanical giant emitted a deafening synthetic voice. High-energy anomalous individual detected. Threat level max. Executing. Erasure protocol. Countless cannon muzzles lit up and destructive energy beams poured down on him like a torrential rain. Faced with this familiar scene of being attacked, Vegeta's instinct to fight overwhelmed any contemplation of his situation. He instinctively tried to harness the power of divine intent manifest to obliterate these scrap metals completely. But he quickly realized he could not directly use the power of his original form. What he could wield was only the crude and yearning and divine power within this god of destruction, shell born from this world. Even this borrowed power will suffice. Vegeta suppressed the irritation and humiliation within him, harnessing and refining that so-called and divine power with his own battle will and the realm of divine intent manifest. The dark purple destruction energy in his hand was no longer merely chaotic destruction, but carried absolute precision and control. He faced the cannon fire and threw a punch. A dark purple beam honed to perfection and seemingly capable of delineating the boundaries of life and death instantly pierced through the core of the mechanical giant. Boom! The tremendous explosion was like the last fireworks of this despairing world. The crowd below erupted with a thunderous cheer, their gazes towards Vegeta filled with fervent admiration and awe. Vegeta hovered in the air, looking at his hand, feeling the fragile rules of this world tremble slightly from his strike, along with the influx of greater power from faith and wishes entering the shell. He understood. In this narrative void, they were no longer mere warriors, but had become characters in the stories of other worlds, endowed with identities, assigned missions, and using borrowed power to enact the legends of others. Meanwhile, in a completely different fantastical world filled with magic and flying dragons, Son Goku stood bewildered in the center of a massive arena, listening to the roaring cheers of the King of Fighters, watching an old wizard with a white beard claiming to challenge him for the title of strongest. Can their wills withstand the weaving of this entire narrative void? What hidden purposes and secrets lie behind this forced performance? The king's journey was thrust upon a new bizarre stage. And the brush seems not to be entirely in the hands of the void. Under a leaden sky, Vegeta hovered above the wreckage of a mechanical colossus, the dark purple Zhongyan divine force flowing around him like a subdued beast. Below, the surviving humans' cheers swelled like a tide, their faith and hope transmuted into a pure energy pouring ceaselessly into his makeshift husk, the so-called god of destruction. Yet Vegeta felt no stir within, only an icy agitation. He loathed being defined and driven, and loathed even more these ants who entrusted their survival to a fictive god. An audacious elder knelt, tears streaming. "Oh God, thank you for saving us. Please guide us. How are we to survive now? How to survive?" Vegeta almost snorted. He had seen such supplication from the weak too often. By this world's script, perhaps he ought to utter a few oracles, and then drift away to become an eternal legend. But he was Vegeta, not a puppet to play a role. His cold gaze swept over the expectant faces below and the scarred land, feeling the brittle, fragile rules that governed this world. A thought flashed like lightning through the dark. If he could not yet shake this role, why not interpret it in his own? He descended slowly, his boots touching the charred earth. The dark purple divine power spread beneath him, purging radiation and toxins to carve out a pocket of pristine ground. Survive. His voice, amplified by divine force like rolling thunder, echoed over the ruins with unquestionable majesty, and a trace of the Saiyan Prince's imperious contempt. To rely on a god's pity is the fantasy of the weak. The crowd's cheers died abruptly into stunned silence. Faces read nothing but astonishment. "Look at yourselves." Vegeta pointed to the surrounding ruins and at them, weak, powerless, writhing like insects. "Even if I eliminate every machine, when the next disaster comes, you will still have only extinction." His words were cold blades cutting away the survivors' last shreds of dignity. Some flared with anger, others collapsed into despair. True survival must be seized by one's own strength. Vegeta shifted tone, the dark purple power ceased to be mere destruction, and began with exquisite subtlety to seep into the earth, untangling chaotic ley energies, and even faintly attempting to parse and amend the world's underlying rules about energy extraction and lives propagation. I will not give you illusory hope, nor will I clear every obstacle for you. He raised his hand, and a crude informational stream, embodying his basic understanding of chi and life energy adapted to this realm's rules, was forcibly imprinted upon the minds of all present. This is the seed of power. Seize it and grow strong. Carve out a world with your own hands, or continue to pray and wait to die. The choice is in your hands. Having done this, he paid no heed to the humans left in stunned chaos. He shot into the sky and vanished into the leaden clouds. He did not leave according to the script. Instead, he began to probe the stage that had been forced upon him. He wanted to see what the narrative void's pen could do to him. Meanwhile, in another phantasmagoric fantasy world, Sun Wukong, at this moment defined as the otherworldly king of combat, scratched his head in puzzlement as he looked at the white-mustached old mage before him who gripped a staff set with a colossal gem. By this world script, he should engage this continent's mightiest archmage in a cataclysmic duel of magic and martial skill. O warrior from another land, the old mage intoned a long spell, and as his staff swept the sky, icicles and storms of flame braided into a net of annihilation. Let me show you the true power of the Aeonia laws. Sun Wukong stood his ground, a silver-white radiance of effortless intention flowing naturally. The seemingly devastating icicles and flames when they neared him slid aside, as if down an invisible chute, unable even to touch the hem of his garment. Grandpa, your chi, I know your magic, doesn't seem to hit me, Sun Wukong said, plainly, his face filled with innocent puzzlement. Also, your movements are so slow and your openings are too many. The old mage's chant halted as his face flushed crimson and the onlookers erupted. This foreigner not only scorned the continent's highest magic, but even spoke arrogantly. Presumptuous. Take my ultimate secret, meteoric judgment. The mage roared, gathering a vaster sorcery that summoned upheaval in heaven and earth. Sun Wukong blinked. Through his state of effortless intention, he perceived the essence of energy and keenly realized that this world's so-called magic was at its core a crude manipulation of the universe's fundamental energy, akin to chi, expressed by different rules and, moreover, terribly inefficient. He mimicked the old mage's posture without uttering a single incantation. Casually lifting his hand, he took a sliver of his own chi, and according to the magical rules he sensed in this realm, performed the most basic imitation and projection. With a hum of fist-sized, astonishingly condensed silver orb, its interior seeming to rotate with miniature galaxies, materialized in his palm. There was no cataclysmal fanfare, yet the arena's space warped subtly, and every mage felt their magic shudder instinctively. What magic is this? Impossible. No incantations or formations guiding it. The old mage gaped. A half of his meteoric judgment faltered, nearly backfiring as his concentration broke. Magic. I don't know, Sun Wukong answered, tilting his head with honest simplicity. I just thought, maybe it could be done like this. He casually tossed the silver orb into the air. It burst silently into a soft rain of light that fell across the arena. Where the light rained, wounded spectators healed, withered plants revived, and even the restless magic in the air calmed and became gentle. The arena fell into a stunned silence. This was not the power expected of a king of combat. It felt more like a miracle. Sun Wukong, this variable from another universe, was using his pure power and supreme understanding of energy to rend a vast, unreasonable tear in the fantasy world's script and power system. In both worlds, Vegeta and Sun Wukong, each by his own means, resisted the weaving of the net. In the wasteland, the training method Vegeta left began to spread quietly, the first humans bold enough to try sensed a faint but real chi within. For the first time, the flame of hope was ignited from within rather than from prayer. The world's baseline of despair was being forcibly injected with the variable of self-strengthening. In the fantasy realm, Sun Wukong's miracle, which did not conform to the definition of magic, shook the continent's power foundations. Whispers of an otherworldly god began to supplant the legend of the king of combat. The narrative lines of the worlds began to twist and spiral out of control. The narrative void itself sensed this discord and error. High above the wasteland, Vegeta, exploring the skies, suddenly felt a vast will laden with correction lock onto him. The void began to attempt to erase this erroneous character who defied the script. The dark purple power around him wavered and his husk throbbed with the sting of disintegration. In the fantasy world the sky darkened, an invisible pressure enveloped Sun Wukong, seeking to reformat him and shove him back into the King of Combat's template. Finally couldn't hold back, could you? Vegeta met the void's oppression not with alarm but with delight. The self-generated divine will blazed within his temporary husk. Let me see if your so-called narrative can withstand my existence. He abandoned passive defense and forced even a sliver of his transcendent power's essence, his thought, into this god of destruction husk, determined to collide head-on with the narrative void's corrective force. Across the divide Sun Wukong felt the pressure too, but he was mostly curious. Something seems to be pushing me. How amusing. His state of effortless intention flowed naturally, not bracing to resist, but like the slickest fish weaving and adapting through the waves of correction, even instinctively beginning to learn and decipher the rules of the force attempting to constrain him. Two worlds, two Saiyans, each in a radically different manner, stood against the rules of the Vegeta was blunt confrontation, a conquest, meant to force an indelible imprint of royal will into someone else's story. Sun Wukong was assimilative dismantling with a pure childlike heart and supreme adaptability. He turned every rule into something to be understood and played with. Their resistance was like two boulders cast into a calm lake. The ripples they raised spread swiftly, touching many more woven worlds. Deep within the narrative void, older and more vast narrative structures seemed to stir in alarm. This coerced performance was evolving into a cross-dimensional war over whether a character could in turn seize control of the script. Whose will dominate the final tapestry, the will of kings or the void's pen? The correction power of the narrative void surged forth like a towering wave emerging from the foundational rules of two worlds, vowing to completely erase and format the erroneous variables of Vegeta and Son Goku. In the wasteland world, leaden clouds rolled like boiling water, and gigantic transparent tentacles, formed from the very rules, reached out from the void, wrapping around the god of destruction Vegeta's shell, aiming to deconstruct him back into the most basic story particles. Vegeta's dark purple and divine power violently trembled, with spiderweb-like cracks appearing on the surface of his body, resembling a porcelain item on the verge of shattering. In the fantasy world, the sky transformed into a vast, constantly refreshing data board, with countless cold logical codes cascading down like a waterfall, attempting to overwrite and redefine Son Goku's existence. The invisible pressure sought to force him back into the mold of the King of Fighters, erasing the miracle he had just displayed, which was inconsistent with the established setting. With such a void-like shackle, you think you can bind me, Vegeta? In the high skies of the wasteland, Vegeta let out a soul-shaking roar. He no longer merely wielded the borrowed and divine power, but instead unleashed his own kingly will, refined through countless realms and already surpassing ordinary deities without reservation. The realm of divine intent blossomed with unprecedented brilliance in the face of despair. No longer was it imitation or adaptation, but the purest form of negation and declaration. I declare in this place I am the true reality. I declare in this body I am the law. I declare my will is the cornerstone of existence. Boom. Centered on him, an invisible formless storm of absolute will, capable of reconstructing logic and defining concepts, violently collided with the power of void correction. The transparent rule tentacles let out a silent wail upon contact with this will, shattering and disintegrating inch by inch, as if cast into the inferno. Vegeta's god of destruction shell not only did not collapse, but rather became more solid and radiant under the support of that overwhelming will. The dark purple divine energy was completely refined, transforming into a platinum luster burning with chaotic flames closely resembling his own essence. He forcibly covered the role imposed on him by this world with his own existence. He was no longer the summoned god of destruction, but had descended as Vegeta. He looked down at the stunned survivors below, who were awestruck by this miraculous reversal, his voice echoing like a decree throughout heaven and earth. Remember, the ones who save you are never gods, but your own will to survive. And I, Vegeta, on occasion my mood. In the fantasy world, Son Goku's response was entirely different. Faced with the overwhelming data stream attempting to format him, he felt neither anger nor resistance, not even a conscious thought of rebellion. His pure and tranquil state of mind instinctively led him to perceive all this as a peculiar natural phenomenon. Wow, are these sparkling things playing hide and seek with me? Son Goku curiously reached out, touching the cascading logical codes. The moment his finger made contact with the codes, the characteristic of his tranquil state activated, Rather than destruction, it was understanding and integration. His consciousness rapidly analyzed the narrative rules constituting these codes at the speed of light, and his body, like the purest water, naturally began to flow with the rhythm of the data stream. He was no longer overshadowed by data, but rather became a part of the data itself. He was no longer defined by rules, but became a free variable within the operation of those rules. The force that sought to format him was as futile as trying to catch a fish in flowing water. Haha, this is fun. Son Goku laughed as he freely traversed the data stream, even beginning to imitate dismantle and then recombine these rule codes in a way he could scarcely comprehend. What he inadvertently created was neither magic nor chi, but a new form of energy that bridged the two completely based on his current understanding of narrative rules. A shimmering silver data light capable of endless transformation while embodying absolute power. With a casual wave of his hand, a stream of free-flowing light shot forth, not attacking anyone, but transforming the gem atop the old mage's staff into a steaming meat bun. Grandpa, after fighting for so long, you must be hungry, right? Here, have this. Son Goku's expression was sincere. The old mage looked at the meat bun in his hand, then glanced up at the silver-haired figure in the sky existing like a rule bug, and his worldview completely collapsed. In that moment, the entire continent's magical system experienced a fundamental upheaval due to the unpredictable actions of a king of fighters. The violent turmoil of the two worlds was like dropping two heavy bombs into the calm narrative void. Vegeta's forceful covering and Son Goku's complete integration severely disrupted the stable operation of the void itself. Buzz. A wolf far older, grander, and colder than the previous correction power finally awakened from the deepest depths of the void. It was not targeting any specific world, but instead directly locked onto the essential existence of the two anomaly sources Vegeta and Son Goku. This will appear to be the administrator of the entire narrative void, the entity wielding the pen of fate. It bore no emotion, only the absolute logic of maintaining the smooth operation of the story. It did not initiate an attack, but began to attempt to fundamentally deconstruct Vegeta's will and isolate Son Goku's unpredictable variables in a manner beyond comprehension. Vegeta felt as if his thoughts were about to freeze, with every information unit constituting his conceptual existence being forcibly analyzed and stripped away. Son Goku felt the surrounding space becoming viscous as he was slowly pushed out from that fantasy world, destined to be exiled into an absolute silence zone of the narrative void. The crisis reached its peak. This was no longer a conflict within the world, but the ultimate struggle between their own existence and the entire narrative void's rules. However, at this critical juncture, both Vegeta's burning kingly will and Son Goku's pure free-flowing light inadvertently left an extremely tiny yet indelible trace on the boundless narrative backdrop, one that could not be immediately assimilated or erased by the void. It was neither a crack of destruction nor erroneous code, but a unique mark, a trace imbued with infinite possibilities. The appearance of this ink mark caused the cold will of the pen of fate to exhibit a subtle, almost hesitant fluctuation for the first time. As if it recognized some unfamiliar yet recorded authority mark from ancient rules. Vegeta and Son Goku, the two supreme beings from the 7th universe, seemingly touched upon the narrative void and even deeper secrets beyond it without their own awareness, a glimmer of truth. Can the will of the king and the heart of freedom maintain their identity under this final stroke, or even turn the tables? The final chapter of the Void Scroll is about to unfold. In the depths of the narrative void, the cold will wielding the pen of destiny relentlessly eroded the very essence of Vegeta and Son Wukong like a frozen storm on a cosmic scale. Vegeta felt his thoughts, memories, and proud will being frozen and stripped away inch by inch, reducing him to a blank page ready for others to write upon. Son Wukong was pushed toward the absolute silent zone, a place where even the concept of possibility would be extinguished, serving as the ultimate garbage dump of the narrative void to completely format errors. A true conceptual dead end. Bastard. I, Vegeta, am not some character you can scribble over at will. Vegeta's soul roared as the realm of divine will was pushed to its limit, the chaotic halo flickering uncertainly as if it might extinguish completely at any moment. Everything from his past, the destruction of planet Vegeta, countless clashes with Kakarot, battles in the tournament of power, moments that changed the rules of the universe, and his responsibility to protect his family and the 7th universe. All the foundations of his existence trembled violently on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, Son Wukong's state of ultimate freedom also sensed the dilemma of inadaptability for the first time. The rules of the Silent Zone were absolute nothingness, where even the concept of adaptation did not exist. His silver radiance dimmed, his movement slowed as if trapped in eternal amber. Just as their existence was about to be thoroughly deconstructed and isolated, the unique ink mark they had inadvertently left on the narrative background suddenly pulsed with a faint rhythm. This ink mark contained Vegeta's indomitable royal will and Sun Wukong's pure heart of freedom, a condensation of two entirely different possibilities that transcended ordinary narrative logic. It was like a seed buried deep in the void, sensing the crisis of its kind facing extinction, instinctively beginning to struggle and awaken. Buzz. The ink mark suddenly brightened. No longer a faint light, but a brilliant radiance bursting forth like a supernova intertwining chaos and silver. This brilliance was not an attack, but a declaration, a proof of existence, based on its intrinsic qualities. It forcefully tore a small yet stable crack in the cold narrative rules. This crack did not belong to any known story template. It was a BG, an anomaly born from the ultimate self and freedom, which the narrative void could not comprehend. What is this? Vegeta suddenly felt a slight loosening of the absolute cold that had frozen his will. The resonance emanating from that crack created a marvelous resonance with his royal will. It feels like I can move again. Sun Wukong also joyfully discovered that the repulsive force of the Silent Zone had suddenly diminished and his ultimate freedom found a gap through which it could flow again. So that's how it is. A light of insight suddenly erupted in Vegeta's golden white pupils. This void, this so-called pen of destiny, is not omniscient and omnipotent. It cannot understand nor can it contain the true self. He no longer attempted to fight against the entire void, but directed all his remaining strength and will unreservedly towards the ink mark crack they had created together. Kakarot. Vegeta roared, no longer merely giving a command, but a roar like calling a comrade. Pour your heart into it too. This isn't its story. This is our story. Sun Wukong, though not fully understanding, trusted Vegeta's judgment and, more importantly, his own instinct to fight. He grinned, transforming that pure and unblemished heart of freedom into the most pristine silver stream of light, following Vegeta's will, injecting it into that crack together. Boom! A colossal sound akin to the creation of the world erupted at the conceptual level. That small crack, under the mad infusion of their powers, rapidly expanded like a balloon being blown up. Chaos and silver radiance intertwined and merged, no longer simple colors, but evolving into the birth and death of stars, the rise and fall of civilizations, love and hate, battle and guardianship. A myriad of vivid and concrete imagery. These images did not conform to any template preset by the narrative void. They were vibrant, contradictory, full of surprises, yet contained a vigorous, unstoppable vitality and possibility. They resisted the assimilation of the void, using their own way to weave a brand new narrative centered on Vegeta and Sun Wukong. Vegeta's will transformed into the skeleton and conflict of the story, proud, unyielding, protective, and endlessly evolving. Sun Wukong's inner self became the soul and hope of the story, pure, free, exploratory, turning the impossible into the possible. This newly birthed narrative spread like a virus through the underlying rules of the void. Wherever it went, those rigid preset story templates began to loosen, and even became infected, giving rise to small sprouts of their own will. The cold will of the pen of destiny experienced violent and chaotic fluctuations for the first time. It attempted to erase this illegal narrative, only to find that its foundation was as ancient as the void itself. An ultimate manifestation of free will and life's possibilities, a base code that it as a management system could never truly comprehend or completely erase. The confrontation reached a critical point. The entire narrative void shook violently, and the backdrop of countless world stories flickered in and out of existence. Finally, the will of the pen of destiny retreated like a tide. It did not acknowledge defeat, but chose isolation based on the most efficient system, self-preservation logic. It bounced Vegeta, Sun Wukong, and the uncontrollable newborn narrative they had created together out of the core region of the void. The feeling of the world spinning returned once more. When Vegeta and Sun Wukong steadied themselves again, they found themselves back in the cosmic space where they were initially drawn into the void. Surrounded by familiar stars, the distant Earth radiated a blue glow. The recent war that transcended dimensions and concepts felt like merely a dream. But they knew it was not a dream. Vegeta felt that although his energy was greatly depleted, it had become purer, and even carried a hint of an indescribable narrative authority from the power of divine will. He glanced at Sun Wukong beside him and noticed that amidst the silver-white strands of his hair a hint of chaotic color occasionally flowed. They exchanged silent gazes. After everything they had experienced, a peculiar bond transcending competition and even friendship silently established itself between them. They were each other's only kindred who could understand the significance of the battle they had just fought. A boring farce. Vegeta broke the silence, first turning to fly towards Earth, but after flying for a while he paused facing away from Sun Wukong and added rarely. However, Kakarot, your reckless ability was somewhat useful this time. Sun Wukong was taken aback for a moment, but then scratched his head and burst into laughter. Hahaha, Vegeta, you were amazing too. That last move was truly incredible. Next time, let's find a more interesting place to fight. Vegeta did not respond, merely accelerating away. But in his eyes flickered a hint of unnoticeable anticipation for possibility. They returned to their daily lives. Yet deep within their souls, and in the vast narrative void, a seed named self-narrative had already been sown. It quietly waited, perhaps to break ground again at some moment in the future, triggering even grander legends. The journey of the king and the adventure of freedom are endless. For they themselves are the greatest story. In the year 780 of the AG era, Earth and the entire 7th universe have been immersed in a long-lasting peace under the protection of the Cradle of Hope protocol for decades. The realm of civilization has expanded beyond the speed of light to the stars and the sea, yet Earth, the cradle that has saved the universe multiple times, remains the center of countless intertwined legends. In the Western capital, the Universal Capsule Corporation has become a giant in the exchange of technology and civilization across star systems. On the outskirts of the city, a heart source dojo built against the mountains combines cutting-edge gravity technology with mysterious energy channeling techniques, serving as a sacred place for the new generation of warriors to cultivate. On the central martial platform of the dojo, two youthful figures are fiercely clashing. One of them moves with the grace of the wind, exuding a sense of recklessness and wildness. He is none other than Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wutian. His opponent is a tall, stir-faced girl, Bulma, the daughter of Vegeta and Bulma. Unlike their parents who wield golden or blue auras, a peculiar energy flows around them, shimmering as if it has a stellar network pulsing within. This is the power of the heart source. In this era of peace, a new power system has evolved from the Saiyan bloodline and the spiritual essence of Earthlings, nurtured by the high-dimensional energy brought forth by the Cradle of Hope protocol. It focuses more on the deep exploration of the essence of life, will, and resonance with the universe. Wutian, your flowing shadow step has improved again. Bulma launched a sharp strike at Sun Wutian, her eyes flashing with admiration, yet her tone retained the characteristic coolness of the Vegeta family. Hehe, you're the one, Bulma. This stellar pulse guard is simply impregnable. Sun Wutian grinned, his offensive remaining relentless. Below the platform, Trunks, now a young man with a composed and wise demeanor, watched with arms crossed, a faint smile on his face. His approach differs from his sisters, leaning more towards integrating the heart source power with the cutting-edge technology of the Universal Capsule to develop various incredible tactical equipment. Just as their sparring reached a fever pitch, an anomaly occurred. A deep ancient will, seemingly emanating from the very dawn of the universe, descended upon the heart source dojo without warning. The energy within the dojo surged uncontrollably, and all practitioners felt their heart source power resonating and trembling uncontrollably with it. What is happening? Bulma quickly retreated, adopting a defensive stance, her fair face clouded. She sensed that this was not malicious, but carried an indescribable sorrow and a calling. Trunks stood up straight, his multifunctional detector going off wildly. Energy readings exceed the limits. Source cannot be analyzed. It's neither gas nor any known form of energy. Sun Wutian also ceased to smile, his expression turning serious as the Saiyan instinct within him sensed an unprecedented threat and opportunity. That ancient will swept across the entire Earth like a tide, even penetrating the void, reaching the distant realms of the Kaioshin and the gods of destruction. Yet it seemed to have a clear target, ultimately converging most of its intent upon Bulma, Wutian, and Trunks. Fragmented and blurry images forcibly surged into their minds, a silent dark universe where stars stood still like tombstones, a massive scar stretching through the void, exuding a decayed aura, countless civilizations silently withering and fading away. At the same time, a heavy and ancient message, like a final farewell, was imprinted deep within their consciousness, the grief of the primordial. Balance. Overturned. Heirs. Retrieve. Source core. Repair. The message abruptly halted and that ancient will vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. The energy in the dojo returned to calm, but the hearts of the three were stirred with tumultuous waves. What was that just now? Sun Wutian panted, his face filled with uncertainty. A warning, or perhaps a commission. Trunks furrowed his brow, quickly analyzing the residual data recorded by the detector, the grief of the primordial source core. These terms have never appeared in the records of ancient cosmic civilizations. Feeling the heart source power within me still slightly pulsating, Beulah's gaze sharpened. It chose us. This means the path our parents walked may not solve this new threat. They immediately contacted Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Upon hearing the children's descriptions, even Sun Wukong, who had witnessed countless storms, wore a grave expression. Even I can't fully perceive the source of that power. It feels as if it simply doesn't fit within the rules of our universe. Vegeta, arms crossed, stood by the window, silent for a moment. He sensed that this was not a systematic threat like the Weavers or Tide of Nothingness, but rather an older, more fundamental cosmic scar. Grief of the primordial. Vegeta snorted coldly, turning to look at the three young people with a piercing gaze. It sounds like a long-standing wound of the universe itself that cannot be healed. A level that neither I nor Kakarot can reach. He pivoted, his tone carrying an undeniable resolve. This means this is no longer our battlefield. Sun Wukong nodded, as well as signature smile, that mixed worry and expectation appearing on his face. Yes, kids. This time it's your turn to take the lead. Vegeta and I, along with all the power of this universe, will be your strongest support, but the path must be forged by you. Bulma's research team conducted frenzied calculations for weeks based on the wave remnants of that ancient will, combined with the monitoring data of the Cradle of Hope protocol for the cosmic underpinnings. Finally, on a starry night, they made a breakthrough. At the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Corporation, in front of a massive holographic star map. Bulma, now a renowned scientist across the galaxy, pointed to an area on the star map that had never been marked by any detector, an area of absolute darkness. This is the place. Bulma's voice was filled with excitement and a hint of fatigue. According to our calculations, the source of that will, as well as the coordinates where the source core may exist, all point to this area, known as the Forgotten Star Zone. No existing cosmic navigation technology can reach there. The spatial rules are fragmented, rejecting all conventional existence. So how do we get there? Beulah asked directly. Bulma looked at Trunks. Trunks took a deep breath, stepped forward, and revealed his latest research achievement, a diamond-shaped crystal emitting a soft glow of heart source power with an extremely complex structure. Combining the frequency of that ancient will's fluctuations and the characteristics of our three heart source powers, I've preliminarily developed this heart source resonance navigator. Trunks explained. It may help us find a path in this fragmented area of rules. Just then, the navigator seemed to respond to some kind of call, suddenly lighting up, projecting a faint yet firm beam of light pointing straight to the absolute darkness on the star map. In response, the heart source power within Beulah, Wutian, and Trunks also uncontrollably resonated once more, producing a low hum. The ancient call, the entrustment of their parents, the unknown threat, and a path leading to the universe's oldest secrets. A new era, a new adventure has already begun. The new generation of guardians, born from Saiyan blood and Earth's soul, is about to embark on a magnificent journey to seek the source core and repair the grief of the primordial. The light of a new era journey begins. The Xinyuan, a brand new vessel that fused Universal Capsule Company's most advanced technologies with telekinesis life, work hovered quietly at the edge of the Ewang starfield. Its streamlined hull bore veins that channeled Xinyuan power, rather than a mere machine, it resembled a living work of art. On the bridge, Beulah, Wutian, and Telengkizi stood solemnly. On the navigation console, the Xinyuan resonance navigator emitted a steady, gentle light pointing toward a void so absolute it swallowed starlight. All conventional detection methods have failed. Telengkizi examined the bizarre data stream before him, his tone grave. Spatial curvature tends toward zero and yet appears infinite. The physical laws here are utterly chaotic. It feels strange. Sun Wutian frowned at his Saiyan instincts, and the Xinyuan power within him sounded a silent alarm. Ahead lay an ineffable, immense danger, and yet it exerted a fierce, irresistible pull. Beulah drew a deep breath and pressed her hand to the control orb beside the navigator, her cool voice echoing across the bridge. Hesitation will solve nothing. If we chose this path, then we go through. She was first to pour her pure Xin Yuan power into the orb Awutian, and telling Kizi followed at once. 3 currents of shared yet distinct energy converged. The veins along the Xin Yuan flared, becoming a stream of starlit radiance wrapped in primal shimmer. No longer propelled in the usual way, the ship seemed to be silently accepted by the darkness itself as it slipped into the Ewang starfield. Crossing the boundary did not feel like impact or tearing, but like being reset, an intoxicating vertigo. Their very being together with the vessel was forcibly scattered and then recomposed under a new grotesque set of rules. Through the portholes, the familiar cosmos had vanished. No stars, no nebulae, only an endless, sluggishly writhing nothingness. Occasionally, a fleeting flash sprang up in the distance, like a flare of thought revealing twisted geometric forms that defied Euclid. Space here had lost its meaning, time had grown viscous and fragmented. The Xin Yuan was a fragile craft in a storm, clinging to course only by the trio's constant supply of Xin Yuan power and the navigator's guidance, struggling through shards of broken rules. Detecting intense information residue aggregation ahead, telling Kizi shouted suddenly. Ahead of the ship, a region of space resembled a spilled palette, mingling the last wails of dying civilizations, unfinished mathematical theorems, broken love poems, and corrupted physical constants. Those formless pieces of information had condensed here into tangible, maliciously iridescent storms. Evasive. Beulah ordered with composure, her hands dancing over the control orb. The Xin Yuan executed an almost heretical right-angle turn against inertia, narrowly slipping past the information storm. The storm grazed the shields with a teeth-grating sound, as if a billion whispers and screams were trying to speak at once. "This place is like the universe's trash heap, but shattered," Sun Wutian muttered, attempting to sense the outside, and feeling his mind nearly tainted by the chaotic data. "No, more like a vast wound." Beulah's gaze remained fixed on the viewport. Her perception of Xin Yuan power was keener. "I can feel that the rules here were not born like this. They were smashed by some force beyond imagining." The navigator's light guided them onward as they delved deeper. Along the way, they witnessed more impossible sights: stellar carcasses frozen in the instant of detonation, galaxies crushed as if by an invisible hand, and even stretches composed of pure silence, so dense that Xin Yuan power could not penetrate. Absolute acoustic barriers. As they passed through a region of congealed time amber, alarms screamed once more. High-energy life signs detected. Quantity, uncountable. Attributes, unknown. Threat level, extreme. The once still time ambers all around began to crack open. Figures with a cold purple crystalline sheen poured forth like a locust swarm. They possessed no fixed shape, sometimes flowing liquid, sometimes coalescing into faceted crystal structures, each with a core of all-devouring darkness. They radiated an intense hunger and hatred for all ordered energy, especially Xin Yuan power. "They are Jingshidi." Telling Kizi pulled up data from ancient Will archives and matched it in an instant. "They feed on order and energy. They are the cleaners spawned by Yuanchu Zhishang." Without warning, countless Jingshidi surged forward in a purple tide toward the Xin Yuan. They slammed against the Xin Yuan's shields with a screeching scrape. The shield's energy was eaten away and dissolved at a visibly alarming rate. "We cannot simply defend." Beulah's eyes flashed cold. Wutian left flank. Telling Kizi cover the right. "I will study the hull. Prepare for a breach." "Understood." Sun Wutian snapped into battle. His Xin Yuan power became countless streaks of light, fists of radiance that pulverized the Jingshidi closing on the left. Telling Kizi manipulated the ship's weapons. Concentrated beams of Xin Yuan energy carved a surgical corridor on the right. Beulah poured everything into the shields, and the propulsion system of the Xin Yuan surged like a launched meteor toward the course the navigator had set. Yet the Jingshidi came in such numbers, and they seemed to absorb the dissipated energy of their fallen kin, growing ever stronger. Soon the ship found itself hemmed in again. The shields trembled on the verge of collapse. "This cannot continue." Sun Wutian panted, his attacks losing vigor. "Their core is that darkness." Beulah keenly identified the key. "Strike the core." She demonstrated, first compressing her Xin Yuan power into a spear of star-vein radiance and hurling it into the largest Jingshidi. The spear struck the black core with surgical precision. The creature gave a silent, piercing cry and collapsed into elementary energy particles. Wutian and Telling Kizi imitated her, instantly stabilizing the battle for the moment. But the Jingshidi were seemingly endless. "The navigator shows the source behind that largest rule fragment." Telling Kizi shouted. "We must break through." Follow me. Beulah roared, channeling all her Xinyuan power into the ship. The Xinyuan's shield swelled like a burning meteor and, heedless of danger, struck the great rule fragment that hung like a broken mirror. Boom! A violent shock reverberated as if they had pierced a tenacious membrane. The Xinyuan tore into the space beyond the fragment. In an instant, all assault and clamor vanished. They seemed to have entered a vast silent bubble. There were no Jingshidi here, and the rules were comparatively stable. At the center of the space floated an enormous crystal shard, its surface cracked yet exuding a faint warm luminescence. From that shard came an ancient mournful call, a cry far stronger than anything they had heard before. At the same time, a clearer yet wearied consciousness spoke directly into their minds. Later comers, you have finally reached the first fragment. Time is short. The spread of the Shang accelerates. The source core has shattered and scattered. Gather them. Restore balance. Beware, they also seek them. Before the message ended, the bubble shuddered violently. A wolf far colder and more ravenous than the Jingshidi, bent on annihilating every order, struck the relatively stable space from without. The massive crystal shard flickered as if reeling under immense pressure. What are they? Beulah cried. The ancient voice grew fractured and urgent. It is Shiwu. The true pawns. Flee. Take my fragment. It will guide you to the next. A sliver of light peeled from the great shard and merged into their navigator. Immediately, a gentle but powerful thrust expelled the Xinyuan from the bubble. In their final moment leaving, they watched the once stable space consumed by an endless purple-black Shiwu. The great crystal shard gave one last lament as its light died out. The Xinyuan re-entered the shattered firmament of the navigator, now pointed to a new unknown coordinate. In their first contact, they had witnessed the carnage wrought by Yuanshu Zhishang, gained a vital clue, and grasped the horror of their enemy, the Shiwu and its minions. Beulah clenched her fist and stared at the faint new light on the navigator that marked the first fragment, her eyes resolute. This is only the beginning, she whispered, and the journey continued. The Xinyuan threaded its way through delirious shards of rule and pattern, struggling forward as if on a storm-tossed sea. Beyond the porthole, the view warped and shifted, at times a kaleidoscope of riotous color, at others plunging into an absolute darkness that seemed to freeze even consciousness itself. When the first Yuanha fragment integrated with the navigator, its guiding light sharpened and quickened, as though urging them onward. There was scarcely any time left. Beulah sat rigid in the captain's place, eyes closed, most of her mind fused with the ship's core, steering by the purity of her Xinyuan power to evade perils capable of collapsing ordinary cosmic law. Her face had taken on a pale cast, as sustaining such intense perception and control for so long was a severe burden on the spirit. Sun Wutian stood by the porthole, his Xinyuan power flowing gently within as he kept a vigilant watch outside. His Scion battle instinct proved useful here, allowing him to sense hidden danger a step earlier than telling Kizi, hunched over the console, hands dancing across the holoscreens, recording and analyzing the chaotic data of this forgotten expanse, seeking patterns and optimizing the Xinyuan systems. Energy readings show anomalous fluctuations. Telling Kizi looked up abruptly, a note of puzzlement in his voice. Ahead, the spatial structure displays an extraordinary degree of order, utterly unlike the surrounding chaos. Beulah opened her eyes and turned toward the direction the navigator indicated. Sure enough, at the edge of the paint-spattered chaos loomed a geometry so unnervingly neat it stole the breath, a vast labyrinth of innumerable crystalline polygons continually rotating and reconstituting itself. This is it. Beulah rose, feeling a faint resonance from the navigator connecting to the heart of the maze. The second fragment is in there. The Xinyuan approached the maze's threshold with extreme caution. The entrance was not solid, but a shifting gate of light. As the ship attempted to pass through, an imperceptible resistance pressed back, not an energy barrier so much as a filtration of logic. Access request detected. Beginning existence rationality verification. A cold, emotionless voice spoke directly into all three of their minds. First question: in an absolutely motionless cosmos, what causes movement? Second question: if infinite number is subtracted by itself, what geometry remains? Third question: if existence itself is a fallacy, how do you prove that you are thinking? Three queries that drilled to the rawest foundations of physics, mathematics, and philosophy, cunning and lethal. Answering with ordinary logic would plunge them into an inescapable paradox. Sun Wutian scratched his head in bewilderment. What on earth is this? Telenkisis' brow furrowed, his mind raced for mathematical optima only to find each problem pointing toward impossibility. Beulah closed her eyes. She did not try to solve the questions, instead, she sank her spirit into the depths of her Xinyuan power. Xinyuan power springs from the origin of life and will and lies beyond mere logic. She used her Xinyuan power as a brush and her will to exist as ink, supplying no concrete answers, but projecting an intangible stream of information, the pure vital premise of I think therefore I am, I move therefore the universe moves, toward the light gate. The gate flickered violently for a moment, then the cold voice returned answer. Unparsable. Logical hierarchy exceeds preset. Verification. Passed. Entry granted. The gate steadied and the Xinyuan slipped through. Inside the labyrinth was not masonry, but a weaving of streaming light, mutable formulas and concretized chains of logic. Every step could trigger a new logical trap. Attempting straight flight would be repelled by a wall of paradox. Choosing the apparently correct path might lock them into infinite recursion. Even a wavering thought could be assimilated, becoming part of the maze's architecture. Keep tight to my guidance. Beulah was utterly focused. Her Xinyuan power acted like a lighthouse in the dark, sensing the subtle link with the fragments and trusting the intuition of life itself, carving a narrow true corridor through the labyrinth's tangled logic. Sun Wutian and Telenkizi followed close behind, not daring to let their minds stray. After countless perils, they finally reached the maze's core. There hovered a crystal shard, slightly smaller than the first, but far more intricate, emitting a steady, intelligent light, as if it were the source of all order and logic. Unlike the first fragment's surroundings, teeming with crystal-devouring entities, this place was unnaturally clean, a sterility that carried a hair-raising stillness. As Telenkizi readied the mechanical arm to carefully secure the shard, the situation suddenly changed. Every beam of light, every formula and logical chain in the maze froze in an instant, then took on a pallid, ominous hue. The ambient temperature plunged, not a physical cold, but a conceptual chill that ripped meaning away and congealed thought itself. A low, hoarse voice, as if stitched from the last sighs of countless dying civilizations, rose in every corner of the maze and began to erode their minds' order. Vain struggle. Logic. Only the dying mutterings of existence. Yield to the void. There is no question, no pain, only eternal rest. It's the void. It has infected the core logic of the maze. Telenkizi cried. His control display began to garble into static and snow. Sun Wutian reeled with vertigo and nausea. The whispers eroded his fighting spirit, making every effort feel futile. Even Beulah felt her Xinyuan power drag and thicken. The life source, vitality itself, was being suppressed by this absolute will of void. Give up, bring the shard, submit to my embrace. Or I will erase your concept of existence. The pallid color surged like a tide, collapsing the maze's logical structures into primal nothingness wherever it flowed. Not a chance. Beulah ground her teeth, a look of resolute defiance in her eyes. She abandoned mere defense. Making a bold decision, she directed all of her Xinyuan power, together with the shard's order and logic force she had just acquired, back into the navigator. It's afraid. Beulah shouted to her companions. It fears the fragments coming together. Telenkizi analyze its logical flaws. Sun Wutian, hold our line and buy us time. Telenkizi understood instantly. If the void could erode ordered logic, perhaps its own existence depended on some deeper twisted rule, an avoidance of a particular information structure. He forced his mind steady, ignored the disintegrating whispers, cranked the detector to full power, and parsed the spreading pallor for patterns and surviving informational residue. Sun Wutian roared. His Xinyuan flared into a consolidated shield, a burning wall of life that temporarily held back the pallid tide. Each hold weakened his sense of being, but he braced himself and would not yield an inch. Beulah, meanwhile, entered deep resonance with the two fragments housed in the navigator. She ceased to be merely a user and became a true coordinator. She guided the lives lament contained in the first fragment to mingle with the second fragment's orderly logic, producing a subtler fluctuation that hovered between being and nothingness. That fluctuation seemed to touch a sore spot within the void. The low whisper sharpened, tinged with a vexation, as if some secret had been exposed. You cannot comprehend the greatness of nothing. The Yuanha was an error. Return to the void is destiny. At that moment, Telenkizi snapped his head up. A flash of insight in his eyes found it. Its erosion is not uniformly applied. It avoids a certain information structure like the remnant of an ancient covenant or definition. Almost at once Beulah felt a clear pull from the navigator, now fused with both fragments, pointing toward the next coordinates, and it conveyed a scrambled hint about that specific information structure. We're moving, Beulah decided without hesitation. Sun Wutian unleashed his strength as the Xin Yuan barrier swelled and briefly pushed the pallid tide back. Under Beulah's guidance, the Xin Yuan became a streak of light following the navigator's new vector and hurtling through hairbreadth perils out of the collapsing logic labyrinth. Behind them, the ordered maze was swallowed whole by the void and vanished. In the ship, the three of them caught their breath. They had secured the second fragment, but at great spiritual cost, and with a deeper, more harrowing understanding of the void. Beulah stared at the two fragments glittering within the navigator, feeling the faint but genuine hope they lent her. It said the Yuanhe is in error. Beulah repeated the void's whisper in a low voice, a thoughtful gleam passing through her eyes. There seems to be a secret here deeper than mere wounds. What new challenges and truths will the next coordinates hold for them? The Xin Yuan slipped free of the collapsing aftershocks of the logical labyrinth, threading its way through ever more frenzied, disorderly shards of rule. After acquiring the second Yuanhe fragment, the navigation device's light congealed into something firmer, and its bearing grew clearer, yet the persistent sense of urgency only deepened. Beulah could feel distinctly that the two fragments fused into the navigator not only complemented one another in power, but also entered a subtle resonance, as if they had always been one and longed to reunite. Sun Wutian, drained from the earlier defense, sat cross-legged beside them, recuperating. His Xin Yuan power flowed like a meek stream, slowly mending the traces eaten away by the will of Shiwu. Telling Kizi bent over the data captured in the maze's final moments, dissecting the specific information structures that revealed how Shiwu evaded them, trying to unravel its secret. The energy signature at the next coordinate is very peculiar, Telling Kizi looked up perplexed. The readings show a high intensity, highly condensed. Emotional radiation. Joy, sorrow, rage, fear, every known emotional band intermingled in their most extreme forms, creating a stable, yet profoundly unstable emotional singularity. An emotional singularity. Beulah frowned. This surpassed her understanding. Though Xin Yuan power relates to will and feeling, such a pure and extreme condensation of emotion was unheard of. The fragment resonance points to that location, Telling Kizi said, indicating a region on the star chart that shimmered with gorgeous yet unnerving colors. But the warning level is the highest, scarlet. The rules there might be constituted entirely of emotion. As the Xin Yuan drew near, the view beyond the porthole began to mutate. The chaotic rule fragments were gradually replaced by a flowing torrent of color, dazzling and auroral in its brilliance. Those colors were not inert, they seemed alive, now erupting into golden storms of ecstatic rapture, now congealing into glaciers of despair, now exploding into crimson tempests of fury, now spreading pallid green mists of dread. There were no solids here, no logic, only the most primordial surging waves of emotion. When the ship's shields met these emotional energies, they sizzled. It was no longer mere energetic cancellation, but the direct collision of will and mood. Hold steady. Beulah barked the warning as she felt her own emotions begin to roil uncontrollably. Memories, Vegeta's sternest, Burma's care, the bitter toil of training, the blood heat of battle, revolved like a lantern in her mind, magnified and distorted by the external flood of feeling. These emotional energies are eroding our consciousness. Sun Wutian snapped his eyes open. While he had been recuperating, he had nearly been swallowed by a sudden sorrow born of childhood solitude. Telling Kizi clenched his teeth, resisting the enormous fear the unknown produced and the obsessive hunger for a perfect solution. The Xin Yuan fought forward through the maelstrom of emotion like a small boat in a storm, liable at any moment to be overturned or assimilated by an extreme wave. The navigation device's glow cut through layer upon layer of emotional fog, guiding them toward the core where color was most chaotic and most concentrated. At last they reached the core. There were no tangible shards there, only a pulsating orb of light that contracted and swelled, its interior containing the extremes of every emotion like a beating heart. The third Yuanhe fragment lay at the center of that luminous ova. Unlike the first two, it was not a concrete object, but more like the source and ultimate refuge of all feeling. Yet, unlike the previous two encounters, there was no crystalline devourer and no direct invasion by Shiwu. Though the surrounding emotional energy raged, it seemed to follow an inner rhythm. As Beulah sought to link with the luminous ova by means of Xin Yuan power to guide the fragment, a gentle, seductive voice spoke directly within their minds, soothing every agitation and promising ultimate rest. Weary travelers, why chase these illusory fragments? Behold, this whirlpool of emotion is the root of all suffering. Love brings parting, hatred summons ruin, hope breeds disappointment, steadfastness becomes shackles. Embrace Wu. There are no joys or sorrows, there are no love or hatred, only eternal calm and repose. Lay down the fragments, lay down your attachments, and you will be freed from endless cycles. The voice was so sincere, so persuasive that it struck at their deepest exhaustion and their longing for tranquility. A flicker of bewilderment passed through Sun Wuxian's eyes, a telling Kisis furrowed brow eased as if he were weighing the offer. Even Beulah felt a wave of weariness surge into her chest. Yes, endless fighting, endless loss, endless burden. If only they could put it all down and attain everlasting peace. No. A clearer, firmer intent erupted from deep within her, resonating strongly with the two fragments already housed in the navigation device. It was life's unbending sorrow before doom, the stubborn yearning of wisdom for truth. This is not peace. This is annihilation. Beulah snapped, fully awake, a keen light rekindled in her eyes as she lashed out at the seductive voice. You are not Shiwu. You are imitating it, but you cannot replicate its absolute emptiness. Your words are filled with jealousy and fear of emotion. The soothing voice cut off abruptly. The surrounding frenzy of feeling froze for an instant, then, as if enraged, grew even more violent. The luminous ova convulsed, its surface colors turned murky and chaotic. Foolish, the voice sharpened and warped, dropping all pretense. You miserable creatures enslaved by emotion. You will never comprehend the greatness of detachment. Since you refuse to return to silence willingly, your cherished feelings shall be torn apart along with you. The luminous ova detonated. No longer mere waves of feeling, it birthed innumerable tendrils woven from pure negative emotions, despair, hatred, fear, jealousy, intangible yet palpably real inner demon limbs that coiled toward the Xin Yuan and the three of them. Those inner demon tendrils struck directly at the mind, amplifying the deepest shadows and fears. Guard your true heart. Beulah shouted as she forged her Xin Yuan power into an unyielding wall of will, shielding her mental core while channeling the strengths of the first two fragments, life's resilience and the clarity of logic, to neutralize and dispel the negative emotions. Sun Wuqian roared, his battle lust ignited Xin Yuan power, kindling into fiery resolve that seared away the encroaching despair and fear. Telling Kizi with astonishing rationality forced himself to analyze the attack patterns of the inner demons, locating contradictions in their emotional logic and turning their own structure against them. It was a war without smoke, yet fraught with peril. Each repelled inner demon felt like a purifying ordeal for the soul. The masquerading voice grew frantic, the ova's pulsations became ever more disordered. It could not fathom why those very emotions it scorned as weaknesses could erupt in such formidable strength. At that moment, Beulah made a decision. She ceased attempting to seize the fragment by force. Instead, she opened her heart and poured every genuine feeling, love for family, duty to companions, the yearning for strength, even the fear of the unknown, without reserve, into a pure, intricate flood, and she offered it to the luminous ova. She told the fragment that represented emotion that emotion was not a weakness, it was life's most honest color, the wellspring that propels us forward and empowers us to protect what we cherish. The ova's convulsions ceased. The warped voice vanished. All the inner demon tendrils receded like a retreating tide. The ova's light softened and steadied, its internal colors no longer clashed, but blended in harmony. It drifted toward Beulah like a child returning home and gently merged into the navigation device. The third fragment was secured. The navigator's glow strengthened once more. The three fragments complemented one another, their combined aura more complete and potent. A new stream of information flowed into Beulah's mind. Shiwu was not primordial, but arose from an ultimate fear and denial of existence. The true cause of the Yuanhe shattering seemed tied to an ancient war over the meaning of being. The Xin Yuan slowly departed the now calmed emotional starfield. Beulah stared at the navigation device with a complex expression. They were drawing closer to the truth, yet the enemy's face grew all the more elusive. They had now felt the weight of emotion. What secrets would the next leg of their voyage reveal? The heart-source ship sails through the increasingly perilous domain of oblivion, carrying the newly acquired fragments of emotion. Three core fragments shimmer within the navigation device, resonating not only to guide the way, but also beginning to transmit fragmented vague memories and information flows to Bra. These are the memories belonging to the core itself concerning the orderly state of the universe, at its inception a certain indescribable harmony and balance, as well as the ominous signs of the catastrophe that led to its shattering. Balance. Born from the choice of will. The crucible. A place of trials. Nothingness is not empty, but an exiled thought of negation. This information acts like a puzzle, deepening Bra's understanding of the essence of the primordial wound and nothingness, yet also unsettling her. Nothingness is not merely a desire for destruction, it seems to stem from a complete negation of the existing cosmic rules, and extreme will that views existence itself as a mistake. The next coordinate the energy signature is very peculiar. Trunks' voice carried an unprecedented seriousness, as the screen of the detector before him was nearly engulfed by a pure white-hot light. There are no complex changes, only a singular, extreme, almost brutal sense of existence and pressure. The readings indicated that the spatial rules there were entirely dominated by a powerful will field, repelling all weak thoughts. The navigation device's light pointed straight towards that white-hot region, its core emanating a searing pull as if it were a gigantic magnet. The fourth fragment, symbolizing pure will, is located right there. A trial of will. Bra gazed at the radiance, sensing that this might be the most direct yet dangerous challenge she had faced so far. In that place, skills, emotions, and logic might fail. Only the fundamental will to exist could determine everything. The process of approaching the target area was itself a torment. It felt as though an invisible giant hand pressed down on the heart source and each person's soul, attempting to crush them and expel them. The ship's shield emitted a groan of unbearable strain, and the consumption of heart source energy surged. Sun Wutian and Trunks had to exert all their strength to operate the heart source energy, to resist the pervasive and terrifying pressure that sought to negate them. Inside this area, the scene was surprisingly simple. No dazzling colors, no chaotic rules, only an endless plane radiating white-hot light. On the plane stood countless massive dark crystals composed of solidified will, resembling tombstones or monumental pillars. Within some crystals, powerful beings of varying forms could be faintly seen, all of whom had once attempted to conquer this place, only to have their very will assimilated and solidified here. At the very center of the plane, a sharply defined dark golden crystal radiating a tremendous sense of existence floated silently. This was the fourth fragment, the core of will. The heart source landed laboriously at the edge of the plane. Moving further could cause the ship's structure to collapse under that terrifying will field. We must step out. Bra took a deep breath and opened the cabin door first. Instantly, the brutal pressure of will descended upon her like a tangible mountain, causing her to stagger slightly. Sun Wutian and Trunks followed closely, their faces paling. They had to exert all their heart source energy to remain steady. Each step forward felt like trudging through viscous steel. The will field not only pressed upon their bodies, but also directly interrogated their souls. Why do you exist? What strengthens your will? If the path ahead is destined for nothingness, would you still choose to move forward? These interrogations were not voiced, but acted directly upon the depths of their consciousness, stirring the confusion and fear within. Sun Wutian recalled the inferiority he felt as a child, unable to transform into a Super Saiyan. Trunks remembered his powerlessness when facing androids in the future world, and Bra felt the heavy pressure of being Vegeta's daughter, needing to be strong and perfect. The surrounding dark crystals seemed to come alive, projecting the tangible specters of their inner fears, continuously assaulting and dismantling their mental defenses. Just as the three of them struggled against the interrogation of will slowly approaching the central fragment, an unexpected change occurred. The dark golden core of will at the center of the plane suddenly trembled violently. A will far more pure and domineering than the surrounding force erupted, filled with absolute negation, like a awakened ferocious beast. This will was familiar to Bra. It was the essence of nothingness. Yet it did not invade from the outside. It seemed to have coexisted with this core of will from the very beginning, or rather it was this that polluted and twisted the fragment. Foolish heirs. The cold negating will struck directly at their consciousness. The will you seek is merely the convulsions of existence before its demise. True power lies in negation. Negate pain, negate bondage, negate the very meaningless cosmos itself. Look. This so-called trial of will is merely a cage to filter out the weak. Only by embracing nothingness can one attain true freedom. As it roared, the specters of the failed beings sealed within the dark crystals seemed to be infused with the power of nothingness, activating and transforming into dark will entities filled with hatred and despair, rushing toward Bra and the others. They not only attacked their bodies, but also directly devoured and polluted their will to exist. It is one with the fragment. Trunks exclaimed in horror, or rather nothingness has utilized the power of this fragment. It must be purified. Sun Wutian shouted, pushing the heart source energy to its limits, engaging in battle with the approaching dark will entities. However, his attacks had little effect. Those will entities quickly drew power from the nothingness will to be reborn after being scattered. Bra bore the brunt of the pressure. The core target of the nothingness will was her attempting to directly negate her meaning of existence. She felt her consciousness swaying like a boat in a tempest, her past memories and beliefs being shaken. Negation. Everything. Bra, under immense pressure, flashed through countless images in her mind: her father Vegeta's unyielding back, her mother Bulma's dedication in the lab, Trunks' determination to protect the Earth, Wishen's pure passion for battle, and the scenes of countless lives in the universe striving to survive and create civilization. Must all these be negated? No. Bra suddenly raised her head, her eyes igniting with an unprecedented brilliance. This light was not one of anger, but of absolute conviction after discerning the essence. Your negation is the greatest form of unfreedom. To negate what one possesses out of fear of losing, to negate joy out of fear of pain, to negate the process out of fear of endings. This is the saddest shackles. She no longer merely defended, but fused all her heart source energy, along with the powers of the three previous fragments, the sorrow of life, the logic of order, and the colors of emotion, into a brilliant flow that was not meant for destruction, but for definition and affirmation, hurtling towards the polluted core of will. My will exists not for negation. I come to affirm the value of life, to affirm the meaning of order, to affirm the reality of emotion. I exist, I choose, I move forward. This is my will, not to be negated. Her will collided fiercely with the negating will of nothingness, like an indestructible cornerstone. There was no explosion, only the two absolutely opposing concepts silently annihilating and resisting each other. Bra's affirming will contain the multiplicity and possibilities of existence represented by the three previous fragments, while nothingness represented absolute singularity and finality. This was a war of beliefs. Gradually, under the cleansing of that brilliant, all-encompassing affirming will, the nothingness will inside the dark golden crystal began to recede and peel away, emitting reluctant shrieks. It could neither comprehend nor assimilate this firmness built upon complex existence. Ultimately accompanied by a sigh filled with resentment, as if from ancient times, the nothingness will was thoroughly dispersed and purified from the fragment. The dark golden core of will regained its original warm luster, slowly floating towards Bra, merging into the navigation device. The fourth fragment was successfully obtained. With all four fragments gathered, the navigation device seemed to be infused with a soul, its light restrained yet exuding an almost complete vast aura. A clearer stream of information flowed into Bra's mind. 4 out of 5 of the core have been lost. The last fragment carrying the possibility is located at the core of wound. Nothingness is the remnant of the initial negator. The shattering of the core also arose from it. Gather all 5 fragments to confront the negator and restore the primordial wound. The information was interrupted here. Bra looked at the navigation device glowing in her hand, feeling no joy, only a heavy sense of responsibility. They had finally approached the core of the truth, but the ultimate challenge was also close at hand. That final possibility fragment, along with the initial negator hidden deep within the primordial wound, awaited them. For Yuanha, fragments inside the navigator fell into perfect resonance, no longer mere guides, but coalescing into a stable luminous bridge of coordinates leading to the final destination. The light bridge disregarded every shattered rule around it and drove straight toward the deepest reaches of the Iwang Xingyu, where even the notion of disorder teetered on extinction. Xin Yuan sailed the bridge at a speed beyond imagining, and the surrounding vista could not be described by any language. The carcasses of law, the absolute backdrop left when existence itself is drawn away. Silence became the overriding motif, a hush more unnerving than the whisper of nothingness. Beulah Wutian and Telling Kizi stood on the bridge, their faces graver than ever. The power gathered by the 4 fragments was tangible, yet the aura emanating from the ultimate coordinate chilled the soul with a sense of consummate termination. The navigator relayed one last clear message with near-tragic resolve. Shangji Hashin is ahead of the Kushing fragment, sustains the final variable and prevents Fujuez from completing the ultimate formatting. Everything is entrusted to you. At the end of the light bridge lay a point whose scale could not be described. It was not darkness, but an absolute blank that devoured all color, all concept, all meaning. It was the very body of Yuanchu Zhisheng, the deepest fissure upon the cosmic base. At the center of that absolute blank, a faint, ever-shifting stream of light flickered, as if on the verge of extinction, the final Kushing fragment. Xin Yuan was forced to stop while still some distance from Shangji Hashin. The density of existence ahead thinned to near nothing. Any ordered structure, including the ship itself, was rapidly disintegrating. They had to complete the last stretch by their own strength. The three stepped out of the cabin, treading upon the void. Only the force of their Xin Yuan power and the fragment's resonance barely sustained their forms. With every step, they felt their very being stripped and diluted by that absolute blink. Memory, emotion, and the concept of power grew indistinct. Hold steady. Beulah barked, channeling the four fragments into a stabilizing field that wrapped them in a protective mantle. The tenacity of life, the scaffolding of order, the anchor of feeling, and the bedrock of will. These four forces together fashioned a temporary island of existence that resisted the core's corrosion. As they strained toward the central spark, the entire absolute blank shuddered. An existence rose up from the void. It had no definite form, more like a flowing, indistinct humanoid woven from the concept of negation. It had no visage and no breath, yet when its attention fell upon them, they felt everything, from the smallest thought to the deepest reason for being, mercilessly examined and dismissed. This was the first Fujuez, not a creature, but the absolute opposite will that emerged with the concept of existence at the universe's origin, the embodiment of non-existence. It regarded existence as an error bug that must be corrected, and the balance and possibility maintained by the Yuanhe were its greatest impediment. A thought echoed at the level of concept, cold and hollow and devoid of feeling, the purest form of denial, again the dust of existence. All attempts are futile. Possibility is the greatest fallacy. To revert to non-being is the only correct path. It did not attack, it merely existed, and its very property of negation steadily eroded the island of existence that Beulah and the others had constructed. Under its gaze, the fragment's light faltered. Nonsense. Sun Wutian roared, pushing his Xin Yuan power to the limit and unleashing a searing beam at the Fujuez. The beam vanished the instant it touched the indistinct figure, as if it had never been. The fact of the attack itself was denied. Telenkizi attempted to analyze it with logic, only to discover that its very existence negated any logic. His reasoning teetered toward paradox. Beulah felt overwhelming pressure. Before the Fujuez, the fragment's attributes seemed all readily subject to denial. She tried to resist with will, but her confirming intent appeared infinitesimal beneath its all-encompassing negation. Could it be that everything was futile? That all effort, sacrifice, emotion, and will would at last dissolve into nothing? As despair began to take hold, the Kushing fragment at the core seemed to sense the inheritor's plight and sent a faint but decisive thought. Negation cannot deny the unknown. A possibility exists in every next moment. Entrust choice to the future. Beulah suddenly understood. The Fujuez could deny all that was known, past and present, but it could not deny what had not yet occurred, the future. Nor can it deny choices born of free will. Beulah's eyes flared with an unprecedented light. Wutian Telenkizi stopped trying to oppose its negation. Pour our power, everything, into the Kushing fragment. Not to define an outcome, but to create the... She moved first, no longer using the fragments for defense or offense, but transmuting them into the purest fuel of existence, and pouring them without reserve into the Kushing fragment. She gambled on a future the Fujuez could not foresee. Wutian and Telenkizi, though uncertain, trusted Beulah without hesitation and did the same. 3 torrents of Xin Yuan power, joined with the 4 fragments' force, surged toward the faint stream of light like rivers converging. The Fujuz's indistinct form wavered for the first time. It tried to deny the act, but found this choice pointed to an open, undetermined result, beyond its authority to negate the known. Its thought carried a subtle disturbance. The Kushing fragment, swollen with absorbed energy, erupted into an indescribable radiance. No longer a faint gleam, it became a singularity of branching futures, a Kushing singularity that bloomed infinite possible tomorrows. The singularity did not attack the Fujues, instead it used it as a nucleus to feverishly weave. It evolved countless possibilities of future where the Fujues is moved a reality in which existence and void coexist in harmony, an entirely novel cosmic form beyond any logic. These possibilities were not mere phantoms. Within the absolute blank they sprang into being, collided, extinguished, and rebirthed like a boiling sea. They disturbed the Shang-Chi hexen's absolute stillness, infusing that dead expanse with unbounded variables. The Fujues found itself trapped in the maelstrom of possibility. It could deny a single concrete possibility, but could not deny all infinite possibilities at once. Its power of negation faltered before the boundless unknown for the first time. Its form blurred and destabilized, as if to be scattered and diluted by the overwhelming torrent of possibility. Seizing the moment, Beulah poured her last strength into guiding the boiling singularity and the resonant fragments toward the absolute blank of Shang-Chi Hashin. This was not annihilation nor coverage, but repair, using possibility as needle and the existence elements represented by the other fragments as thread. They stitched the fissure in the cosmic base seam by seam. Light flared. The absolute blank was filled and mended by colors that flowed with life, order, feeling, will, and infinite potential. Yuan Chu Zhisheng was being healed. The Fujues uttered a final thought, a note of reluctance tinged with an odd release, and then dissolved wholly into the revitalized core. Perhaps absolute negation itself yearned for some form of ending. As the light calmed, the Shang-Chi Hashin ceased to exist. In its stead pulsed a slowly beating newly born Yuanhe, emanating a gentle, all-embracing halo, the Xinqing Yuanhe. The 5 fragments had fused perfectly into one. Beulah Wutian and Telling Kizi floated utterly spent, watching the newborn Yuanhe with exhausted yet profoundly relieved smiles. They had succeeded. They achieved what their predecessors could not. They repaired the universe's oldest wound. The Xinqing Yuanhe sent out gentle waves that soothed the chaos of the surrounding Iwang Xingyu. A broken rules slowly mended the dead expanse, kindled faint light, and the first buds of possibility. A long peaceful message flowed into the 3, the Yuanhe's gratitude and farewell. It would remain to guide this region toward a new future. Xin Yuan received the summons and approached slowly. It was time to go home, bearing the deed of mending the cosmos and laden with their hard-won growth. A new era had truly begun, and their legend had only just written its opening chapter. The starship Xin Yuan sailed quietly home. Unlike the perilous trials of their departure, the vessel now seemed blessed by the cosmos itself. The once turbulent edge of the Iwang star domain had not fully returned to order, yet the suffocating sense of shattered law had ebbed, replaced by a settling chaos, like a sea after a storm, still rippled, but no longer world-ending. Inside the ship, the atmosphere was gentle and tranquil. Beulah Sun Wutian and Telling Kizi, after long periods of deep dormancy and the ministrations of the medbays, had shed their bodily exhaustion, yet the scars left by their conceptual battle with absolute negation would take far longer to settle. They stood on the bridge gazing out. The stars were no longer twisted and broken asparse, as they remained. Those distant suns shone steady and clear like gemstones meticulously polished. The power of the new source core washed like a tender tide, slowly and resolutely smoothing the wounds of the cosmos around its locus. A communication request arrived on the regular band from the 7th universe, the ship's AI announced calmly. Moments later, the anxious, expectant faces of Burma Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and others filled the main screen. Seeing the 3 unharmed, their features newly tempered with the gravity and resolve of hard-won experience, the far end of the line erupted in thunderous cheers and sighs of relief. "You did it. Children, you really did it." Burma's voice choked with emotion, her eyes brimming with proud tears. Sun Wukong scratched his head and grinned broadly. "Well done. It feels like everything over there suddenly lightened." Vegeta folded his arms, a small curl at his lips, as he huffed, "At least we didn't disgrace the Saiyans." The debrief was brief and restrained. The 3 did not dwell on the details of their fight with the denier. The dangers they faced defied easy description. They only confirmed that the core of sorrow had been restored, and that the new source core was stabilizing the cosmic foundation. The news raced through all known universes at astonishing speed, eliciting awe and gratitude from countless civilizations. The name Xin Yuan and its crew became legend, a symbol of courage, wisdom, and hope. Their return to Earth turned into a genuine triumphal tour. In every star region once tainted by disorder, fleets from grateful civilizations came to pay homage. Magnificent welcomes, the highest honors, endless praise and adulation. These halos enveloped the 3 young heroes. Earth's reception was unparalleled in fervor. They were hailed as saviors of the cosmic foundation, their renown unsurpassed. Beulah, for her decisive judgment at the battle's turning moment, was lauded as guide of wisdom, and Willa Sun Wutian, for fusing strength with order in combat, was called the guardian fist of a new generation. Telenkizi, for his calm analyses and construction of logical barriers, was hailed as refounder of order. They basked in deserved glory, reuniting with family and friends and sharing tales of their adventure, of course in polished versions. Days seemed to return to peace, full of laughter and calm. Yet beneath that serenity, faint discordant notes began to stir. Telenkizi was the first to notice. At a meeting of Earth's Technological Reconstruction Council, his long-term proposal to apply the source core stabilization principle to optimize planetary energy networks was gently shelved by some officials as too radical and potentially disruptive to existing energy interests. He keenly sensed a rising complacency, a resistance to change seeding itself in certain spheres. Sun Wutian encountered a similar phenomenon within the martial arts realm. Many young warriors idolized him and imitated his techniques, yet they seemed more enthralled by the title of savior than by the true spirit of the way. When he attempted to guide them toward inner cultivation and the hardening of fundamentals, the responses he received were tinged with blind adulation and bewilderment. Beulah perceived the change on a broader scale. The stabilizing presence of the new source core eased many civilizations once imperiled by disorder, but it also bred dependence. Some civilizations began to reduce investment in their own defenses and technological innovation, convinced that with the new source core standing watch, grand cosmic catastrophes were a thing of the past. A current of thought even arose advocating the creation of a cosmic order centered on the source core will, interpreted by many as the will of Beulah and her companions, to eliminate all strife. In repairing the core of sorrow, we seem to have engendered a inertia, Telenkizi said during a private gathering, pushing his glasses back, his tone laced with worry. It is as if we have ourselves limited the universe's possibilities to a narrow band called safety, Beulah murmured, gazing at the bustling city beyond the window, her expression complicated. She recalled the denier's assertion that possibility is error. Though they had defeated it, she wondered whether this drift towards static safety was itself an invisible denial of infinite potential. What troubled them more was the new source core's final message upon parting. Beyond gratitude, it seemed to hide an unfinished warning: balance restored, yet observation continues the cycle uncompleted. As that uneasy calm settled, an extraordinarily peculiar hyperspatial transmission, its energy signature wholly unfamiliar, forcefully intruded into Xinyuan's secure channel and fed directly to the trio's personal terminals. The transmission was wildly unstable, full of static. The background showed a compartment, some vessel or similar structure, shuddering violently, bathed in dangerous red flashes. At the center of the image stood a life form they had never seen: silver-gray, finely textured skin, a pupils like whirlpools of starlight, a pointed ears, clad in a streamlined outfit that seemed designed to interact with ambient energy. The stranger's face was marked by raw terror and despair in a strange tongue, yet rendered comprehensible by the universal translator. He cried out urgently, "Hear me. This is the Boundary Guardian's final plea. We are the cycle observers. We watch. We watch over the cradle's bulwark. It has awakened. The source of the silent tide. The ancient cycle has been prematurely triggered. We cannot stop it. The barrier is collapsing. Warning. Warning to all fruit universes. The harvesters have been activated. Repeating, the harvesters have been activated. Coordinates. Attached. Heirs of possibility. Restorers of source cores. Only you, perhaps, can understand. Stop." Before the plea could finish, the transmission cut off. The last frozen frame showed the stranger swallowed by a silent, all-consuming gray tide. At the same time, a set of extraordinarily complex coordinates, pointing to an absolute void beyond the known universes, was stamped into the data stream. The bridge fell into utter silence. Beulah, Sun Wutian, and Telenkizi stared at one another, each seeing an astonishment in the other's eyes he had never seen before. Cycle observers. The cradle's bulwark. The silent tide. The harvesters. Those strange words combined into a chilling truth. Their triumph in restoring the core of sorrow might have only grazed the surface of a vaster, older, and far more dangerous cosmic tableau. The new source core's warning: observation continues the cycle uncompleted, now echoed with a hair-raising resonance. Xinyuan's alarm system suddenly activated, not from an attack, but because they detected an incomprehensible spatio-temporal disturbance of such scale it transcended galactic dimensions faintly emanating from the direction indicated by the coordinates. It was neither disorder nor denial, but a vast will, cold procedural and bent on harvest. Telling Kizi ran rapid analyses on the coordinates and the disturbance patterns, his face growing paler. This coordinate lies outside the models of known universes in the theoretical realm of absolute nothingness. Yet from the disturbance pattern reconstructed in reverse, something is spreading from there toward all the fruit universes. Sun Wutian clenched his fist, feeling that soul-shuddering pressure that could be perceived across immeasurable distances, far greater than the denier. By orders of magnitude. Beulah drew a long breath. The confusion and complexity in her gaze were instantly replaced by a hard light of resolve. She looked to her companions and then to the perilous coordinates on the main screen. "We thought we had repaired the terminus," she said, clear and calm, "but now it seems that may have been only a..." The cycle observers called to us in their final message. They know the source core, they know possibility. Which means all we endured may lie within this so-called cycle. We cannot ignore this. Not for glory, but to ensure that all we have just saved will not become the next target of the harvesters. Thus a new quest opened abruptly without preparation. This time there was no clear guidance, no resonance from source core fragments, only a fragmented distress call, a set of coordinates pointing into the unknown, and a weighty supposition about the fate of all universes. She knew an altered course, and the engines began to charge for an unprecedented ultra-long jump. Earth and the familiar stars receded from the windows. Ahead lay a dark ice-gold cosmic boundary untouched even by legend. The next chapter of the legend opened on a page filled with unknowns and dread. The heart source hovered at the edge of the known universe model. This was not the end of the star map, but rather the boundary of existence itself. Ahead there were no stars, no nebulae, not even interstellar dust, only an expanse of absolute void where even the concept of darkness lost its meaning. It did not exude the negation hostility like the core of sorrow. Instead it presented a complete neutral nothingness, a backdrop that could not even be described as empty. Bulma, Wutian, and Trunks stood on the bridge, their expressions grave as they gazed at the coordinates from the Boundary Guardians displayed on the main screen. The coordinates pointed clearly into the depths of this absolute void where conventional space-jumping technology completely failed, as there was a lack of spatial structures to serve as reference points. The engine cannot lock onto the target point. Trunks operated the console rapidly, his brow furrowed. The physical constants here tend towards zero, or rather do not exist at all. Any technology based on the known universe's rules cannot function here. Sun Wutian attempted to sense the aura, but what returned was a complete emptiness, not even a dead silence. "I feel nothing, as if the senses themselves have lost their meaning." Bulma closed her eyes, communicating with the remnants of power from the possibility fragments within her, resonating with profound memories from other fragments. She could sense that the connection granted by the new source core to the cosmic foundation had become exceedingly faint here, like listening to the sounds from the shore while deep underwater. "We need a method of navigation that transcends conventional existence." Bulma opened her eyes, directing her gaze towards the navigational instrument, an ancient creation that once housed 4 fragments guiding them to their final coordinates. It was quietly suspended at this moment, its surface flowing with a faint sheen, seemingly maintaining a tenuous connection to the distant new source core. She pressed her hand against the navigational instrument, guiding the collective heart source power of the 3, along with a deeper understanding of the universe's essence gained from repairing the core of sorrow, slowly infusing it within. Not to push away the void, but rather to make the void acknowledge our passage, with possibility as the vessel and the achievement of repairing the core of sorrow as the beacon. The navigational instrument suddenly lit up. It no longer projected a light bridge, but instead emitted gentle ripples containing the fundamental elements of existence. These ripples came into contact with the absolute void, not igniting resistance, but seemingly persuading this void to temporarily part and grant them a path. Heart Source began to move. It was not flying, but rather being swallowed by the absolute void itself, gliding along an extremely fragile conceptual channel temporarily sustained by the power of the navigational instrument. Outside the window there was no longer a scene, but the flowing nothingness itself of the sense of time and space was completely chaotic here. They did not know how long they had navigated, perhaps a moment, perhaps an eternity. In the absolute void ahead some things began to appear. Initially, there were vague, semi-transparent, shadowy fragments like a mirage. As the heart source delved deeper, these shadows gradually became clearer. They were remnants of cities, fragments of starships, and even the skeletal fossils of some colossal creatures, all presenting a bizarre unified gray, as if all their colors, energy, and traces of existence had been drained by some force. What was even more chilling was that these remnants were not static. They floated, rotated, and collided in a slow, physically impossible manner, then silently shattered into smaller fragments, ultimately merging into the surrounding void as if being digested. Throughout the entire process, there was absolute silence, no sound. Is this the silent corridor? Trunks stared at the data sent back by the detector, his voice hoarse. All readings are 0. Energy 0, information 0, not even entropy can be detected. They are not dead, but Sun Wutian felt a wave of discomfort deep within his soul. Did these things once belong to a universe like ours? Bulma silently gazed at the endless, slowly surging sea of remnants outside the window. From those gray remnants, she could sense a faint, extinguished aura belonging to the possibility fragments of the same origin. These remnants were the residue of the fruit universe, spoken of by the cyclic observer. Leftovers after being harvested. The glow of the navigational instrument became unstable here, as if the silent corridor itself was eroding all traces of existence. Heart Source's shield energy was consumed at an astonishing rate, not from being attacked, but naturally absorbed by this void like water droplets falling into the desert. They had to find a way to leave this corridor quickly or find clues possibly left by the cyclic observer. Just as they struggled to maintain their navigation, trying to detect any unusual fluctuations, the navigational instrument suddenly received an extremely weak, intermittent stream of residual information. This information did not come from a specific direction, but was diffused among certain specific remnants within the silent corridor like echoes after death. Bulma focused her mind, guiding the navigational instrument to attempt to capture and analyze these information echoes. Broken images and distorted sounds flooded their minds. Fragment 1, a prosperous star civilization, countless beings laughing, creating, exploring. Suddenly the sky, or rather the cosmic background, was covered by an indescribable gray tide. Everything, from stars to life to emotions and memories, lost color in an instant, returning to a silent gray-white. Fragment 2, some powerful varied life forms, seemingly the guardians of that civilization, attempted to resist. They released enough energy to tear apart star rivers, wielding laws that shook the rules, but every attack that touched that gray tide vanished without a ripple, like a stone thrown into a deep pool. Fragment 3, a calm, collective consciousness transcending individual forms, perhaps the supreme wisdom of that civilization, emitted a final, perplexed and desperate thought. Why? What is our sin? Why does our existence need to be corrected? The final clear echo, a cold, mechanical, emotionless voice, as if the laws of the universe themselves were pronouncing judgment, responded to the question of that collective consciousness. Existence requires observation. Observation is a variable. Variables accumulate, surpassing thresholds. Execute the formatting protocol. Not punishment, but resetting. Prepare a pure foundation for the next cycle. Resistance is ineffective. Understanding is meaningless. Accept the silence. The information stopped abruptly here. Inside the bridge, the three felt a chill throughout their bodies. Formatting. Resetting. Cycle. These terms combined revealed a cosmic picture that was brutally cold, far surpassing the crisis of the core of sorrow. The so-called harvester was not an evil invader, but more like an automatic cleaning program operating on a cosmic scale. Its purpose was the ultimate form pursued by the negator, to completely erase all existence and possibility, returning to a state of nothingness to begin the so-called next cycle. We repair the core of sorrow, allowing our universe to rejuvenate. Trunks' voice trembled slightly, but this enormous variable, has it instead made us a target that the harvester prioritizes for correction? So everything we fought hard to achieve is in its eyes merely garbage to be cleaned up. Bulma's face was pale, but her eyes burned with an unyielding flame. No. The negator is will, the embodiment of negation. The harvester is mechanism, is program. It harbors no hostility nor recognition, merely execution. But that is even more terrifying. She looked at the navigational instrument, its glow dimming under the erosion of the silent corridor. We must find the cyclic observer or discover a way to stop this mechanism. We cannot let everything we cherish turn into a cold remnant in this gray corridor. Just as the shield of the heart source was about to run out and the glow of the navigational instrument flickered on the verge of extinguishing, Trunks suddenly captured an extremely weak but distinctive signal. This signal was not one of those echoes after death, but a stable weak pulse actively emitted with an extremely complex encryption structure. This pulse signal was coming from the most dense and dangerous depths of the silent corridor. The source of the signal seemed to be a structure that had not yet been completely reset. Something is still active. Trunks' voice was hoarse with excitement. It's right over there. The signal is weak, but it is resisting the erosion of this corridor. Is it a surviving cyclic observer? Or a glitch within the harvester system? Regardless of which, this was the only lighthouse they discovered in despair. Heart Source changed direction, concentrating all remaining energy on the shield and navigational instrument, like a traveler stumbling through a snowstorm, laboriously heading towards that faint pulse signal source, which could be hope or a greater trap. Ahead lay a deeper and more dangerous area of the silent corridor, piled with larger and more massive cosmic remnants, resembling a cold graveyard. And that pulse signal was like a stubborn breath from the depths of the tomb. The Heart Source struggled like a vessel caught in thick asphalt, laboriously traversing the last dense area of cosmic debris. Those massive gray fragments of planets and remnants of civilizations floated silently like gravestones, exuding a suffocating aura of finality. The navigation device's light was faint as a candle flickering in the wind, and the shield energy readings continuously emitted blinding red alerts. Finally, they reached the source of the pulse signal. It was not the imagined planet or space station, but a colossal polyhedral structure, unfathomably large and seemingly cast from ancient bronze, the Ark. It floated silently in the void, its surface adorned with incomprehensible geometric patterns and enormous, already dim circular structures. Unlike the surrounding lifeless gray debris, this Ark, although it appeared ancient and damaged with parts already crumbled and corroded, still stubbornly retained its overall bronze sheen, resisting the assimilation of the silent corridor. The faint pulse signal emanated from deep within it. The Heart Source cautiously approached and found a relatively intact entrance resembling a massive portal. There were no energy barriers at the entrance, only a profound darkness. Internal structure stable, detected extremely weak vital signals. Only one. Trunks reported the scanning results, his voice filled with disbelief. How is it possible in a place like this? Bulma sensed within the pulse signal a near exhausted yet resilient will. It is a survivor of the cycle. He or she is waiting for us. The three donned simple protective gear, though they knew that here physical protection had limited meaning and was more of a psychological comfort, and left the Heart Source flying into the massive bronze portal using their own strength. The interior of the Ark was unimaginably vast, a labyrinth of countless intersecting corridors, grand halls, and chambers of unknown purpose. Everything was shrouded in a dim yellow light, as if time had slowed to a standstill here. The air was thick with the scent of metal and dust, coupled with an indescribable sadness belonging to countless lost ages. They followed the guidance of the pulse signal, advancing through the maze-like passages. Along the way, they encountered many peculiar facilities, enormous crystal arrays seemingly used for stargazing, now covered in cracks, a data hub storing vast amounts of information, but all indicator lights extinguished, and even some ecological dome-like areas containing only withered, petrified plant remains. This place had once been the final refuge of a prosperous, highly advanced civilization, but now it had reached its end. Ultimately, they arrived at the core of the Ark, a domed hall. In the center of the hall stood a transparent life pod, incongruous with the surrounding bronze structure, composed of some form of pure energy. Inside the pod lay a life form resembling the boundary guardian seen in previous communications. His as determined by energy characteristics silver-gray skin had lost much of its luster, and his starry pupils were exceedingly dim, his life force flickering like a candle nearly extinguished. Countless fine energy conduits connected the life pod to the walls of the hall, where flowing complex star maps and data streams emerged, most areas having turned gray to signify failure. As Bulma and the others approached, the life form within the pod slowly opened its eyes. His gaze pierced through the pod's wall, settling on the three of them, filled with boundless fatigue and a hint of relief at finally seeing the visitors. You have come. The significant disturbance source of the variable repaired the existence of the base plate cracks. His thoughts resonated directly. Weak yet clear. I am the last existence of the observer sequence. Codename Gravekeeper. The Gravekeeper wasted no time and began to narrate the harsh truth in broken sentences. The cycle of the universe, the multiverse fruit universe, as they understood it, is neither unique nor eternal. They are like fruits growing on the world tree, experiencing birth, growth, and prosperity, ultimately leading to This is a natural mechanism beyond comprehension and on a cosmic scale designed to prevent existence from overproducing, leading to ultimate chaos and system collapse. The responsibility of the observer, the cycle observer, is not a conspirator of the Reaper, but a remnant of a civilization that narrowly escaped formatting in the previous cycle. They were endowed or fortuitously obtained with the duty to observe and record each cycle, much like a gardener records the growth of fruits, but they had no power or authority to intervene in the occurrence of harvest. Their ark was built as a refuge utilizing loopholes in the rules of the cycle, but it could not hide the true nature of the Reaper. The Reaper is not a specific enemy or fleet, it is a phenomenon, a self-correcting program of cosmic law. When triggered, it releases the Tide of Silence, an absolute domain that forcibly zeroes out all attributes of existence, matter, energy, information, time, possibility. It has no will, no emotions, merely executes. Resisting its energy attack is futile, for it is itself a negation of existence. Trigger mechanism. The conditions for triggering harvest relate to the total value of variables and information entropy rate of increase within a universe. When the development of a civilization, its exploration and alteration of fundamental rules, and the eruption of possibilities within reach a critical threshold, the harvest program will automatically activate. By repairing the core of mourning, Bulma and the others rejuvenated the universe and possibly accelerated its development, which under the observation of the Gravekeeper undoubtedly brought them closer to triggering the harvest in their universe. The only loophole, a glimmer of faint hope, emanated from the Gravekeeper's thoughts. The Tide of Silence cannot assimilate instantly. Absolute unknown. And the definition writes of super cycle level. He mentioned that in the records of countless cycles, very few civilizations had touched upon the ultimate definition of existence or created new variables that even the harvest mechanism could not preemptively calculate, allowing for a brief delay. Or even legend has it escaped from harvest. And Bulma and the others' experience in repairing the core of mourning and their profound understanding of possibilities might be the key to touching this loophole. My time has come. The Gravekeeper's thoughts began to dissipate, the glow of the life pod flashing rapidly. The Ark's database. Core records. Entrusted to you. Warning. The Tide has sensed the abnormal existence here. Approaching. Hurry. Leave. The entire bronze arc began to shake violently. Gray mist, forefront of the Tide of Silence, began to seep into the domed hall. Having found this place, the Gravekeeper used his last strength to extract a silver crystal, teardrop-shaped and containing vast amounts of data from the life pod, and pushed it toward Bulma. Then his body transformed into stardust within the life pod and completely dissipated. The last energy sustaining the arc also collapsed, and the lights around them went out in patches, leaving only the data crystal emitting a faint glow. Go! Sun Wukong shouted, pulling Bulma, who was still digesting this immense amount of information, while Trunks followed closely behind. The three turned into streaks of light, swiftly returning along their path. Behind them, the gray tide surged into the hall as if alive where it passed. Even the bronze structure of the arc began to rapidly lose its color, reverting to a dead gray-white. They narrowly escaped through the entrance of the bronze arc and returned to the heart source. Activate maximum power. Follow the conceptual route we came from quickly. Trunks shouted. The heart source's engine overloaded and erupted, breaking free from the gravitational pull of the collapsing arc, commencing a frantic escape along the increasingly unstable conceptual route now being eroded by the gray tide from behind. Bulma tightly gripped the silver data crystal that still retained a hint of warmth in her hand. Within it lay the chronicles of countless cycles of civilizations, the cold logic of the Reaper operation mechanism, and perhaps a sliver of faint hope. Their universe had little time left. They had become the only hope that knew this cruel truth and must find a way to combat the fate of the cosmos. The silent corridor behind them was being consumed by the even larger Tide of Silence. Ahead lay the path home, but also the homeland soon to face the ultimate trial. Inside the cabin, the alarm blared sharply and the energy readings continuously slid toward the danger. Trunks exerted all his strength to maintain the engine's overload, while Goten transformed his own energy into pure power to reinforce the shield. Bra gripped the navigation device tightly, guiding their course with her will and the lingering light of possibility, battling against the encroaching silence for this fragile passage. Each slight tremor in the spatial structure brought the hearts of the three to their throats. They could feel that the path sustained by the repair of the core of mourning was becoming increasingly unstable under the influence of the tide. This was not an attack, but rather the erosion of existence itself. After an indeterminate duration of mental and physical torment, changes finally appeared ahead. The boundary of the known universe of existence shimmered like a faint light against absolute nothingness. The heart source burst forth from the confines of absolute nothingness, returning to the familiar universe, filled with stars, matter, and rules. The spaceship suddenly felt lighter, yet the atmosphere in the bridge was as heavy as lead. After a brief respite, the heart source set off on its journey back to Earth. Unlike the triumphant glory of their arrival, this return was shrouded in an invisible gloom. Bra, Goten, and Trunks fell silent, their faces marked by an inescapable gravity. They brought back the truth, a brutal reality that rendered any celebration absurd and stripped all glory of its color. The universe they saved had not attained permanent peace, but was instead marked by an invisible countdown ticking away slowly. Upon returning to Earth, they immediately convened a top-secret meeting with the core leadership of Earth: Bulma, Goku, Vegeta, and others. When Bra presented the cold information from the data crystal provided by the Gravekeeper concerning cycles, harvesters, the tide of silence, and triggering mechanisms, the entire conference room fell into a deathly silence. The once jubilant crowd that had cheered for the repair of the core lost all color from their faces. Bulma covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief and fear. Goku repressed his usual smile, his brow furrowed, as he felt an overwhelming pressure that even unimaginable power could not counter. Vegeta's face turned ashen, his fists clenched, filled with fury at the feeling of powerlessness waiting for fate's judgment. So, all our efforts have only accelerated the arrival of the apocalypse. A senior voice hoarsely summarized the most brutal conclusion. Pessimism and despair began to spread. Some already conservative factions further proposed extreme suggestions: should we actively restrict the development of civilization, suppress technological explosions, and even reduce the population to lower the total variable and information entropy, attempting to indefinitely postpone the threshold of harvesting. This proposal sparked intense debate. Trunks firmly opposed it, arguing that it was self-castration, another form of destruction. Goten instinctively felt averse to it. The blossoming of life and challenges should not be stifled in such a manner. Bra, after digesting the vast information from the Gravekeeper's database, offered a different perspective. No suppressing variables is futile, even accelerating death. Her voice was clear and calm, capturing everyone's attention. According to the records of the Observer, any civilization attempting to escape the harvest through self-limitation ultimately fails. Fear itself, along with the rigid order established to maintain suppression, generates new and distorted variables, possibly speeding up the approach to the critical point. The only loophole mentioned by the Gravekeeper lies in the absolute unknown and the definition power of supercycles. This means our only way to survive is not to retreat but to advance. To explore new realms that even the harvest mechanism cannot predict, to understand and even redefine the very rules of existence. This perspective cast a beam of light in the darkness, yet it also brought forth greater challenges. How to explore the absolute unknown? How to obtain definition power? It seemed more elusive than confronting the vetoers. Bra turned her gaze toward the navigation device and the silver data crystal. We need to unite all forces. Not just Earth, not just the seventh universe, but all known civilizations that have regained vitality under the influence of the new source core. A resolute fire reignited in her eyes. The harvesters are a mechanism facing the entire fruit universe. No single civilization stands a chance against it. But perhaps we can create a miracle. Using the new source core as a foundation and the wisdom, technology, and unique possibilities of all civilizations as fuel to ignite a spark that transcends the current framework of cosmic rules. This plan was nearly mad in its scale. It required all civilizations to abandon barriers, sharing the most cutting-edge and dangerous technologies and knowledge, and might even necessitate unprecedented experimental interventions in the underlying laws of the universe. Resistance was immense. Many civilizations hesitated, fearing the unknown risks that such radical exploration could bring, even suspecting it as a conspiracy of Earth civilization to seize leadership. At the critical moment, Goku and Vegeta stepped forward. They had no complex theories, but expressed their stance in the most direct manner. Hiding and waiting to die is worse than fighting. Goku grinned, his eyes serious. It sounds like an amazing challenge. Vegeta snorted. In the Saiyan dictionary, there is no sitting idle. If destruction is inevitable, let it burn out in battle. Their attitudes, along with the prestige of Bra and the others who repaired the core, combined with the initial validation of the data crystal content by the scientists led by Bulma, finally pushed for a preliminary alliance. A top-secret plan named Dawn Spark was initiated among a select few top scientists, warriors, and leaders. Trunks was responsible for coordinating technology and resources, Goten for consolidating the wills and powers of strong beings from various civilizations, while Bra connected deeply with the navigation device and data crystal, trying to decipher more specific clues regarding loopholes and definition power. Months later, in a highly confidential experimental site jointly constructed by multiple civilizations in an alternate space, based on deep research into the powers of possibility fragments, combined with the theories about cycle gaps from the Gravekeeper's database and the peculiar technologies provided by countless civilizations, a preliminary and extremely unstable device was constructed. It was named the Possibility Singularity Generator. Its first activation test gathered the energy and hopes of all the powerful beings present. At the moment the device was activated, there was no earth-shattering explosion, but a tiny point began to form at the center of the experimental field, constantly changing in color and shape. This point emitted a strange fluctuation, causing the surrounding physical rules to become vague, the flow of time to exhibit slight anomalies, and even briefly manifest some transient microphenomena that current science could not explain. It succeeded. Though extremely weak, it indeed created an unknown area that even the current cosmic rules could not fully describe. However, just as the crowd was elated, Bra suddenly looked up, a flash of trepidation in her eyes. Through the navigation device and her faint connection to the source core, she sensed that something at the unfathomable foundational level of the universe seemed to be disturbed by this tiny unknown. Like a stone thrown into a quiet deep pool, ripples were spreading. It has sensed. Bra murmured, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. The dawn spark has been ignited, but does its light also awaken the slumbering harvesters, or rather those who have always been coldly observing? The end of the return journey was not peace, but the starting point of another grand expedition, one that concerns the fate of all existence. The true challenge has just begun. The faint glow ignited by the Possibility Singularity Generator was like the first heartbeat in an endless darkness, weak yet proclaiming a brand new beginning. However, this heartbeat was like a stone thrown into an absolutely silent lake, the ripples penetrating the barriers of space, stirring the cold and absolute mechanisms deep within the cosmic substrate. Inside the heart source ship, Bra suddenly opened her eyes, her pupils reflecting not the immediate surroundings, but tremors from the source level. Her fingers gripped the navigation device, turning white from the force. It has sensed. Her voice was low, carrying a chill that seemed to come from the edge of the universe. The Reaper is no longer just a background program. It has fixed its gaze upon us. Not hostility, but a confirmation based on absolute logic. Like an antivirus software detecting anomalous code, the acceleration of the tide of silence underwent an imperceptible yet undeniable adjustment at the level of cosmic rules. It locked onto this universe rendered abnormal by the spark. The final countdown transformed from a vague threat into a clear toll of death. The message could no longer be concealed, nor was there a need to do so. Bra Wutian, Trunks, and all the leaders who knew the truth issued a final proclamation to all united civilizations. They did not render fear, but stated facts, revealing the only faint hope. Surprisingly, when the ultimate darkness descended, the cosmic civilizations did not descend into final madness and chaos. A strange calm enveloped all intelligent races. Perhaps it was the internal connection brought by the new life source core, or perhaps it was an instinctual unity in the face of a shared fate. All civilizations, from the mechanical conglomerates at the pinnacle of technology to the energy life forms with spiritual resonance, and to the young races just stepping into the starlit seas, made the same choice to inject their civilization's final wisdom, all their energy, and every unfulfilled dream and possibility into the Dawn Spark project. Without reservation, countless starships sailed toward the designated coordinates, not for battle, but like moths to a flame, disintegrating into the purest flow of energy. Countless scientists and sages exhausted their last strength, pushing the civilization's technological tree to the limits of theory, even surpassing those limits. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and powerful beings from various universes transformed their lifelong cultivated chi, divine power, and even the source of life into the most magnificent fuel, injecting it into the ever-growing possibility singularity. This was not sacrifice, but a grand act of reintegrating the existence of individuals and civilizations back into the cosmic origin, seeking to give birth to new life. Trunks coordinated this unprecedented torrent of energy and information, his body becoming almost transparent within the flow of data light, yet the ultimate light of reason flickered in his eyes. The endpoint of logic is the possibility of transcending logic. Sun Wutian stood at the center of the energy convergence, feeling a power flowing through him that exceeded his own millions of times. His body was on the brink of disintegration and remaking, yet his smile was utterly elated. This is everyone's power. The final Kamehameha. All the energy, all the information, all the will finally converged into one point on Bra. She hovered before the possibility singularity, now beyond description in size. The navigation device and data crystal melted before her chest, completely merging with the possibility fragments within her. She felt the rise and fall of countless civilizations, the joys and sorrows of innumerable lives, the flashes of countless wisdoms, and the cold and merciless formatting commands from the dawn of the universe. The gray frontier of the tide of silence had already reached the edge of this universe. Stars began to silently extinguish, colors stripped away, and rules were disintegrating. Bra closed her eyes, no longer resisting, no longer analyzing, but becoming. She spread her arms not to embrace destruction, but to embrace all the existence that converged around her. I am the choice. I am the unknown. I am the possibility itself. Her body transformed into countless flowing threads of light, weaving into the possibility singularity. In that moment, she was no longer an individual, but became the embodiment of the will of all united civilizations, the final and strongest variable facing the ultimate mechanism of this universe. The singularity erupted. But it did not expand outward, instead it collapsed inward, devouring Bra, consuming all surrounding energy, even beginning to engulf the approaching tide of silence. This was not a collision of energy, but a war of concepts. The ultimate showdown between the infinite possibilities of existence and the absolute commands of returning to nothingness. In that conceptual realm that could not be described by any senses, Bra, or rather the super-consciousness embodying all traces of civilizations, faced the essence of the Reaper. Not a physical entity, but a perfect, cold, self-consistent, ultimate mathematical logic. Variable exceeds threshold. Execute zeroing. The logic issued its declaration. Definition existence. Bra super-consciousness responded. The logic attempted to deny, but found that the definition of existence had been infinitely broadened on the other side, encompassing the superposition of existence and non-existence. Definition life. The logic tried to classify it as a finite chemical reaction, but the life defined by the other side was an infinite tendency of information, self-organization, and immortal impulse that transcended matter and energy. Definition universe. The universe of logic was a closed computable model. However, the universe defined by the other side was a living poem that continuously self-creates and transcends itself. Every definition struck at the foundation of the Reaper logic. It attempted to format the target only to discover that the target itself had transformed into an ever-flowing, ungraspable defining process. It was like trying to delete a kernel of an operating system that was constantly rewriting and upgrading itself. The command itself lost its object. The tide of silence halted and surged before the possibility singularity, yet could not advance even a fraction. Within that great tide, weak yet tenacious lights began to flicker, emerging from the swallowed remnants of countless past cyclical civilizations. They had not completely disappeared. Their possibilities were being awakened anew within the grand will that Bra had gathered. Loop. Error. Cannot process. New protocol. The cold logic emitted intermittent, near-crumbling signals. No explosion, no obliteration. Only a wave of understanding swept across the entire battlefield, even engulfing the entire universe. The absolute logic of the Reaper, faced with incomprehensible infinite possibilities, reached the limits of computation. It was not defeated, but like a system encountering an unsolvable Gödel proposition, it fell into an eternal pause. The great tide of silence slowly dissipated like a retreating tide, not repelled, but having lost its executable commands, returning to the unconscious potential rules within the cosmic background. At the position where the singularity erupted, a new indescribably colored, gently pulsating light source appeared. It was no longer the core of sorrow, nor the new life source core, but an embryo. An embryo nurtured by the sparks of countless civilizations, by the wills of Bra Wutian trunks, and all life that had ever existed, transcending the current cycle, a new cosmic embryo. It quietly hovered there, slowly growing, containing unimaginable, entirely new physical rules and infinite possibilities. The Heart Source ship had long since dissipated in the final energy explosion. Yet under the gentle radiance of that new cosmic embryo, three figures composed of pure light and will slowly coalesced. It was Bra, Sun Wutian, and Trunks. They had lost their material forms, yet their consciousness, their essence, was closely linked to this newborn cosmic embryo. They were its first observers and also its guardians. They turned to gaze at the land that was slowly rejuvenating, yet whose rules were now utterly different from the past. Stars reignited, but their arrangement was different. A life sprouted anew, but its forms were perhaps beyond imagination. The old cycle had been shattered and a new poem was being written. The figures of Sun Wukong and Vegeta solidified in other star regions, feeling a power within them that was utterly different from the past, yet filled with greater potential. They exchanged smiles. Bulma looked at the screen in the laboratory, seeing the brand new cosmic constants, with eyes full of the excitement of exploration. The legend was not over. Repairing the Core of Sorrow was the prologue of the legend. Battling the Rejector was the sequel, and transcending the cycle with the Harvest was the true immortal finale of this legend. Bra the Will looked at her two companions, conveying a silent intent. Ahead lay a new world, unfathomably vast, where even possibility itself was unknown. Their adventure was endless.